8 minutes. That's how long it took them to erase 10 years of my life. I knew something was wrong the moment I saw Curtis and Raina waiting in the small conference room. Curtis, our new COO of exactly 7 weeks, wearing that navy suit he thought made him look authoritative. And Raina, from HR, clutching her tablet like a shield. "Winifred," Curtis said, not bothering to rise. "Thank you for coming on such short notice." I slid into the chair opposite them. The overhead vent blasted cold air directly onto my neck. "We've been analyzing departmental efficiency," he continued, tapping his gold pen against the glass tabletop. "After careful consideration, we've determined your position is redundant." My mind went blank. Redundant? The word tasted strange. "Your position is being eliminated," Raina clarified, her voice soft but rehearsed. "Effective immediately." I felt my shoulders stiffen. "I manage all our critical vendor relationships." "Yes, well," Curtis glanced at his watch. "We've assessed the redundancies. Your responsibilities will be distributed among the team." "The team I built," I said. He didn't respond to that. "Severance details are in this packet," Raina said, sliding a white envelope toward me. 2 weeks for each year of service. 10 years reduced to 20 weeks of pay. My hands remained flat on my lap. "I'll need your badge," she added gently. I unclipped it from my blouse. 10 years of dedicated work dangled from a lanyard. I placed it on the table. Neither of them knew I'd created our entire vendor certification system. From nothing. That I was the only one whose name appeared on the official authorization forms for every testing facility we used. "Is there anything you'd like us to know about immediate vendor concerns?" Curtis asked, already rising from his chair. I met his eyes. "Nothing comes to mind." He nodded, satisfied, too satisfied. As I walked to my desk to collect my personal items, my department watched in stunned silence. My assistant, Penny's eyes were wide with shock. "They can't just," she whispered. "Apparently they can," I said, taking only my framed certification from the wall and my spare sweater. I left everything else behind. That evening, my personal phone lit up with 17 messages. First from Penny, then from 2 account managers, then from the testing coordinator. By midnight, even Curtis had called 3 times, each voicemail more urgent than the last. I silenced my phone and slept dreamlessly for the first time in years. When I woke, sunlight streamed through my bedroom window. I made coffee and checked my messages. 47 now, the most recent from our CEO himself. It seemed they had discovered a problem. Our biggest project, the one worth $40 million, needed immediate certification from 3 testing authorities to meet regulatory deadlines. Authorities that would only recognize the person whose name was on the account, my name. What they hadn't realized, these weren't just corporate accounts you could simply transfer. Each certification required personal credentials, 2-factor authentication tied to my devices, and in-person verification that took months to establish. They had eliminated redundancy, all right. They had eliminated the only person who could access the systems they desperately needed. My phone rang again. This time, I answered. Winifred speaking. The voice on the other end belonged to the woman who would change everything. Before we continue this story, I'd love to thank you for reading this far. If you're enjoying this tale of corporate comeuppance, please consider hitting that like button and subscribing for more stories just like this one. Your support helps this channel grow, and I promise the revenge that's coming is worth every second of your time. Now, let's get back to what happens when companies underestimate the wrong person. My name is Winifred Lamar. Not Winnie, not Fred, Winifred. I'd spent my entire life correcting people who tried to shorten it. My grandmother gave me that name, and I honored her by using every syllable. I grew up in a small industrial town where everyone worked at the plant or supported those who did. My father was a quality control specialist who taught me that systems matter more than speeches, that details save lives, and that the person who understands how things actually work holds the real power. After college, I joined the company as an entry-level coordinator, responsible for scheduling equipment inspections. Back then, certification was a chaotic process. Vendors were contacted ad hoc, paperwork got lost, and deadlines were missed constantly. "This is unsustainable," I told my first manager after 3 months. "That's just how industrial certification works," he said with a shrug. That answer wasn't good enough for me. I started waking at 5 a.m. to call international testing authorities, learning their procedures, building relationships. I created tracking systems, standardized application processes, and eventually constructed an entire certification protocol. that became the backbone of our company's regulatory compliance. Over 10 years, I expanded from managing 3 vendors to coordinating with 17 certification authorities across 9 countries. I became the company's official representative, my name and credentials on every application. These weren't casual relationships. They were built on precise technical understanding and personal trust established over years. And now, the voice on the other end of my phone belonged to Talia, CEO of our main competitor. "I heard what happened," she said, terribly short-sighted of them. I said nothing, wondering how news had traveled so quickly. "We have an industrial filtration system that needs certification next month," she continued. "I understand you have unique expertise in that area." My mind raced through possibilities. "I do. Would you be interested in consulting? Just for this project initially, but perhaps with potential for something more permanent." I thought about my former employer, now discovering that none of their certification portals would accept new credentials without my in-person verification, a process that took months. "I might be," I said carefully. "Excellent. My assistant will email terms. In the meantime," her voice lowered, "has your former employer contacted you yet?" "They've tried," she laughed. "I imagine they have. Best of luck with whatever you decide to do about that." After hanging up, I checked my messages. Curtis had called 6 more times, the CEO, twice. Even Raina from HR had left a voicemail, her voice strained with poorly concealed panic. I made another cup of coffee and waited. 10 years they had taken from me. I could take a few hours from them. At precisely 10 a.m., my phone rang again. It was Curtis. "Winifred," he said, his voice artificially pleasant. "We seem to have a situation with vendor access." "How unfortunate," I replied. "We need you to transfer your credentials immediately. We'll pay your daily rate plus 50% for consultation until this is resolved." I almost accepted, then remembered how they'd eliminated 3 other long-term employees the same day as me, all women over 40, all replaced by younger, less experienced staff. "I'm unavailable for the next 2 weeks," I replied, my voice steady. "I'm focusing on job applications." "This is urgent," Curtis insisted. "The Westboro project has deadlines." "I'm aware of the deadlines. I set up the certification schedule last month." Silence. Then, "Name your price." "I'm not available," I repeated. "Best of luck figuring it out." I hung up and turned off my phone. They thought they held the power. They were wrong. They thought their urgency was my emergency. It wasn't. What they didn't know, I'd spent years building not just vendor relationships, but personal friendships with certification authorities worldwide. While the company couldn't transfer my credentials without me, I could absolutely recommend a competitor's representative for expedited processing. I opened my laptop and composed an email to the 3 authorities Curtis needed so desperately. I explained my departure and suggested they consider working with Talia's company, while mine reorganized their certification department. Then I opened Talia's contract offer. The consulting fee was generous, triple what I'd been making. I signed it immediately, packed a small bag, and drove to my parents' cabin by the lake. I'd take that 2 weeks after all, just not for job hunting. My phone remained off as I sat on the weathered dock, watching the sunset paint the water gold. For the first time in a decade, I had no meetings scheduled, no certifications pending, no crises to manage. The company I'd given 10 years to would soon discover exactly what they'd thrown away, and it would cost them far more than they ever imagined. When I returned from the cabin after 2 weeks, I had 17 voicemails, 34 emails, and a certified letter delivered to my home. The desperation escalated with each communication, from professional requests to thinly veiled threats about contractual obligations to finally, outright pleading. I plugged my phone in and listened to the most recent message as I unpacked. "Winifred, this is Alexander Portman, the CEO himself, voice tight with strain. Please call me on my personal line anytime, day or night. We need to discuss your return. Immediately." I smiled, slipping off my shoes. There was something deeply satisfying about hearing the man who'd barely acknowledged my existence for years suddenly unable to function without me. The next morning, I dressed carefully in my most professional outfit, not for a job interview, but for a negotiation. I called Alexander's personal number. "Winifred," he answered on the first ring. "Thank you for calling back." "I was away," I said simply. "We've been trying to reach you. There's been a misunderstanding regarding your position." I waited, saying nothing. My father taught me the power of silence in negotiations. Alexander cleared his throat. Curtis made an error in judgment. We'd like to correct that situation. By situation, you mean firing me after 10 years with 8 minutes' notice? That decision has been reconsidered, he said, carefully. And the others who were terminated the same day? Has their situation been we're considered as well? A pause. I'm not familiar with Helena from accounting, Diane from compliance, Janice from customer solutions. All women over 40 with institutional knowledge. All eliminated the same day as me. Another pause, longer this time. I'll look into those cases, but right now, we're focused on resolving the certification crisis. The Westboro deadline is in 10 days. 9, I corrected. And you need signatures from 3 different authorities, each requiring my verified credentials. Exactly, he said, relief in his voice. We're prepared to offer you a consulting contract at triple your previous salary to resolve this situation. I let silence hang between us again. Is that not acceptable? He asked finally. It's not about money, Alexander. Then what do you want? A face-to-face meeting. With you, the board chair, and Curtis. When? Today, 3 o'clock. I'll make it happen. I hung up and called Talia immediately. How goes the corporate warfare? She asked with amusement. I'm meeting with them today. I may need to adjust our timeline. Take all the time you need, she said. The opportunity remains open. Actually, I've been thinking about creating a director position for regulatory compliance. Someone with your expertise could revolutionize our certification processes. I appreciate that, I said. I'll keep you posted. One more thing, she added. I heard the Westboro certification is causing quite a panic over there. You could say that. Interesting coincidence. We just submitted our own certification for a similar project yesterday, with expedited processing. I smiled. Coincidence indeed. At 2:45, I walked into the company headquarters for the first time since my termination. The security guard did a double take. Miss Lamar, they said you'd be coming. Go right up. The elevator ride to the executive floor took exactly 47 seconds, a journey I'd made rarely in my decade with the company. Most days, I'd worked from my office on the 3rd floor, managing global certifications, while executives made decisions without understanding the operational realities. When the doors opened, I was surprised to see Penny waiting. Winifred, she hugged me before remembering herself. Sorry, they told me you were coming and I wanted to. She lowered her voice. Everyone's freaking out. Nothing's been certified since you left. Nothing. How are you doing? I asked. Her expression darkened. They've got me training your replacement. Some kid named Ryan who thinks he can learn your entire job in a PowerPoint presentation. She rolled her eyes. He keeps saying he'll streamline everything. I'm sure he will, I said with a smile that made her eyes widen. Alexander's assistant jumped up when she saw me. They're waiting for you in the boardroom. I checked my watch. 2:57. I'm early. They've been in there since 1, she whispered. I nodded and walked slowly toward the boardroom, feeling strangely calm. Through the glass walls, I could see Alexander pacing, Curtis sitting rigidly, and a woman I recognized as Vivian Chen, the board chair, speaking intensely. I pushed open the door exactly at 3. All 3 heads snapped toward me. Curtis paled visibly. Winifred, Alexander stepped forward, hand extended. Thank you for coming. I shook his hand briefly. Please, sit. Vivian gestured to the chair at the head of the table, Alexander's usual seat. I placed my portfolio on the table and sat down, taking my time to arrange my things while they waited in tense silence. I understand there's an issue with certifications, I said finally. Curtis leaned forward. The system you built is more complex than we realized. It's not complex, I replied. It's relationship-based. Each testing authority has specific requirements, security protocols, and verification processes. They don't deal with companies. They deal with authorized representatives. Representatives like you, Vivian said. Exactly like me. And these relationships take months to establish. Alexander looked pained. Which we don't have. The Westboro deadline will be missed, I finished for him, costing the company approximately $43 million in contract penalties, not counting reputation damage. Curtis swallowed visibly. Unless you help us. Yes, I agreed. Unless I help you. What would that entail exactly? Vivian asked, the only one maintaining her composure. I would need to personally validate new representatives with each authority. That means face-to-face meetings in 3 different locations. I'd need to vouch for whoever you've chosen to replace me. Ryan Keller, Curtis said quickly. I raised an eyebrow. The new hire, with 0 certification experience. Curtis glanced at Alexander, who nodded slightly. We can fast-track someone with more experience, Alexander said. Impossible, I replied. The authorities won't accept someone without a proven track record. They'd require at least 2 years of documented interaction before granting full access privileges. The room went silent as the reality sank in. Then what do you suggest? Vivian asked quietly. I opened my portfolio and removed a document I'd prepared that morning. These are my terms. Alexander reached for it, but I slid it toward Vivian instead. She read it carefully, her expression unchanging. Reinstatement of all recently terminated employees with back pay. She read aloud. Your return as Director of Certification with double your previous salary and direct board reporting. And a formal review of leadership's understanding of core operations. She looked up at me. Bold requests. Reasonable corrections, I countered. You eliminated 4 positions based on a fundamental misunderstanding of how this company actually functions. I'm offering you a way to fix that mistake. Curtis's jaw tightened. This is extortion. This is negotiation, I corrected. I'm simply establishing my market value, something you failed to assess before eliminating my position. And if we refuse? He challenged. I closed my portfolio. Then, I accept the director position I've been offered elsewhere, and you miss the Westboro deadline, along with every other certification deadline for the next fiscal quarter, at minimum. Vivian and Alexander exchanged glances. We'll need to discuss this, Alexander said. You have 24 hours, I replied, standing. After that, I'm accepting the other position permanently. Wait, Vivian said. You mentioned other terminated employees. Why include them in your terms? I looked directly at Curtis. Because eliminating experienced female employees over 40 and replacing them with younger, less qualified men isn't just bad business. It's legally questionable. Curtis's face flushed. We made those decisions based on redundancies. Yes, I remember. I headed for the door. 24 hours. As I waited for the elevator, Penny appeared beside me. What happened? She whispered. They're considering their options. Will you come back? I smiled. That depends on them. The doors opened, and I stepped in. As they closed, I caught a glimpse of Curtis watching me from the boardroom doorway, his expression a mixture of fury and fear. What he didn't know, I had leverage beyond just the certifications. In my decade managing vendor relationships, I'd documented every decision, every shortcut, every time an executive had overridden safety protocols for expediency. I had emails, meeting notes, and verification records showing exactly who had authorized what, when, and why. I hadn't planned to use any of it, but I was prepared to, if necessary. That evening, my doorbell rang unexpectedly. When I opened it, Helena from accounting stood there, eyes wide. Winifred? I just got the strangest call from HR, asking if I'd consider returning to my position with a promotion and back pay. She looked bewildered. Did you have something to do with this? I smiled and invited her in for coffee. They called me too, Diane said when I phoned her later. And Janice. We're all being offered our jobs back. Are you taking them? I asked. I'm considering it, she said cautiously, with better terms. But Winifred, what happens when they don't need you anymore? Won't they just do this again? It was the question that had kept me awake at night, the one I'd been turning over in my mind since that 8-minute meeting that erased 10 years. Not if we ensure they understand exactly what they nearly lost, I said. Not if we build safeguards. Not if we build safeguards. But doubt crept in as I lay in bed that night. Could I trust them? Should I simply take Talia's offer and walk away? My phone chimed with an email at 2:37 a.m. It was from Vivian Chen, not Alexander or Curtis. We accept your terms, it read, with one condition. I stared at Vivian's email for a long moment. One condition. These people had fired me with 8 minutes' notice after a decade of service. Now they wanted to negotiate? My finger hovered over the delete button. Then curiosity won. I opened the email. We accept your terms, with one condition. You must commit to training a proper succession team over the next year. The board agrees your department has been undervalued, but we cannot allow the company to remain vulnerable to the departure of any single employee again. I leaned back against my headboard. It was actually reasonable, smart, even. Vivian was acknowledging the mistake while ensuring it couldn't happen again. I typed a brief reply, accepted, with my own condition. I select the succession team. Her response came within minutes. Agreed. Contract will arrive in the morning. The board expects you tomorrow at 9 a.m. to address the Westboro certifications. I closed my laptop, feeling neither victorious nor defeated. This wasn't the end. It was barely the beginning. The next morning, I arrived at exactly 9 a.m. People stared as I walked through the office. News traveled fast. The woman who'd been escorted out 2 weeks ago was back with a promotion and direct board access. Penny squealed when she saw me, rushing over with a coffee. Is it true? You're the new director? It's true, I confirmed quietly. Her eyes widened. And Ryan? Is being reassigned, I said, accepting the coffee. Where is he now? In the office, trying to make sense of the certification applications. I nodded. And Curtis? Her expression darkened. In the executive conference room with the crisis team. They've been there since 7. I sipped my coffee and headed toward the elevator. Let's not keep them waiting. When I entered the conference room, 8 people turned simultaneously. Alexander rose immediately. Winifred, thank you for coming. He gestured to the chair beside him, a clear signal to everyone about my new status. Curtis sat across the table, his expression carefully neutral. Beside him was Ryan, looking overwhelmed and out of his depth. Let's get straight to business, I said, setting down my bag. The Westboro project needs 3 certifications within 9 days. 8 now, Ryan corrected, then flinched when Curtis shot him a look. 8? I agreed. I've reviewed the situation. 2 of the authorities will work with me directly to expedite new representative credentials. The 3rd requires in-person verification, which means, Alexander asked, I need to fly to Geneva tomorrow to personally introduce and vouch for whoever will manage these relationships going forward. Curtis leaned forward. Ryan can. No, I said flatly. The authorities require representatives with established industry experience. I've already contacted Helena from accounting, who managed vendor relationships before her department was restructured. She can be credentialed quickly because of her history. Curtis's jaw tightened. We terminated her position for efficiency reasons and rehired her yesterday based on operational necessity, Alexander interjected. His tone left no room for discussion. Winifred, what else do you need? Access to all certification records, reinstatement of my security credentials, and a direct line to the board for the next 2 weeks until this crisis is resolved. Done, Alexander said before Curtis could object. The meeting continued with me, outlining exactly what needed to happen. Ryan took frantic notes while Curtis grew increasingly silent. By the end, everyone understood their role in salvaging the Westboro project. As people filed out, Curtis lingered. Once we were alone, his demeanor changed. Impressive recovery, he said, almost admiringly. I underestimated you. Yes, I agreed. You did, but this won't last, he continued, his voice softer. Once the certification crisis is resolved, things will normalize. The board has a short memory. I met his gaze steadily. Is that a prediction or a threat? He smiled thinly. An observation from someone who's survived many corporate cycles. Today's emergency is tomorrow's forgotten incident. Perhaps, I replied, gathering my things. Or perhaps, this is the beginning of structural change. He laughed quietly. We'll see. As he walked away, I realized he still believed this was temporary. That once the immediate crisis passed, the power dynamics would reset. He was wrong. The next 3 days were a blur of activity. I flew to Geneva with Helena, secured her credentials with the testing authority, and returned to find Diane and Janice already reinstated and working on their department's transitions. By day 5, we had 2 of the 3 certifications in process. The Westboro deadline still loomed dangerously close, but progress was being made. Then came the setback. I was working late when Ryan knocked on my office door, looking pale. There's a problem with the GCI certification, he said, referring to the 3rd and most critical authority. What kind of problem? They're saying our application format changed, and they're rejecting it. They need to revalidate our entire submission process. It could take weeks. My stomach dropped. This made no sense. I'd personally designed that application protocol. Who submitted the updated format? I asked. Ryan swallowed. Curtis approved the changes last week, said it would streamline things. Of course he had. I immediately called my contact at GCI, but it was after hours in their time zone. The earliest we could address it would be the next morning, cutting our timeline dangerously close. When I confronted Curtis the next day, he appeared genuinely surprised. I was trying to help, he insisted. Ryan suggested consolidating the application fields to reduce redundancy. Ryan nodded vigorously beside him. The old format had duplicate information requirements. Those duplicates were verification checkpoints, I explained, keeping my voice level. Each one serves a specific regulatory purpose. Curtis spread his hands apologetically. We didn't realize. Can it be fixed? I'm working on it, I said, but we've lost critical time. As I walked away, I heard Curtis murmur to Ryan, "This is why we need documented processes, not personality-dependent systems." He was building a narrative, one where this failure proved his point about systematizing everything. If the Westboro certification failed, he'd position it as evidence that my approach was flawed. I worked through the night, calling in favors from my contacts at GCI. By morning, I'd secured an emergency review of our submission, but it would still take them 3 days to process. We now had exactly 1 day of buffer before the Westboro deadline. Curtis wasted no time informing Alexander and the board about the unforeseen complication. His message, which I was copied on, subtly emphasized the risks of relationship-based systems without proper documentation. The trap was being set. If we missed the deadline, Curtis would use it to argue for his approach. If we made it, he'd claim it was because of the improvements they'd started implementing. Either way, he was positioning himself to regain control, or so he thought. On the morning of the deadline, I called an emergency meeting with the board, Alexander, and Curtis. Everyone arrived, looking tense. None of them had received confirmation of the final certification. "I've asked you here to discuss the future of our certification processes," I began. Curtis leaned forward. "Shouldn't we first address the Westboro situation?" I smiled. "That's exactly what I'm addressing." I opened my laptop and turned it to face the room. The final certification was approved at 4:17 this morning. The Westboro project will proceed as scheduled. Relief washed over Alexander's face. Several board members exhaled audibly. "Excellent work," Vivian said. "How did you manage it?" "By leveraging the relationships I've built over a decade," I replied. "The same relationships that were dismissed as redundant 2 weeks ago." Curtis's expression remained neutral, but I could see the calculation behind his eyes. The immediate crisis was averted, but he still had a long-term strategy. "Now," I continued, "about the future of our certification processes." I clicked to the next slide, displaying a new organizational chart. "I'm proposing a certification and compliance division, with specialized teams for each regulatory category. Each team would have multiple certified representatives to ensure continuity." Board members nodded approvingly. This addressed their concern about reliance on a single person. "Additionally," I continued, "I've drafted protocols for regular board oversight of certification processes and compliance risks." Curtis cleared his throat. "This is essentially what I began implementing before." "No," I interrupted calmly. "What you began implementing was the elimination of experienced personnel without understanding their function. What I'm proposing is actual redundancy through depth of expertise, not cost-cutting through ignorance." The room went silent. "Which brings me to my final point," I said, clicking to the last slide. "While securing the Westboro certification, I discovered something concerning. The screen showed a comparison of certification dates for identical product categories, ours versus our main competitor. Our competitor has been securing certifications an average of 17 days faster than us for the past 6 months. This pattern began shortly after our last reorganization." I looked directly at Curtis. "When we streamlined the certification department by reducing headcount," board members leaned forward, studying the data. "The increased certification timelines have cost us approximately $27 million in delayed product launches," I continued, "and created an opening for our competition to secure market advantage." Alexander looked stricken. "Is this verifiable?" "Entirely," I confirmed. "I've provided the full analysis to Vivian." Vivian nodded grimly. "I've reviewed it. The findings are concerning." Curtis's face had gone pale. "This is selective interpretation of..." "Additionally," I pressed on, "during my absence, I consulted briefly with our competitor on their certification processes. Their approach, investing in relationship managers rather than reducing them, has yielded significant competitive advantage. The implication hung in the air. While Curtis had been eliminating expertise, our competitor had been capitalizing on exactly what made our company valuable. I believe, Vivian said into the silence, we need to reevaluate our recent organizational changes more broadly. She looked pointedly at Curtis. This will require leadership willing to prioritize operational excellence over short-term cost metrics. And there it was. Not a dramatic firing, not a public humiliation, but something far more devastating to an ambitious executive: the clear withdrawal of institutional support. Curtis knew it immediately. His career trajectory at this company had just flatlined. As the meeting concluded, board members clustered around me, asking questions about the new division structure. Curtis slipped out silently. 3 weeks later, the company announced a strategic realignment. Curtis was transferring to a subsidiary in another state, a lateral move that everyone recognized as a demotion. I didn't attend his farewell gathering. Instead, I was in a planning session with my new team: Helena, Diane, Janice, and 6 other experienced professionals we'd brought back or promoted. Together, we weren't just managing certifications. We were rebuilding the company's operational backbone with the full support of the board. The revenge wasn't in getting my job back. It wasn't even in Curtis's demotion. It was in creating a system where expertise was valued, where experience couldn't be casually discarded, and where no one could ever again mistake institutional knowledge for redundancy. If this story resonated with you, please hit that like button and consider subscribing for more tales of workplace justice. Remember, your worth isn't measured by those who undervalue you. It's proven when they realize what they've lost. Share in the comments any experiences you've had with companies learning hard lessons about what redundancy really costs. Until next time, know your value and never let anyone convince you otherwise. You're already overpaid for what you do here, Natasha. I'm sitting in his office, holding a printed email with salary comparisons I spent 3 hours researching. My hands are shaking because I hate asking for things. I hate confrontation. But I'd finally worked up the courage to ask for $12,000 more a year. $12,000. That's $1,000 a month. That's groceries and my student loan payment. And Darren Kowalski, my boss of 4 years, is leaning back in his ergonomic chair that costs more than I make in 2 weeks, actually laughing. Not a polite chuckle. A full laugh, like I just told him the funniest joke he's heard all year. I mean, seriously, where did you get these numbers? Indeed? Those salary websites are completely unrealistic. You're a data analyst, Nat. You're not running the department. The thing is, I kind of am running the department, but I'll get to that. I'm Natasha Chen. I'm 29, and I've been slowly dying inside at Brightwater Analytics for 4 years. It's a mid-sized consulting firm that helps companies make sense of their data, and I'm good at my job. Really good. The kind of good where people email me directly instead of going through proper channels because they know I'll actually solve their problems. Before I go deep into this whole mess, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from in the comments, because I need to know I'm not alone in this. I need to know other people have felt this small, this dismissed, this absolutely done with being treated like they're disposable. And honestly, I need the validation right now. So there I am, watching my boss laugh at me, and something breaks inside my chest. Not dramatically, just this quiet snap, like a rubber band that's been stretched too long. The market rate for someone with my experience and skills is between $78,000 and $85,000. I say, reading directly from my printout because my brain has stopped working properly. I'm making 62. Market rate, he repeats, like I said something in a foreign language. Natasha, you have to understand, we're not Google. We're not some tech startup throwing money around. We're a family business. Family business. I want to throw something. Brightwater Analytics was started by his uncle in 1987. And yes, half the management team shares DNA, but we're not exactly a mom-and-pop shop. We've got 43 employees and clients like Marriott International and the state of Maryland. I understand that, I say, but I haven't had a real raise in 3 years. Cost of living adjustments don't count. You got promoted to senior analyst 18 months ago. with a 2% increase. That's still an increase. I can feel my face getting hot. Darren, I trained the last 3 people you hired. I cover for James when he's out, which is basically every Friday. I rebuilt the entire client reporting system when it crashed in February. You did your job. He's not laughing anymore, but his voice has this edge that makes me want to disappear into the floor. Look, I get it. Everyone wants more money. But you're 29 years old. You live alone in a 1-bedroom apartment. It's not like you're supporting a family. And there it is. The thing that makes me want to scream. Because what does my personal life have to do with the value of my work? What does being single and childless have to do with whether I deserve to be paid fairly? That's not really relevant to my performance or the market value of. It's completely relevant. Sarah Morrison has 3 kids and a mortgage. James Peterson is getting married next year. They have real expenses. Sarah Morrison, who I've covered for during 2 maternity leaves and who still CCs me on emails to clients because she doesn't understand pivot tables. James Peterson, who takes 2-hour lunches and calls me at 9 p.m. because he's finally looking at the reports that were due that morning. I should leave. I should stand up, thank him for his time, and walk out of his office with whatever dignity I have left. Instead, I just sit there like an idiot, staring at my printed salary research, feeling my face burn with embarrassment. Look, Nat, you're doing fine. You're reliable, you're smart, and we appreciate you. But asking for a 19% raise? That's just not realistic. Maybe we can revisit this next year. Next year. Always next year. I finally stand up and my legs feel shaky. Okay, thanks for your time. Don't look so defeated, he says, and I swear to God he actually smiles. You're young. You've got plenty of time to work your way up. I walk back to my desk in this weird fog. My cubicle is in the back corner of the office, next to the printer that jams every third job and across from the break room where everyone can see my computer screen. I've been in the same spot for 4 years, watching new hires get offices while I organize their training materials. Jennifer from HR waves at me as I sit down, and she has this sympathetic look that makes me wonder if everyone knew how this meeting was going to go except me. Like maybe they've been taking bets on how long it would take Darren to crush whatever was left of my professional self-worth. I try to focus on the Morrison account analysis that's due tomorrow, but I keep replaying the conversation. You're already overpaid. The casual way he said it, like it was obvious, like I was stupid for not knowing my place. My phone buzzes with a text from my sister. How did it go? I don't answer. The thing about working somewhere for 4 years is that you start to believe their version of your worth. Slowly, without noticing, you begin thinking maybe you really aren't that valuable. Maybe you're lucky to have this job. Maybe asking for more is greedy. But that night, I go home to my overpriced 1-bedroom apartment that apparently disqualifies me from financial growth. And I do something I should have done years ago. I update my LinkedIn profile. I don't do it out of spite. I'm not plotting some elaborate revenge. I'm just tired. Tired of being grateful for scraps. Tired of watching less qualified people get promoted around me. Tired of feeling guilty for wanting more. It takes me 3 hours to update everything. My work history, my skills, my accomplishments. Seeing it all laid out like that, I realize I've been underselling myself for so long that I'd started to believe my own discount pricing. I've single-handedly managed client relationships worth over $2 million. I built the data visualization dashboard that landed us the Whitfield Hospital contract. I've trained 6 people who now make more money than me. I speak Python, SQL, R, and Tableau fluently. I have a master's degree in statistics from Johns Hopkins. On paper, I look pretty damn good. I set my profile to open to work and go to bed. The next morning, I have 11 LinkedIn messages waiting for me. 11. I'm sitting at my desk, drinking terrible office coffee and pretending to review the Morrison reports. But really, I'm reading message after message from recruiters and hiring managers who apparently think my skills are worth something. Hi, Natasha. I came across your profile and would love to discuss an opportunity at Meridian Health. Your experience with healthcare analytics caught my attention. We're looking for a senior data scientist, and your background is exactly what we need. Senior data scientist, not analyst, scientist. I'm trying to process this when Darren walks by my desk. Morning, Nat. You feeling better about things? Yeah, I lie. Much better. Good. That's what I like to hear. Oh, and can you review the Peterson presentation before the 2 o'clock? He's feeling nervous about the data sections. Of course he is. I spend my lunch break taking a recruiting call in my car. The woman on the phone is named Diana Vasquez, and she's calling from Coastline Medical Systems. They need someone to lead their analytics team for a major software implementation project. The position is remote flexible, she's saying, and the salary range is between 120 and 150 depending on experience. $120,000. I'm quiet for so long that Diana asks if I'm still there. Sorry, yes, I'm here. That salary range is for the position I'd be applying for? Well, looking at your background, I'd probably slot you somewhere in the middle of that range. Maybe 130 to start, with performance reviews every 6 months. $130,000, more than double what I'm making now. The thing is, Diana continues, we need someone who can start relatively soon. This is a pretty urgent placement. Would you be available for a video interview this week? I schedule it for Thursday at lunch. Then I schedule another one for Friday. By the end of the week, I'm juggling phone calls and video interviews like I'm running some kind of covert operation. I'm taking calls in my car, in coffee shops, in the bathroom at work when I can't get away. It's exhausting and exhilarating and terrifying all at once. Because here's what I'm learning. I'm not overpaid. I'm not even fairly paid. I'm criminally underpaid. Every single recruiter who calls me quotes a salary range that starts above what I'm making now. Most of them are offering 40 to 50,000 more. Some are offering more than that. The Coastline interview goes well. Really well. Well enough that Diana calls me back 2 hours later to schedule a second round with the department director. Friday afternoon, I'm pretending to work on quarterly reports when my phone rings. It's a number I don't recognize, but I've been getting a lot of recruiter calls, so I step outside to take it. Natasha? This is Kevin Waldrop from Hartfeld Associates. Hartfeld Associates. I applied for a position there on Wednesday night, but honestly, I didn't think they'd call. They're huge. Like international consulting firm huge. Like offices in 12 countries huge. Hi, Kevin. Thanks for calling. I'll cut right to the chase. We're looking for someone to lead data strategy for our East Coast healthcare clients. It's a director-level position, fully remote but with quarterly travel. I've reviewed your portfolio, and frankly, you're exactly what we're looking for. Director level. I've never been a director of anything. The base salary is $240 plus performance bonuses that typically run another 15 to 20%. Full benefits, stock options, the works. Would you be interested in learning more? $240,000. I'm standing outside my office building, watching people walk by living their normal lives, and this man is telling me I could make more money than I ever thought possible. Yes, I manage. I'd definitely like to learn more. Fantastic. I know this is quick, but any chance you could do a video call Monday morning? I've got the hiring manager available at 10 a.m. Eastern. I schedule the call. I go back inside feeling like I'm walking through a movie about someone else's life. This doesn't happen to people like me. People like me stay in jobs where they're undervalued and should be grateful for cost of living adjustments. But apparently, that's not true. The Hartfeld interview is on Monday. The Coastline second round interview is Tuesday. I have 3 other interviews scheduled for next week. And you know what the really crazy part is? I'm good at this. I'm good at interviews when I'm not desperate, when I'm not begging for scraps. When I know my worth, I can talk about my work with confidence. I can list my accomplishments without apologizing for taking up space. Wednesday of the following week, Diana from Coastline calls with an offer. $135,000, full remote, 4 weeks vacation, health insurance that doesn't have a $3,000 deductible. I'm in my car again, parked outside a Starbucks because I can't take these calls at work anymore. Someone's going to notice. This is a formal offer, Diana says. I'll email you the details this afternoon. How are you feeling about everything? How am I feeling? I'm feeling like I want to drive straight to Darren's office and quit without notice. I'm feeling vindicated and angry and scared and excited. It's a great offer, I tell her. Can I have a few days to think about it? Of course. Take your time. Thursday morning, Kevin from Hartfeld calls. Natasha, we'd like to make you an offer. I'm not even surprised anymore. Well, that's not true. I'm surprised by everything that's happening, but I've moved past the shock and into this weird state of suspended disbelief. We're offering $280,000 plus annual bonuses averaging 20%. Stock options vest over 4 years. 5 weeks vacation, full healthcare, dental, vision, company laptop, home office stipend, travel expenses, the works. $280,000. I have to ask him to repeat it because I think I misheard. 280. He says again. It's the top of our range for this role, but honestly, after talking with you and reviewing your work samples, we don't want to risk losing you to another offer. Another offer. Like I'm the kind of person who routinely gets multiple job offers. Like I have options. That's an incredible offer, Kevin. You're an incredible candidate. When would you be able to start? When would I be able to start my new life making more money than I ever imagined? When would I be available to leave behind 4 years of being told I should be grateful for less? I'd need to give 2 weeks' notice at my current position. Of course. Professional courtesy. I respect that. So we're looking at Monday the 18th? Monday the 18th. 2 weeks from now, I could be starting a job that pays more than 4 times what I'm making now. Assuming I accept the offer, yes. I hope you will. I'll send over the formal paperwork this afternoon. Take the weekend to review everything, and we'll touch base Monday. I sit in my car for 20 minutes after we hang up, just staring at my phone. $280,000. I drive back to work in a daze. I walk through the office, past Darren's corner office with his expensive chair, past Sarah Morrison, who's explaining to a client why their report will be late again, past James Peterson, who's on his phone planning weekend golf. I sit at my desk and stare at my computer screen, and for the first time in 4 years, I see this place clearly. I see how small they've made me feel, how they've convinced me that wanting more was unreasonable, how they've built their success on my work while paying me just enough to keep me from leaving. But not anymore. I have 2 offers, 2 incredible, life-changing offers, and on Monday morning, I'm going to walk into Darren's office and give my notice. The only question is, which offer I'm going to take. I spend the weekend in this weird bubble where everything feels surreal. I keep pulling up the offer letters on my laptop, reading them over and over like they might disappear if I don't keep checking. Coastline, $135,000. Remote work is available. Immediate start. Hartfeld, $280,000. Director-level position. Includes stock options. The smart move is Hartfeld, obviously. It's more than double Coastline's offer. It's more money than my parents made combined when I was growing up. It's set for life money. But there's this part of me that's terrified they'll change their minds. That someone will call Monday morning and say, actually, we made a mistake. We meant to offer you half that, because people like me don't get offers like this. Except apparently we do. Monday morning, I wake up at 5 a.m. even though my alarm isn't set until 6:30. I can't sleep. I keep rehearsing what I'm going to say to Darren, how I'm going to handle this conversation without completely burning bridges. I get to work early because I want to get this over with before I lose my nerve. The office is mostly empty, just me and a few other people who either love their jobs or hate themselves. I sit at my desk and practice typing my resignation letter. Dear Darren, please accept this letter as my formal 2 weeks' notice. Delete. Dear Mr. Kowalski, I am writing to inform you of my resignation. Delete. This letter serves as formal notification that I am resigning from my position. God, this is harder than I thought. How do you professionally tell someone who laughed at your worth that you're leaving for more money than they probably make? At 8:30, I see Darren walk in with his usual Monday morning Starbucks and newspaper. He's got this routine where he reads the sports section first, then checks his emails, then starts bothering people about their weekend productivity. I give him 20 minutes to settle in, then I walk over to his office. Hey Darren, do you have a few minutes? Sure, come on in. Close the door. He doesn't look up from his computer. I actually wanted to talk to you about the Morrison account. I think we need to restructure some of the reporting timelines. I sit down across from his desk, holding my resignation letter that I finally finished typing 5 minutes ago. Actually, I need to discuss something else first. Something in my tone makes him look up. I'm giving my 2 weeks' notice. The words come out steadier than I expected. Clean and simple and final. Darren stares at me for a full 30 seconds without saying anything. I can hear the office printer warming up outside his door, someone making coffee, normal Monday morning sounds. You're quitting? Yes. Why? What happened? Did someone say something to you? And this is the moment I've been waiting for without realizing it. The moment where I get to tell him exactly why I'm leaving. I found a position that values my skills appropriately. Natasha, if this is about our conversation last week, it's not about the conversation. It's about the outcome of the conversation. He leans back in his expensive chair, and I can see him calculating, trying to figure out how much trouble this is going to cause, who he'll have to reassign my work to, how long it'll take to replace me. What kind of offer are we talking about here? Because maybe there's room for negotiation. 2 weeks ago, I would have fallen over myself to hear him say those words. 2 weeks ago, the possibility of negotiation would have felt like winning the lottery. Now it just makes me tired. I don't think we're in the same ballpark, Darren. Try me. What are they offering? I almost tell him. I almost say $280,000 just to watch his face change. But something stops me. Maybe it's professionalism. Maybe it's self-preservation. Maybe I just don't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing exactly how much he undervalued me. Significantly more than my current salary. How much more? 10,000? 15? He still doesn't get it. He still thinks I'm in his league, playing by his rules. More than that. 20? 30? Come on, Nat, help me out here. I can't make a counteroffer if I don't know what we're working with. I don't want a counteroffer, Darren. I've made my decision. This is when his expression changes. When he realizes this isn't a negotiation tactic or a plea for attention. This is actually happening. You're serious. Completely serious. What company? I'd rather not say until everything is finalized. Is it a competitor? Because you know there's a non-compete clause in your contract. And there it is. The threat. The attempt to make me feel trapped and guilty for wanting more. I've reviewed my contract. This position doesn't violate any non-compete restrictions. I haven't actually reviewed my contract that carefully, but I'm pretty sure Darren hasn't either. Natasha, I think you're making a mistake. New jobs are risky. You don't know the company culture, the management style. You've got security here. You're part of the team. Part of the team. The team that forgot to invite me to salary reviews and promotion discussions. I appreciate that, but I've made my decision. What if we revisited your compensation? I know we said next year, but maybe there's something we can do now. Now that I'm leaving, suddenly there's budget flexibility. I'm not interested in revisiting anything. My last day will be Friday the 25th. I stand up to leave, but Darren keeps talking. Just think about this over lunch, okay? Don't do anything hasty. We can figure something out. I walk back to my desk feeling lighter than I have in years. It's done. I actually did it. But the weirdest part? I don't feel vindictive or angry anymore. I just feel free. The next few days are strange. Word spreads pretty quickly that I'm leaving. And suddenly everyone wants to know where I'm going and why I'm leaving and whether I'm happy and if the new company is hiring. Sarah Morrison corners me by the coffee machine Wednesday morning. I heard you're leaving. That's so crazy. Where are you going? A consulting firm. Local? Remote? Remote. Oh my God, I'm so jealous. I've been trying to get approval to work from home 1 day a week for like 6 months. What's the pay like? Everyone wants to know about the money. It's like they can sense that something bigger is happening here. That this isn't just a lateral move to another similar company. It's a good opportunity, I tell her. But like, how much better? Because I've been thinking about looking around too, but I don't know if it's worth the hassle unless it's significantly more, you know? I want to tell her. I want to tell all of them that there are jobs out there paying twice what they make. That companies exist that actually value their employees. that we've all been settling for so much less than we're worth. But I don't, partly because it feels like bragging, and partly because I'm not sure they'd believe me. Thursday afternoon, Darren stops by my desk again. Hey, you got a minute? We walk back to his office, and this time he closes the door behind us. I've been thinking about our conversation Monday, and I want to make you an offer. Here we go. I talked to my uncle, and we're prepared to bump you up to $75,000, plus we'll fast-track you for a promotion to lead analyst. That would come with your own office and a small team to manage. $75,000. A $13,000 raise. Exactly $1,000 more than what I originally asked for. 2 months ago, this offer would have changed my life. It would have felt like winning, like finally being recognized and valued. Now it feels insulting. I appreciate the offer, Darren, but I've already accepted the other position. You signed a contract already? I gave them my verbal commitment. Verbal commitments aren't binding. Look, what if we went to 80? That's a 30% increase from where you are now. 80,000. Still less than the lowest offer I got from any of the companies that called me. It's not about the money anymore. That's not entirely true. It's absolutely about the money, but it's also about respect and trust, and the fact that they only want to pay me what I'm worth when I'm walking out the door. What can I do to change your mind? Seriously, name it. And this is the moment I realize that Darren is scared. Actually scared. He's finally done the math on what my leaving means for the department, for his workload, for the projects that only I know how to handle. Nothing, there's nothing you can do. Friday is my last day. I spend most of it documenting processes and transitioning my active projects to other people. It takes me 7 hours to create handoff notes for everything I was working on, and I realized that I was managing way more than I thought I was. The Morrison account, the Peterson presentation templates, the client reporting dashboard, 3 different database projects, training materials for new hires, backup coverage for 2 other analysts. No wonder Darren panicked. At 5 p.m., I pack up my desk, 4 years of accumulated stuff, a desk plant, some framed photos, a coffee mug I brought from home, a stapler I bought myself because the office ones are terrible. It all fits in one small cardboard box. Darren watches me pack from his office doorway. You sure about this, Nat? I'm sure. What if the new job doesn't work out? You know you're always welcome back here. Thanks. I appreciate that. I don't appreciate it, actually. But there's no point in burning bridges, even bridges to places you never want to cross again. I walk out of Brightwater Analytics at 5:47 p.m. on a Friday, carrying my small box of personal items and feeling like I'm stepping into a completely different life. Monday morning, I start work at Hartfeld Associates. The onboarding process takes 3 days. 3 full days of training, system setup, meet and greets with my new team, and orientation sessions. They assign me a buddy for my first month, give me a $2,000 stipend for home office equipment, and send me a welcome package with company swag and a handwritten note from the CEO. My first paycheck is more than I used to make in 3 months. But here's the thing nobody tells you about revenge. It's not actually about the other person. It's not about proving them wrong or making them suffer. It's about proving to yourself that you were right all along. I was worth more than they were paying me. I did deserve better. I wasn't being unrealistic or greedy or demanding. I was being human. 3 weeks into my new job, my phone rings. Unknown number, but the area code looks familiar. Natasha, this is Darren. I almost don't answer. I'm in my home office, working on a data strategy presentation for a client meeting, drinking coffee from a mug I actually chose instead of whatever was left in the office kitchen. Hi, Darren. Hey, I hope it's okay that I'm calling. I got your number from HR. What can I do for you? Well, we're having some trouble with the Morrison account. Their Q3 reporting requirements changed. And honestly, nobody here really understands the dashboard system you built. Sarah's been trying to figure it out, but Sarah doesn't understand pivot tables, much less complex data visualization dashboards. I documented everything before I left. I know. And your notes are great, really comprehensive. but there are some specific client requirements that weren't in the documentation and we're kind of stuck. I wait for him to ask his actual question. I was wondering if you might be available for some consulting work. Just a few hours to help us navigate this transition. We'd pay your consulting rate, of course. My consulting rate. I don't have a consulting rate. I've never been a consultant. What kind of timeline are we talking about? Well, the client presentation is next Friday. So pretty immediate. I know it's a big ask, but you're the only person who really knows this system inside and out. The only person who knows how to do the work that he told me I was already overpaid for. I'll have to check my schedule and get back to you. Of course, but if you could let me know soon, that would be great. We're really in a bind here. After we hang up, I sit in my home office for a long time, thinking, I could help them. I could spend a few hours this week walking Sarah through the dashboard system and ensuring a smooth client presentation. It would be the professional thing to do, the kind thing to do. Or I could let them figure it out themselves. In the end, I text him back. After reviewing my current commitments, I won't be able to take on additional consulting work at this time. Best of luck with the presentation. He calls me twice after that. I don't answer. 6 months later, I get a LinkedIn message from Jennifer in HR. Hey, Natasha. Hope you're doing well in your new role. We're hiring for a senior data scientist position, and I immediately thought of you. Would you be interested in discussing an opportunity to come back to the Brightwater family? Senior data scientist. The title I should have had 2 years ago. I don't respond to that message either. Here's what I want you to understand. This isn't really a story about getting revenge on a bad boss. This is a story about finally seeing your own worth clearly. For 4 years, I let other people define my value. I let them convince me that wanting more was unrealistic, that being grateful for less was somehow noble. But the truth is, nobody else gets to decide what you're worth. Not your boss, not your company, not your family, not society. You get to decide that. And once you really know your worth, not just intellectually, but in your bones, everything changes. It changes how you walk into rooms, how you talk about your work, how you negotiate, how you show up in the world. It changes what you're willing to accept and what you're willing to walk away from. I'm not making $280,000 a year because I'm special or lucky or because I somehow magically transformed overnight. I'm making that money because I finally stopped undervaluing myself. The company I left? They hired 3 people to replace me. 3. And according to my former colleague, who still texts me occasionally, they're still struggling with some of the systems I built. Darren got promoted to regional director 6 months after I left, which is hilarious, because his region is now performing worse than it has in 5 years. Sometimes the best revenge is just living well. Sometimes it's knowing that while they're scrambling to replace you with 3 people, you're building something bigger and better and more valuable than they could ever imagine. And sometimes, when your old boss calls you desperate and panicked, asking for help with work he once told you were overpaid to do, the sweetest revenge is just saying no. If you made it this far, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. And tell me in the comments, what's the biggest risk you've ever taken for yourself? When did you finally decide you were worth more? Because I need you to know that you are. You're worth more than whatever situation you're settling for. You're worth more than the people who make you feel small. You're worth exactly what you decide you're worth. And once you really believe that, everything becomes possible.
I've always believed there are moments that divide a life into before and after. My first teaching job, meeting Richard, the birth of Caroline, and now, this moment, standing in my kitchen as my daughter coldly informs me that she has mortgaged my home without my knowledge or consent. He needed it more than you do, Mom, Caroline says, not a hint of remorse in her voice as she explains how she used my personal documents to secure a $285,000 loan against my fully paid home. Greg's startup has real potential. You're 68. He's 45 with decades of earning ahead of him. I stare at her, this stranger wearing my daughter's face. The Caroline I thought I knew. The little girl who cried when caterpillars died. the teenager who volunteered at the senior center, the woman who promised her father on his wedding day that she would always take care of me, has been replaced by someone calculating and cold. For 47 days, I had sat beside Richard's hospital bed as cancer slowly claimed him. 47 days of holding his hand, moistening his lips, reading aloud his favorite poetry when pain kept him awake through the night. 47 days when Caroline visited exactly 3 times, always with excuses about the children's activities or Greg's business meetings. And during those 47 days, while I kept vigil over my dying husband of 46 years, my daughter had apparently been busy, gathering my financial documents, forging signatures where necessary, and leveraging the home that represented my only real financial security to fund her husband's latest entrepreneurial venture. The payments are $1,850 a month, she continues, as if discussing something as trivial as a cable bill. It's only for a year or 2 until Greg's company takes off. Then we'll pay it all back. My teacher's pension is $2,300 a month. The mortgage payment she's arranged would leave me with $450 to cover utilities, food, insurance, and everything else. Caroline, I say, my voice steadier than I feel, this is my home, my only significant asset. You had no right. Dad would have wanted to invest in family, she interrupts, the familiar refrain whenever she wants something. Richard, generous to a fault, had indeed believed in supporting family. But he had also been the one to finally cut off financial support to Caroline and Greg after their 3rd failed business venture depleted our retirement savings by $120,000. Your father would never have approved of mortgaging my home without my knowledge while he was dying, I correct her quietly. Something hardens in Caroline's expression, a glimpse of the stranger she has apparently always been beneath the facade of the daughter I thought I knew. Well, it's done now. The papers are signed. The money's been transferred. Greg's company is already in development. You'll just have to manage the payments until we can take them over. I feel a curious calm settle over me, like the eye of a hurricane. For 42 years, I have been first and foremost Caroline's mother, prioritizing her needs, making excuses for her shortcomings, believing in her fundamental goodness despite mounting evidence to the contrary. But in this moment, I am suddenly, simply Eleanor Bishop again, the woman who existed before motherhood, who had an identity and capabilities entirely separate from her role as nurturer and protector. I see, I say, reaching for my purse on the counter. Inside is my wallet, my phone, and the letter from Mutual Life Insurance that had arrived yesterday, confirmation of the $750,000 policy that Richard and I had maintained in secret, knowing our daughter's financial irresponsibility might one day threaten our security. Caroline mistakes my calm for resignation. I knew you'd understand, she says, the tension in her shoulders easing. It's really what's best for everyone. And once Greg's company takes off, we'll be able to take care of you properly. I look around the kitchen where I've prepared thousands of family meals, where Richard and I danced on our 40th anniversary, where Caroline learned to bake cookies and later announced her engagement. Every surface holds memories that are now tainted by this betrayal. Then don't complain about what happens next, I tell her, my voice soft but clear as I walk toward the door. What's that supposed to mean? Caroline calls after me, the first hint of uncertainty creeping into her tone. Mom? Where are you going? I don't answer. The front door closes behind me with a quiet click that belies the seismic shift it represents. In my sensible Honda, the car Richard insisted on buying new for me 3 years ago despite Caroline's suggestion that, at your age, Mom, a used car makes more sense, I sit for a moment, hands steady on the steering wheel. My phone buzzes with a text from Caroline. Mom, you're overreacting. Come back so we can discuss this rationally. I silence the phone and start the engine. As I pull away from the house that is now burdened with a mortgage I never approved, I catch a glimpse of Caroline watching from the window, her expression a mixture of irritation and confusion. She has never seen this version of her mother before, the woman who existed before she became a mother, the woman who is now re-emerging from decades of dormancy. Eleanor Bishop, age 68, recently widowed, newly betrayed by her only child, drives away from her mortgaged home with no destination in mind but a growing certainty about her next steps. The teacher everyone in Cedar Grove knows for her patience and kindness has left the building. In her place is the woman who once negotiated million-dollar deals in Boston's financial district, who chose to become a teacher not out of necessity but conviction, and who now has nothing left to lose but her dignity, and she refuses to relinquish that. As the familiar streets of my neighborhood recede in the rearview mirror, I feel something unexpected beneath my grief and shock, a flicker of anticipation. For the first time in decades, I am not constrained by the careful considerations of motherhood or marriage. I am simply a woman with a problem to solve and the suddenly recovered knowledge that I was once very, very good at solving problems. Then don't complain about what happens next, I had told Caroline, and I meant every word. The Harbor Inn Motel sits at the edge of Cedar Grove, its faded blue exterior and flickering neon sign a familiar landmark for locals, but rarely a destination. I pay cash for 3 nights, ignoring the clerk's curious glance. A woman my age, alone, is an unusual sight in this establishment that caters primarily to commercial fishermen and the occasional budget tourist. Room 12 is clean but Spartan. A double bed with a floral comforter that has seen better days, a small table with 2 chairs, a bathroom with towels worn thin from countless washings. It reminds me of the first apartment Richard and I shared after college, before success and stability brought us the comfortable home that is no longer truly mine. I set my purse on the bed and take out my phone. 17 missed calls from Caroline, 3 from Greg, a text from my neighbor, Martha. Caroline came by looking for you, seemed upset. Everything okay? I reply only to Martha, taking some time to myself. We'll explain later. Please don't share my business with Caroline for now. Martha, a widow herself for 5 years, responds immediately. Understood. Here if you need anything. The simple offer of support brings unexpected tears to my eyes, the first I've allowed myself since discovering Caroline's betrayal. I sit on the edge of the bed and finally let the magnitude of the situation wash over me. My husband is gone. My daughter has betrayed me in the most fundamental way. My home is burdened with a debt I never agreed to. At 68, when I should be settling into a secure, if modest retirement, I am instead facing financial ruin. The tears don't last long. I've never been one for extended self-pity, a trait Richard always admired. Eleanor Bishop doesn't wallow, he would say proudly. She assesses and addresses. Assess and address. The mantra that served me well during my years in finance before I chose to become a teacher. It's time to remember those skills. I open my laptop, the same one I used to grade papers and create lesson plans before retirement, and begin my research. First, the specifics of the mortgage Caroline has taken out on my home. Online banking reveals the full details. $285,000 at 6.8% interest, a 30-year term with a balloon payment due in 5 years. The funds were transferred directly to Green Innovations LLC, the company Greg incorporated 3 months ago, while Richard was still alive but too ill to be aware of financial matters. Next, the legal implications. I may have been out of the financial world for decades, but I still understand fraud when I see it. If Caroline forged my signature or misrepresented herself as having authority to act on my behalf, there are clear legal remedies. I compile a list of elder law attorneys in the county, making note of those who specifically mention financial exploitation in their practice areas. Finally, I research Green Innovations LLC. The company website is slick but vague, full of buzzwords about disruptive technology and innovative solutions, without specifying exactly what product or service they provide. The Our Team page features Greg prominently as founder and CEO, along with 3 young people listed as development associates, whom I've never heard mentioned, despite Caroline's constant updates on Greg's business ventures. By midnight, my eyes are burning, but my mind is clearer than it's been since Richard's diagnosis 6 months ago. I have a preliminary plan with 3 parallel tracks. Legal, consult with an attorney about the mortgage's validity and potential remedies. Financial, secure my remaining assets, including Richard's life insurance payout, before Caroline can access them. Intelligence, gather information about Green Innovations' actual business prospects to assess the true risk to my home. I close the laptop and prepare for bed. The cheap motel mattress, a poor substitute for the memory foam Richard insisted on buying when his back started troubling him. As I drift toward sleep, I remember something my father told me when I got my first job in finance. Eleanor, in business, information is currency and timing is everything. The person who knows more and moves faster always has the advantage. Tomorrow, I will start using my currency and leveraging my timing. Caroline and Greg believe they're dealing with a resigned, compliant widow, too emotionally fragile after her husband's death to mount any significant resistance. Their first mistake was betraying me. Their second, and potentially more costly mistake, is underestimating me. Morning brings renewed purpose. After a quick shower and a breakfast of vending machine coffee and packaged muffins, I drive to Coastal Community Bank, where Richard and I have had our joint accounts. Marion Jenkins, the branch manager, has known us for 20 years, attending the same church and serving on the library board with me. Eleanor, she greets me with genuine warmth, tinged with sympathy. I was so sorry to hear about Richard. How are you holding up? Managing one day at a time, I reply, the standard response that satisfies without inviting deeper inquiry. I need to discuss some account changes, Marion. Is there somewhere private we can talk? In her office, with the door closed, I explain the situation with a factual detachment that surprises even me. Marion's expression shifts from concern to shock to carefully controlled outrage. This is a clear case of financial exploitation, Eleanor, she says when I finish. As a mandated reporter for elder abuse, I should inform you that I'm obligated to report this to Adult Protective Services. I hadn't considered this angle, but it makes perfect sense. I understand, and I appreciate that. In the meantime, I need to secure whatever assets remain under my control. Marion nods, fingers already moving efficiently over her keyboard. First, let's review what accounts you have with us and their current status. The next hour is a methodical review of my financial situation. Our main checking account, now mine alone, contains $4,278. A savings account holds another $12,350. A certificate of deposit with $35,000 is scheduled to mature in 3 months. And most significantly, the insurance check for $750,000 that I deposited yesterday is on a standard 5-day hold before the funds become available. I need to ensure Caroline cannot access any of these funds, I explain. She was a signatory on the checking account for emergency purposes when Richard and I traveled, but I want that authorization removed immediately. Marion makes the necessary changes, her efficiency a balm to my frayed nerves. The insurance funds will clear by Friday, she confirms. What would you like to do with them once they're available? For now, nothing, I decide. I need legal advice before making any significant financial moves, but I want to ensure they're protected from any attempts to access them. Understood. I've removed Caroline's authorization from all accounts and placed a security flag that will require enhanced verification for any transactions. Marion hesitates, then adds more personally, Eleanor, I've known you and Richard, and Caroline, for 2 decades. I never would have expected this from her. Neither would I admit, the first crack appearing in my carefully maintained composure. Neither would I. As I leave the bank, my phone rings again. Caroline for the 23rd time since yesterday. This time I answer, Mom, where are you? Her voice carries more irritation than concern. I've been calling for hours. I'm aware, I reply, my tone neutral. I needed some time to process the fact that my daughter mortgaged my home without my knowledge or consent while I was caring for my dying husband. You're being dramatic, Caroline dismisses. It's a financial arrangement that benefits the family. Greg's company is going to be huge. They're developing an AI application for the healthcare industry that already has potential investors interested. The specific mention of the business catches my attention. The first concrete information about what Green Innovations actually does. I file it away for later research. Caroline, what you did was not only unethical, but likely illegal, I say calmly. I'll be consulting with an attorney to determine my options. An attorney? Her voice rises in disbelief. Are you serious? You would sue your own daughter? Your only child? I'm simply exploring my legal rights regarding a fraudulent mortgage on my property, I correct her. The fact that the fraud was perpetrated by my daughter is unfortunate, but irrelevant to the legal question. A beat of silence then. Dad would be so disappointed in you right now. The attempt to manipulate me through Richard's memory ignites a flash of anger so intense it momentarily takes my breath away. Don't you dare invoke your father's name to justify what you've done, I say, my voice low and controlled. Richard would be appalled by your actions, and we both know it. I end the call before she can respond, my hands shaking slightly as I place the phone in my purse. The encounter confirms what I need to know. Caroline has no remorse, only indignation that I'm not accepting her actions as reasonable. There will be no appeal to her better nature, no reconciliation that doesn't involve concrete legal and financial protections for myself. My next stop is the office of Harriet Winters, the elder law attorney whose name topped my research list. Her receptionist informs me she has no openings for 2 weeks, but when I briefly explain my situation, I'm told to wait. 5 minutes later, I'm seated across from Harriet herself, a sharp-eyed woman about my age with a no-nonsense demeanor that immediately puts me at ease. Financial exploitation of seniors is 90% of my practice these days, she explains after hearing my story. Usually it's scammers or caregivers, but family members are increasingly common perpetrators. What makes your case unusual is how quickly you're responding. Most victims don't seek help until the damage is much more extensive. I spent 15 years in corporate finance before becoming a teacher, I explain. I recognize a fraudulent transaction when I see one, even when my own daughter is behind it. Harriet's eyebrows rise slightly. Finance to teaching. That's an interesting career path. I wanted work that aligned better with raising a family, I reply. The irony of sacrificing career advancement for a daughter who would ultimately betray me not lost on either of us. Well, your background serves you well now, Harriet says briskly. Here's our path forward. First, we file for an emergency injunction to prevent any further financial transactions involving your property. Then we challenge the validity of the mortgage based on fraudulent representation and potential forgery. Simultaneously, we pursue elder abuse charges through Adult Protective Services, which gives us additional legal leverage. The decisive strategy resonates with my own thinking. How long will this process take? That depends on several factors, including how aggressively your daughter and son-in-law fight back, Harriet replies candidly. But my goal would be to have the mortgage invalidated within 3 to 6 months. I sign the retainer agreement without hesitation, authorizing a $5,000 initial payment from my limited funds. As I prepare to leave, Harriet offers one final piece of advice. Eleanor, document everything from this point forward. Every conversation, every text message, every financial document you can access. Information is your most valuable asset right now. I smile at the echo of my father's wisdom from so many years ago. Information is currency, I agree, and I intend to be very, very wealthy in that regard. Returning to my motel room, I set up a proper workspace at the small table by the window. My teacher's organizational skills merge with my long-dormant financial analyst's methodology as I create a systematic approach to gathering and categorizing information. Caroline and Greg believe they're dealing with a heartbroken widow, too overcome by grief to mount an effective defense. They're about to discover just how wrong they are. As evening falls, I receive a text from an unfamiliar number. Mrs. Bishop, this is Kevin Zhao. I worked with Greg on the medical records project until last month. We should talk. Call if interested. I stare at the message, a small smile forming. The intelligence-gathering phase of my plan may have just received an unexpected boost. I save the number, considering my next move carefully. Caroline and Greg wanted to use my home as capital for their business ambitions. They're about to learn a harsh lesson about the true cost of that decision. I meet Kevin Zhao at a coffee shop in the next town over, far enough from Cedar Grove to avoid casual observation, yet public enough to feel safe meeting a stranger. He's younger than I expected, probably in his late 20s, with an earnest expression and the slightly rumpled appearance of someone who prioritizes intellect over presentation. "Thank you for meeting me, Mrs. Bishop," he says, fidgeting with his coffee cup. "I wasn't sure you'd respond to my text." "I'm curious how you got my number, Mr. Zhao," I reply, maintaining a teacher's calm authority despite my own curiosity. He has the grace to look embarrassed. "I had access to Green Innovation's contact database before I left. Your information was listed under potential investors." The revelation shouldn't surprise me, but it does. Caroline and Greg had apparently been planning to approach me for investment even before they resorted to mortgaging my home without consent. "And why exactly did you leave Green Innovations?" I ask, getting to the heart of the matter. Kevin glances around before leaning forward. "Ethical concerns, Mrs. Bishop. Greg recruited me from medical software development, promising we'd create an AI system to improve patient record security. But once funding became tight, the focus shifted to less ethical applications. Be specific, please. They're developing an algorithm to identify patients likely to benefit from expensive treatments, but with insurance limitations that would prevent full payment to providers. His voice drops further. Essentially, helping healthcare companies avoid treating patients who would cost them money. The business model's cynicism is breathtaking. And this is what my home was mortgaged to fund? Kevin nods, misery evident in his expression. When I questioned the pivot, Greg let me go, said I lacked business vision. 3 others left with me. What remains is a skeleton crew of recent graduates, too inexperienced to recognize the legal quicksand they're standing in. Do you have documentation of this transition? I ask. My former financial analyst's mind immediately focused on concrete evidence. Some. Emails, meeting notes, the original business plan versus current development guidelines. He hesitates. I shouldn't have these materials, technically speaking. But I was concerned enough to secure copies before leaving. Would you be willing to share them with my attorney? His response is immediate. That's why I contacted you. When I heard through mutual connections that Greg had somehow secured major funding despite our product issues, and that it involved his mother-in-law's property, it didn't feel right to stay silent. We spend the next hour reviewing the materials Kevin has brought on a secure flash drive. The picture that emerges is damning. Green innovations began with legitimate healthcare technology aspirations, but pivoted toward ethically questionable applications when initial development proved more challenging than anticipated. More concerning, their current approach carries significant legal risks under healthcare discrimination laws, a fact Greg seems to have deliberately concealed from potential investors. This company will never succeed, I conclude. My financial analysis skills rusty, but still functional. Even if they complete development, the legal challenges would bankrupt them before they could scale. That's my assessment as well, Kevin agrees, which makes the mortgage situation even more troubling. That money will evaporate with nothing to show for it. As we prepare to leave, Kevin hesitates. Mrs. Bishop, I hope this helps. I'm not typically a whistleblower, but he trails off, searching for words. You have integrity, Mr. Zhao, I finish for him, an increasingly rare commodity. Thank you. Back at the Harbor Inn, I secure Kevin's flash drive in my laptop bag and call Harriet Winters to brief her on this new information. Her response is immediate and strategic. This strengthens our case significantly, she confirms. If we can prove Greg knew the business model was fundamentally flawed when securing the mortgage, it adds weight to the fraud allegations. I'll expedite our filing for the emergency injunction. After ending the call, I check my messages. 3 more from Caroline, increasingly demanding, and 1 from Greg that makes my blood boil. Eleanor, Caroline is upset by your dramatic reaction. The mortgage is a standard business arrangement. If you persist with this attorney nonsense, you'll only waste money you clearly need. Be reasonable. The condescension in his tone, addressing me by my first name, dismissing my legal rights as nonsense, positioning himself as the voice of reason, ignites something beyond anger. It crystallizes my resolve. I don't respond to either of them. Instead, I call Marion at the bank to confirm the insurance funds will be available tomorrow as planned. Then I contact Martha, my neighbor who has been keeping an eye on my house. There's been a lot of activity, Martha reports. Caroline and Greg were there all yesterday evening, removing boxes, and today a young man in a business suit was taking photographs of the exterior. Photographs? This is unexpected and concerning. Yes, measuring the yard too, like a property assessment. The implications are disturbing. Are they already planning to sell my home? Or perhaps planning renovations to increase its value for a future sale? Either scenario suggests they're moving forward aggressively, despite my clear opposition. Martha, would you be willing to keep a log of all visitors and activities you observe at the house? It could be important for my legal case. Already started one, she assures me, the efficient librarian she was before retirement, evident in her approach. Dates, times, descriptions, even a few discreet photos from my garden when they were loading boxes into Greg's car. You're a godsend, I tell her sincerely. Nonsense. What they're doing isn't right, Eleanor. Richard would be furious. The mention of my late husband brings both pain and clarity. Richard was always my moral compass in difficult situations, his integrity unwavering even when it cost us financially. What would he advise now? The answer comes with perfect clarity. Protect yourself first, then seek justice, not revenge. The distinction is crucial. With this principle in mind, I review my plan for tomorrow when the insurance funds become available. I need to secure the money while maintaining maximum flexibility for whatever legal challenges lie ahead. Caroline and Greg have shown they're willing to forge documents and manipulate financial instruments. I cannot underestimate their potential for further deception. My phone buzzes with another text from Caroline. Mom, this silent treatment is childish. Greg and I are trying to create generational wealth for our family, including you. Stop making this personal. The stunning lack of self-awareness would be almost comical if it weren't so infuriating. Making it personal, to object to someone mortgaging your home without consent? The mental gymnastics required for such a position are truly Olympian. For a brief moment, I wonder what happened to the daughter I thought I raised. Was she always this person, and I simply refused to see it? Or did something change her along the way? Perhaps Greg's influence, or the materialistic values that seem to drive their every decision. The questions have no satisfying answers, and ultimately, they don't change my current reality. My home is encumbered with a fraudulent mortgage. My daughter and son-in-law see me as a financial resource rather than a person deserving of respect and consideration. And at 68, recently widowed, I am starting over in ways I never imagined. Tomorrow, when the insurance money becomes available, I will begin the process of rebuilding my security, and Caroline and Greg will begin to understand exactly what they've awakened in the mother they so gravely underestimated. Friday morning dawns, clear and bright, a perfect New England autumn day that belies the storm brewing in my personal life. I check out of the Harbor Inn after 4 nights, the longest I've ever stayed in a motel, and drive directly to Coastal Community Bank. Marion greets me with the good news I've been waiting for. The insurance funds are fully available as of this morning, she confirms in the privacy of her office. All $750,000 has cleared and is ready for your instructions. The amount still seems surreal to me. More money than Richard and I ever had at our disposal at one time. We'd purchased the policy 30 years ago when term life insurance was relatively inexpensive, never expecting to need it until we were both much older. Richard's early death at 70 from aggressive pancreatic cancer hadn't been in our careful retirement calculations. I'd like to move $700,000 to a new account at First Atlantic Bank, I tell Marion, having researched my options extensively. The remaining $50,000 should stay here in a new account under my name only. Marion nods, processing my request without question. She understands the strategy. Dividing assets between institutions provides additional security against unauthorized access. First Atlantic has no connection to my existing financial history with Caroline, making it far more difficult for her to attempt any further financial maneuvers against me. I've prepared the wire transfer authorization, she says, sliding the form across her desk. Once you sign, the funds should reach First Atlantic within hours. As I sign the document, I feel a curious mixture of grief and empowerment. The money represents Richard's final act of protection, a safeguard he put in place decades ago, maintained faithfully through years when premiums felt burdensome against our teachers' salaries, all to ensure I would never face financial insecurity in my final years. Richard would be proud of how you're handling this, Marion says softly, as if reading my thoughts. He always said you were the backbone of your family, even when you let him think he was. The observation brings unexpected tears to my eyes, the first I've shed today, though surely not the last. Thank you for saying that, I manage, accepting the tissue she discreetly offers. With the transfer initiated, I move to the next phase of my plan. Harriet has arranged for me to meet with a real estate attorney immediately after my bank appointment. The timing is crucial. I need expert advice before making my next move. Douglas Freeman's office occupies the second floor of a colonial building on Cedar Grove's Main Street. At 75, he's the town's most experienced real estate lawyer, having handled property transactions in the county for nearly 5 decades. Mrs. Bishop, he greets me warmly, rising from behind a desk crowded with documents. Harriet briefed me on your situation. A troubling case indeed. I appreciate his directness. I need to understand my options regarding the property itself, Mr. Freeman. Specifically, can I still sell the house despite the fraudulent mortgage? He settles back into his chair, steepling his fingers in consideration. The short answer is yes, but with complications. The mortgage, though fraudulently obtained, has been recorded against the property. Any sale would require either satisfying that lien or getting it invalidated through legal proceedings. And if I wanted to sell immediately, you'd need to either pay off the mortgage from the sale proceeds or place those funds in escrow pending resolution of the fraud case. He studies me carefully. May I ask why you're considering selling, rather than simply fighting to invalidate the mortgage? The home has been in your family for decades, as I recall. The question touches on something I've been processing since discovering Caroline's betrayal. The house doesn't feel like home anymore, I admit. Every room holds memories, now tainted by what my daughter did. And practically speaking, it's larger than I need as a widow living alone. Douglas nods in understanding. In that case, I would recommend an approach that maintains your flexibility while maximizing financial return. We can list the property while simultaneously pursuing invalidation of the fraudulent mortgage. This creates leverage from multiple directions. And what would potential buyers think about purchasing a property with ongoing legal issues? With proper disclosure and the right price adjustment, it could still be attractive to certain buyers, he explains, particularly if we structure the sale with contingencies related to mortgage resolution. The market in Cedar Grove remains strong, especially for established properties in your neighborhood. We spend the next hour outlining a strategic approach that aligns with Harriet's legal efforts. By the time I leave Douglas's office, I have a clear path forward. I will list my house for sale at a competitive price, use the legitimate interest from potential buyers as leverage against Caroline and Greg, and continue pursuing legal invalidation of the mortgage through Harriet. My next stop is Jenny Sullivan Real Estate, the most reputable agency in town. Jenny herself, a formidable woman in her 50s who has sold more Cedar Grove properties than any other realtor, greets me with professional warmth that shifts to genuine concern when I explain my situation. Eleanor, this is absolutely unconscionable, she says, indignation evident in her tone. I've known Caroline since she was in my daughter's Girl Scout troop. I never would have expected this from her. Neither would I acknowledge, the simple truth still painful to admit. But here we are. I'd like to list the house as soon as possible. Jenny's efficiency matches my urgency. Within an hour, we've established a listing price of $475,000, slightly below market value to attract immediate interest, and scheduled a photographer for tomorrow morning. The listing will go live on Monday, giving me the weekend to prepare the house for showing. You'll need to disclose the mortgage situation, Jenny advises, but we can frame it as a legal matter in process of resolution. Given your property's location and condition, I expect significant interest despite the complications. As I leave her office, my phone buzzes with a text from Martha. Greg is at your house now with 3 men in business suits. They're measuring rooms and taking more photos. The information confirms my suspicions. They're already planning the next phase of their scheme, perhaps renovations to increase the property's value for eventual sale after they've fully established control. The audacity is breathtaking. I drive to a small cafe on the outskirts of town, needing a quiet space to think before my next move. Over a cup of tea and a sandwich I barely taste, I review my progress so far. The insurance money is secure and divided between 2 institutions. Legal proceedings to invalidate the mortgage are underway. The house will be listed for sale on Monday. I have documented evidence of Greg's questionable business practices through Kevin Zhao, but I still lack a critical piece of information: exactly how Caroline executed the mortgage fraud. Understanding her methods would strengthen my legal case and potentially protect me from similar attempts in the future. As if summoned by my thoughts, my phone rings with a number I don't recognize. Mrs. Bishop, this is Diane Kramer from First Fidelity Mortgage. I'm calling regarding some irregularities we've discovered in your recent home equity loan application. My heart rate accelerates. I never applied for a home equity loan with First Fidelity. That's precisely the irregularity I'm referring to, she replies, her tone shifting from professional to concerned. Our fraud department flagged the application during a routine review. The signatures and documentation didn't align with our verification processes. I would very much like to know what documentation was submitted, I tell her, reaching for my notebook. I'm currently pursuing legal action regarding a fraudulent mortgage on my property. In that case, I think we should meet in person, Mrs. Bishop. There's information you should be aware of that I'm not comfortable discussing over the phone. We arranged to meet Monday morning at her office in Portsmouth. As I end the call, a grim satisfaction settles over me. The puzzle pieces are coming together faster than I anticipated. Caroline and Greg apparently attempted to secure multiple loans against my property, not just the one I've discovered. Their greed may prove to be their undoing. Back in my car, I check my phone to find 7 missed calls from Caroline and a text that makes my blood boil. Mom, stop whatever you're doing with the insurance money. That's family money meant for all of us, not just you. We need to discuss how it should be properly distributed. The breathtaking entitlement, claiming rights to Richard's insurance policy that was explicitly designated for my financial security, solidifies my resolve. This isn't just about the house anymore. It's about establishing boundaries that should never have been necessary between a mother and daughter. I start the engine, a clear destination in mind. It's time to see exactly what Caroline and Greg have been doing to my home in my absence. I park a block away from my house, a precaution that feels strange when approaching my own home of 40 years. From Martha's driveway next door, I have a clear view of the activity. Greg's silver BMW in the driveway alongside an unfamiliar van with coastal renovations painted on its side. Through my living room windows, I can see movement, multiple people walking through my house as if they own it. Martha emerges from her side door, garden shears in hand, as a convenient prop for our conversation. They've been here since 10 this morning, she reports in a low voice, pretending to trim her hydrangeas. The renovation crew has been measuring for what sounds like a complete kitchen remodel. I heard Greg telling them to prioritize features that increase resale value. The information confirms my suspicions. They're planning to renovate and then sell my house, likely assuming I'll eventually accept their actions as a fait accompli. The sheer audacity leaves me momentarily speechless. And Carolyn? I ask, wondering if my daughter is participating in this violation. Hasn't been here today. Just Greg and the contractors. Martha hesitates, then adds, Eleanor, I don't think you should confront them alone. Greg seemed agitated when he arrived. I heard him on the phone saying something about securing the asset before she causes more problems. Her concern is valid, but I'm beyond caution now. I appreciate your worry, Martha, but I need to see exactly what they're doing. Would you mind calling me in about 15 minutes? That gives me an excuse to cut the conversation short if needed. Martha agrees reluctantly, extracting a promise that I'll leave immediately if I feel unsafe. With a steadying breath, I walk up the familiar path to my front door. The door Richard insisted on painting red because a home should announce itself with confidence, and use my key to enter. The conversation in the kitchen halts abruptly at the sound of the door opening. 4 men turn to stare as I walk into my own home. Greg and 3 strangers in work clothes holding tape measures and notepads. Eleanor! Greg recovers quickly, his surprise morphing into forced joviality. I didn't expect you today. We're just looking at some potential updates to the property. Updates to my property, I correct him calmly, setting my purse on the entry table with deliberate ease. The property you and Caroline fraudulently mortgaged while I was at the hospital with my dying husband. The renovation crew exchanges uncomfortable glances, clearly sensing they've stepped into a family dispute beyond the usual client disagreements. Greg's smile tightens. Gentlemen, would you give us a few minutes? Wait outside, and we'll continue shortly. Once they've filed out, Greg's demeanor changes instantly. What the hell do you think you're doing, Eleanor? Caroline is beside herself with your disappearing act, and now I hear you're moving money around and meeting with attorneys? This needs to stop immediately. No, Greg. What needs to stop is your assumption that you have any right to make decisions about my home or my finances. I look pointedly around the kitchen, where cabinet samples and countertop materials are spread across my table, including renovations I haven't authorized. These improvements will benefit everyone, he argues, his tone shifting to the condescending patience one might use with a difficult child. The updated kitchen will significantly increase the property's value. For whose benefit? Certainly not mine, since you've made it clear you expect me to quietly accept your theft of my home. His expression hardens. It's not theft. It's family asset management. Caroline is your only child, your heir. This house would eventually be hers anyway. That was for me to decide, not for you to take. I maintain a calm exterior, despite the fury building inside me. And to be clear, as of this morning, Caroline is no longer my heir in any capacity. This lands like a physical blow, the first indication that he recognizes real consequences may be forthcoming. What are you saying? I'm saying I've updated my will. I'm saying the insurance money from Richard is secure beyond your reach. And I'm saying this house will be listed for sale on Monday morning. Greg's face flushes with anger. You can't sell the house. There's a mortgage. A fraudulent mortgage that's currently being investigated by both my attorney and the fraud department at First Fidelity, I interrupt, taking satisfaction in his momentary confusion at the mention of First Fidelity. Yes, I know about that application too. You've been busy, haven't you? He takes a step toward me, his height suddenly intimidating in the confines of my kitchen. You're making a serious mistake, Eleanor. Caroline and I were trying to help you, providing financial management you clearly need. This vindictive response only proves you're not thinking rationally. The attempt to gaslight me, to reframe their exploitation as assistance and my self-protection as irrational, ignites something deep and fierce within me. Let me be perfectly clear, I say, my voice steady despite my racing heart. What you and Caroline did was fraud. It was elder abuse. It was a betrayal so profound I still struggle to comprehend it. But your biggest mistake wasn't the mortgage, Greg. It was underestimating me. My phone rings. Martha's promised call. I answer without taking my eyes off Greg. Yes, I'm at the house. No, everything's fine. Yes, I'll be there shortly. I end the call and retrieve my purse. The contractors can leave. There will be no renovations. A real estate photographer will be here tomorrow morning to prepare the listing. Caroline won't accept this, Greg warns, his tone now openly threatening. And neither will I. We have documentation showing your approval of these financial arrangements. Your word against ours. Who do you think people will believe? A grieving widow, possibly suffering from cognitive decline, or her concerned daughter and son-in-law? The strategy is now explicit. They'll claim I'm mentally incompetent if necessary to maintain control of my assets. I've anticipated this, but hearing it stated so baldly still chills me. Documentation can be examined for authenticity, Greg. Signatures can be verified, and cognitive ability can be professionally assessed. I move toward the door with deliberate confidence. I may be grieving, but I'm far from decline. Something you're about to learn the hard way. As I leave, I hear him already on the phone to Caroline, his voice urgent and agitated. I walk calmly to Martha's house, where she waits anxiously on her porch. You're pale as a sheet, she observes, ushering me inside. What happened? Greg just threatened to challenge my mental competence if I fight the mortgage, I tell her, accepting the glass of water she offers. They're prepared to claim I'm cognitively impaired to maintain control of my assets. Martha's outrage is immediate and validating. That's despicable. You're one of the sharpest minds in Cedar Grove. Richard always said you could calculate grocery totals faster than a cashier's scanner. The mention of this small marital joke, Richard's genuine amazement at my mental math abilities, brings unexpected comfort. He would never have doubted my competence, never would have allowed anyone to question my mental acuity. I need to document this conversation while it's fresh, I say, already reaching for my notebook. Harriet emphasized contemporaneous notes for any interactions. As I record the details of my confrontation with Greg, including his specific threats and demeanor, I feel a strange calm settling over me. The worst has happened. My daughter and son-in-law have not only stolen from me, but are now prepared to attack my mental competence to cover their theft. With this line crossed, any lingering ambivalence about my course of action evaporates. They have shown exactly who they are and what they're willing to do. Now I will show them exactly who I am. Not just the patient mother and teacher they've taken for granted, but the strategic thinker who once navigated the complexities of corporate finance and who now will use every resource at her disposal to reclaim what is rightfully hers. When Martha offers her guest room until this situation resolves, I accept gratefully. The proximity to my house will allow me to monitor their activities while having the security of a trusted friend nearby. Tomorrow, the photographer will document my home for the listing, making official my intent to sell the property that Caroline and Greg assumed they could simply appropriate. You know they'll escalate when they see the listing go live, Martha warns as she helps me settle into her guest room. I'm counting on it, I reply, a strategy already forming in my mind. Sometimes you need to provoke a reaction to expose what's really happening. In the quiet of Martha's guest room, I send a brief email to Harriet documenting Greg's threats regarding my mental competence, copying Douglas Freeman and Marion at the bank. Creating a contemporaneous record with multiple professional witnesses strengthens my position against any future claims they might make. Then I do something I've resisted until now. I write a direct message to Carolyn. I know about the fraudulent mortgage. I know about the attempt with First Fidelity. I know about Greg's renovation plans for my house, and now I know you're prepared to question my mental competence to maintain control of assets that aren't yours. This stops now. The house will be listed for sale on Monday. Any further attempts to access my property or finances will result in immediate legal action, including criminal charges. This is not a negotiation. I press send without hesitation, then silence my phone as it immediately begins to ring. There will be time for conversations later, but tonight, I need rest and clarity. Tomorrow begins the next phase of reclaiming my life, a phase Caroline and Greg are entirely unprepared for. Saturday morning brings a perfect New England autumn day. Crisp air, golden sunlight, leaves beginning to turn their brilliant reds and oranges. Under different circumstances, it would be the ideal day for the apple-picking tradition Richard and I maintained for 4 decades. Instead, I sit at Martha's kitchen table, reviewing 17 text messages and 9 voicemails from Caroline, each progressively more hostile than the last. The final voicemail, left at 2:18 a.m., contains a threat that confirms my decision to involve legal authorities. Mom, if you go through with listing the house, we'll have no choice but to petition for guardianship. We have documentation from Dad's doctor about your emotional state during his illness. No one would question a daughter's concern for her recently widowed mother making irrational financial decisions. Think very carefully about your next move. Martha, overhearing the message as I play it on speaker, nearly drops her coffee mug. They would go that far? Try to get legal control over you based on your grief? Apparently so, I reply, forwarding the voicemail to Harriet with a brief explanatory note. They've invested too much in this scheme to back down now. Jenny Sullivan's photographer arrives at 10 a.m. sharp, a young woman with an artist's eye who captures my home's best features while diplomatically working around the renovation materials Greg's team left, scattered throughout the kitchen. I accompany her through each room, experiencing a complex mixture of grief and determination as I prepare to sell the home where Richard and I raised our family, hosted countless holiday gatherings, and planned to grow old together. The listing will go live Monday morning as promised, Jenny confirms as the photographer packs up her equipment. Based on current market conditions, I expect we'll have showings requested by afternoon. Are you prepared for that? As prepared as I can be, I tell her, knowing that each showing brings me closer to a definitive break with the home that holds 40 years of memories now tainted by Caroline's betrayal. I've just returned to Martha's when Harriet calls with urgent news. Eleanor, Caroline and Greg have just filed an emergency petition for temporary guardianship, claiming you're making financially destructive decisions due to grief-induced cognitive impairment. There's a hearing scheduled for Wednesday morning. Though I've anticipated this move, the reality of my own daughter legally attempting to declare me incompetent still lands like a physical blow. That was fast, I manage, sinking into Martha's armchair. They're working with Stanley Preston, Harriet explains, naming a lawyer known for aggressive elder law tactics. But they've made critical mistakes in their haste. The petition contains demonstrably false claims about your financial history and current actions, such as, they claim you've been giving away substantial sums to strangers and refusing necessary medical care, both assertions we can easily disprove. More importantly, they failed to include an appropriate medical assessment, instead relying on notes from Richard's doctor about your emotional distress during his illness. Grief isn't cognitive impairment, I point out. Precisely. I've already arranged for you to undergo a comprehensive cognitive assessment on Monday with Dr. Abigail Warner, a geriatric psychiatrist who frequently testifies in capacity cases. Her evaluation will carry significant weight with the court. After ending the call, I sit quietly, processing this escalation. Carolyn isn't just attempting to take my home. She's now trying to legally strip me of my autonomy, to gain control over every aspect of my life under the guise of protection. The depth of this betrayal exceeds even my worst expectations. Martha, sensing my distress, sits beside me. What can I do to help? Witness statements, I decide. Strategic thinking overriding emotional response. The court will want evidence of my cognitive functioning from people who interact with me regularly. Would you be willing to provide a statement about our recent interactions? Of course, she agrees immediately. And I'll ask Pastor Williams and the library board members too. They've all seen you handling complex decisions during the church renovation committee meetings. By Sunday evening, we've collected 6 witness statements testifying to my mental acuity, organization skills, and rational decision-making in various contexts. Combined with Dr. Warner's upcoming assessment and documentation from Marion at the bank regarding my methodical financial management, we're building a compelling case against Caroline's guardianship petition. Monday brings 2 significant developments. First, Dr. Warner's cognitive assessment, which I complete with perfect scores across all measures of executive function, memory, judgment, and financial capacity. Mrs. Bishop, she tells me afterward, I conduct dozens of these assessments monthly. Your cognitive function is not merely adequate for independent living. It's exceptional for any age. My report will state this unequivocally. The second development occurs at 2 p.m. when I meet with Diane Kramer from First Fidelity Mortgage. In her office, she presents me with a shocking discovery. This application was submitted online 3 weeks ago, she explains, showing me documents bearing what appears to be my signature. It requested a $300,000 home equity line of credit on your property, in addition to the existing mortgage, with Coastal Mortgage. A second attempt to extract money from my home, I observe, examining the forged signature with dismay. Yes, but here's what's notable, Diane continues, turning to her computer. We record all online application sessions. It's disclosed in the terms of service that most people don't read. This screen recording shows the exact session when your application was created. She plays the video, a screen capture showing each field being completed with my personal information. The timestamp shows 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday, 3 weeks ago, while I was spending the night at the hospital with Richard. But most damning of all is a brief moment when the camera activates during the identity verification portion, capturing a clear image of Caroline sitting at what I recognize as Greg's home office desk, methodically filling out the fraudulent application in my name. This is irrefutable evidence, Diane states, handing me a flash drive containing the recording. Our fraud department has already filed a report with the Financial Crimes Division of the State Police. I wanted you to have a copy for your own legal proceedings. I clutch the flash drive, recognizing its value beyond mere evidence. This is the smoking gun that transforms the narrative from my word against theirs to documented, incontrovertible fraud. By Monday afternoon, as predicted, Jenny reports 5 showing requests within hours of my house listing going live. The interest validates our pricing strategy and creates immediate pressure on Caroline and Greg, who will recognize that a quick sale could void their fraudulent claims before they can stop it. When I return to Martha's house, a familiar car sits in the driveway, Caroline's red SUV. My daughter waits on the porch, her expression a mixture of anger and calculation that makes her nearly unrecognizable to me. We need to talk, she says, as I approach, not bothering with greetings. This has gone far enough. I pause at the bottom of the steps, maintaining physical distance that feels suddenly necessary. I agree. Your attempts to fraudulently mortgage my home, sell it without my consent, and now declare me incompetent have indeed gone far enough. Her eyes narrow at my calm defiance. You don't understand what you're doing. The guardianship petition is for your own protection. You're making irrational decisions based on grief. Protecting my assets from theft is perhaps the most rational decision I've made recently, I counter. And as for the guardianship petition, I look forward to presenting evidence of your fraud to the judge on Wednesday. Caroline's composure slips, genuine alarm crossing her features. What evidence? The screen recording from First Fidelity showing you completing a fraudulent loan application in my name, for starters. I watch this land, confirming she had no idea such evidence existed. The application you submitted while I was at the hospital with your dying father. She recovers quickly, years of practice at emotional manipulation evident in her swift pivot. Mom, you're not thinking clearly. Dad's death has affected you more than you realize. Greg and I are trying to secure the family's financial future, including yours. Why can't you see that we're trying to help you? The audacity of this framing, casting their theft as assistance, reignites my determination. Caroline, this conversation is over. I will see you in court on Wednesday. Any further communication should go through our respective attorneys. As I move to walk past her up the stairs, she grabs my arm, a gesture so unexpected and inappropriate that we both freeze in momentary shock. "You can't do this," she hisses, fingers digging into my sleeve. "Do you have any idea what this could do to Greg's business? To our reputation in Cedar Grove? To the kids' college funds?" I gently but firmly remove her hand. "You should have considered those consequences before committing fraud. Now please leave before I call the police to report this harassment." Something shifts in her expression, the calculation giving way to genuine anger. "This isn't over. You have no idea what you're up against." As she storms to her car and drives away, Martha emerges from inside the house where she's been wisely monitoring our interaction. "Are you all right?" she asks, concern evident in her voice. "I'm fine," I assure her, though my racing heart suggests otherwise. "But I think we need to install security cameras here too. This is escalating in ways I didn't fully anticipate." That evening, I forward the first fidelity evidence to Harriet, along with a detailed account of Caroline's ambush and implied threats. Each document, each recorded interaction strengthens our position for Wednesday's hearing, a hearing that will determine not just control of my assets, but the fundamental question of my autonomy as a competent adult. As I prepare for bed in Martha's guest room, I find myself thinking of Richard and what he would make of this situation. The man who taught high school mathematics for 40 years, who approached problems with logical precision, who valued integrity above all else, what would he advise now? The answer comes with perfect clarity. Proceed with truth and documentation. Let the evidence speak, and remember that while Caroline may have been our daughter, she has made her choices as an adult and must face adult consequences. With this resolution firm in my mind, I turn out the light, ready for whatever tomorrow brings. Tuesday morning brings an unexpected visit from Detective Sandra Morris of the Cedar Grove Police Department's Financial Crimes Unit. She arrives at Martha's house precisely at 9 a.m., her demeanor professional but sympathetic as she explains the purpose of her visit. "Mrs. Bishop, we've received concerning reports from several financial institutions regarding potentially fraudulent activities involving your accounts and property," she begins, once we're seated in Martha's living room. "I'd like to ask you some questions about these matters, if you're comfortable doing so." "I'm not only comfortable, Detective Morris. I'm relieved," I tell her, retrieving my organized folder of documentation. "I've been gathering evidence of these fraudulent activities for the past week. For the next 2 hours, I provide Detective Morris with a comprehensive account of Caroline and Greg's actions: the unauthorized mortgage, the attempted home equity line of credit, Greg's renovation plans for a house he doesn't own, and now the guardianship petition filed to prevent me from protecting my assets. This is one of the more egregious cases of elder financial exploitation I've seen," Detective Morris comments as she reviews the first fidelity screen recording, showing Caroline completing the fraudulent application. "The premeditation is particularly concerning. My daughter and son-in-law appear to believe my age makes me an easy target," I observe, the painful truth no less difficult to articulate despite days of processing this betrayal. "Unfortunately, that's a common misconception among financial exploiters," Detective Morris replies. "They often underestimate older adults' resilience and resourcefulness." She closes her notebook with a decisive snap. "Based on the evidence you've provided and the reports from financial institutions, we have sufficient grounds to open a formal criminal investigation." The words land with a weight I wasn't fully prepared for. Criminal investigation. Despite everything, some part of me has been hoping for resolution that doesn't involve potential criminal charges against my only child. But Caroline's escalating aggression, particularly the guardianship petition and her confrontation yesterday, has eliminated that possibility. What happens next, I ask, my teacher's practicality asserting itself through the emotional turbulence. "We'll take formal statements from the financial institutions involved, document the evidence you've provided, and present the case to the district attorney for potential charges." Detective Morris's expression softens slightly. "Mrs. Bishop, I understand this is exceptionally difficult given the family relationship. If charges are filed, would you be willing to testify?" The question crystallizes the choice before me. To protect myself fully, I must be willing to testify against my own daughter in criminal court. The prospect is heartbreaking, yet the alternative, allowing Caroline and Greg to continue their exploitation unchecked, is unacceptable. "Yes," I say firmly, pushing aside maternal instincts that no longer serve either of us. "I will testify if needed." After Detective Morris leaves with copies of my evidence, I call Harriet to update her on this development. Her response is immediately strategic. This strengthens our position for tomorrow's guardianship hearing significantly, she notes. A criminal investigation into the very people seeking guardianship over you creates an obvious conflict of interest. I'll file a supplementary brief this afternoon. By early afternoon, Jenny Sullivan calls with updates that further validate our approach. We've received 11 showing requests for the house so far, including 3 from pre-qualified buyers. I've scheduled them starting Thursday, assuming Wednesday's hearing goes as expected. It will, I assure her, confidence growing with each piece of evidence, each professional ally who recognizes the legitimacy of my position. My phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. Mrs. Bishop, this is Kevin Zhao again. Greg just sent an email to all former employees threatening legal action if we spread misinformation about green innovations. He's clearly panicking. Thought you should know. This indirect confirmation that our counteroffensive is having its intended effect bolsters my resolve. I forward the message to Harriet, another piece in our growing documentation of Caroline and Greg's increasingly desperate attempts to maintain control of their fraudulent scheme. Late Tuesday afternoon brings perhaps the most significant development yet. Douglas Freeman calls with news about the fraudulent mortgage. Eleanor, we've made a critical discovery, he begins, excitement evident in his typically measured tone. The notary whose stamp appears on the mortgage documents has filed a report stating her stamp was used without authorization. She has never met you and was actually on vacation in Florida the day the documents were supposedly notarized in Cedar Grove. Another forgery, I conclude, adding this to the mountain of evidence against Caroline and Greg. Not just forgery. Notary fraud is a separate criminal offense, Douglas explains. I forwarded all documentation to Detective Morris and updated Harriet for tomorrow's hearing. By Tuesday evening, as Martha and I prepare a simple dinner, the pieces have aligned with a clarity that transcends my initial shock and grief. What began as a personal betrayal has evolved into a documented pattern of criminal behavior that extends beyond family drama into the realm of serious legal consequences. Are you ready for tomorrow? Martha asks as we clean up after dinner, concern evident in her voice. As ready as I can be, I reply honestly. I never imagined having to defend my competence against my own daughter in court, but here we are. Here we are indeed, Martha agrees, handing me a freshly dried plate to put away. But you're not facing it alone. Half the town is outraged on your behalf since word got out about what they've done. This is news to me. Word got out? How? Martha looks slightly sheepish. Well, Pastor Williams might have mentioned during Sunday service that we should pray for a community member facing elder exploitation from family members. He didn't name names, but everyone in Cedar Grove can connect those particular dots. I finish, torn between embarrassment at my private troubles, becoming public knowledge, and gratitude for the community support. Caroline and Greg showed up at church looking like they'd swallowed lemons, Martha continues with undisguised satisfaction. Left before the coffee hour when 3 different people asked pointed questions about your well-being. The image brings an unexpected smile to my face, the first genuine amusement I've felt in days. Public opinion in small towns can be a powerful force, and it appears that force is aligning firmly in my favor. That night, as I prepare for bed, I review the timeline of events Harriet has helped me create for tomorrow's hearing. The chronology is damning. While I sat at Richard's bedside during his final days, Caroline and Greg were actively plotting to exploit my distraction and grief for financial gain. The documented evidence creates an irrefutable narrative of opportunistic predation rather than concerned family members protecting a cognitively impaired elder. My phone buzzes with one final text before I turn in for the night. From Kevin Zhao again. Just heard Green Innovations lost their office lease. Landlord cited reputational concerns after local bank withdrew financing commitment. Greg was escorted out by security after making threats. The house of cards is collapsing faster than I anticipated. As I set my alarm for 6 a.m., early enough to prepare thoroughly for the 9 a.m. hearing, I feel an unfamiliar sense of vindication. Not pleasure in Caroline and Greg's downfall, but validation that the systems designed to protect vulnerable adults can sometimes work as intended when activated by someone with the knowledge and resources to navigate them effectively. Tomorrow, I will face my daughter across a courtroom, defending my mental competence against her attempts to seize control of my life. It will be painful, possibly traumatic, certainly life-altering. But tonight, I rest in the certainty that truth documented is a powerful shield against those who would exploit vulnerability, even when those exploiters share your DNA. In the quiet darkness of Martha's guest room, I whisper to Richard's memory, "I'm doing what needs to be done. I hope you understand." The silence that follows feels, somehow, like his approval. Cedar Grove's courthouse dates back to 1892, its imposing granite facade and broad marble steps designed to inspire respect for the law. I've passed it thousands of times during my decades in town, but never entered its doors until today, the day I must defend my competence against my own daughter's attempts to declare me incapable of managing my affairs. Harriet meets me on the courthouse steps at 8:30 a.m., her confident demeanor and impeccable charcoal suit providing reassurance. Martha walks beside me, having insisted on accompanying me for moral support. Several familiar faces nod greeting as we enter. The town librarian, 2 former teaching colleagues, Pastor Williams, their presence unexpected but fortifying. Word travels fast in small towns, Harriet observes, noting my surprise at the community turnout. And people generally dislike seeing one of their own mistreated, especially someone with your standing in the community. The courtroom is more intimate than television depictions would suggest, a compact space with well-worn wooden benches, walls paneled in dark oak, and morning sunlight filtering through tall windows. I spot Caroline and Greg immediately, seated at the respondents' table with their attorney, Stanley Preston, a corpulent man whose expensive suit and aggressive reputation precede him. Caroline looks up as we enter, her expression briefly vulnerable before hardening into something unreadable. Greg leans toward Preston, whispering urgently while gesturing toward a document before them. Neither acknowledges my presence directly. "They received our supplemental filing with the criminal investigation details this morning," Harriet whispers as we take our seats at the petitioner's table. Based on their body language, they weren't prepared for that development. Judge Helen Watkins enters promptly at 9 a.m., a slender woman in her 60s with silver hair cut in a practical bob and reading glasses perched on her nose. Her reputation for no-nonsense efficiency in family court matters is well known in legal circles, according to Harriet. "Good morning," she begins, reviewing the papers before her. "We're here regarding case number FC 2023-157 in the matter of Eleanor Bishop. This is a hearing on a petition for temporary guardianship filed by Caroline Reynolds, the respondent's daughter. I've reviewed the petition and supporting documentation as well as the respondent's opposition filing." Judge Watkins peers over her glasses, her gaze direct and evaluating as it moves between our table and Caroline's. "Before we proceed, I must address the supplemental filing submitted this morning regarding an active criminal investigation into the petitioners for alleged financial exploitation of the respondent. Mr. Preston, were you aware of this development when filing for guardianship?" Preston rises, his confident baritone filling the courtroom. "Your Honor, we were not aware of any formal investigation at the time of filing. My clients categorically deny any wrongdoing and believe these allegations are manifestations of Mrs. Bishop's confusion and emotional distress following her husband's death." Judge Watkins's expression remains neutral, but her response is pointed. "Interesting theory, Counselor. Perhaps you could explain why the Cedar Grove Police Department's Financial Crimes Unit and 2 separate banking institutions have independently identified potential criminal activity." Preston shifts tactics seamlessly. "Your Honor, regardless of these unsubstantiated allegations, the core issue remains Mrs. Bishop's current decision-making capacity. Her recent behavior, disappearing for days, attempting to sell her primary residence without secured housing alternatives, making large financial transfers, demonstrates impaired judgment consistent with grief-induced cognitive decline." Harriet rises, her voice calm but forceful. "Your Honor, we have comprehensive evidence refuting both the guardianship petition's claims and Mr. Preston's characterization. Dr. Abigail Warner's cognitive assessment, conducted yesterday, shows Mrs. Bishop's executive function and decision-making capacity are not merely adequate, but exceptional for her age or any age. Additionally, we have documentation proving the concerning behaviors cited in the petition were, In fact, rational responses to discovering she was the victim of financial exploitation. Judge Watkins nods. I've reviewed Dr. Warner's assessment, which is indeed compelling. Mr. Preston, the petition cites Mrs. Bishop's grief as the primary factor in her alleged incapacity. Can you provide specific evidence of cognitive impairment beyond emotional distress following her husband's death? Preston's momentary hesitation speaks volumes. Your Honor, we have statements from the petitioner describing instances of confusion, memory lapses, and uncharacteristic decision-making. Anecdotal observations from an interested party, Judge Watkins notes, who, according to these police reports, was simultaneously attempting to secure fraudulent loans against Mrs. Bishop's property. That creates, at minimum, a significant conflict of interest. She turns toward me. Mrs. Bishop, I'd like to hear directly from you about these events. As I stand, I feel Caroline's gaze burning into me from across the courtroom. For a moment, I remember her as a small child, pigtails askew, determined expression as she learned to ride a bike, her little hand trustingly in mine as we crossed streets. The contrast with the stranger watching me now, the woman who forged documents while I sat beside her dying father, creates a pain so acute it momentarily steals my breath, but only momentarily. I straighten my shoulders and address the court with the same clear, measured voice I used for 40 years in my classroom. Your Honor, while I was sitting with my husband during his final days, my daughter and son-in-law executed a complex scheme to mortgage my fully paid home without my knowledge or consent. When I discovered this fraud upon returning home after Richard's death, Caroline told me, and I quote, "He needed it more than you do," referring to her husband's business needs versus my financial security. I continue methodically through the timeline of events, describing each discovery, each piece of evidence, each step I've taken to protect my assets and autonomy. Throughout my testimony, I maintain direct eye contact with Judge Watkins, my voice steady, despite the emotional weight of publicly detailing my daughter's betrayal. The actions I've taken, securing my insurance funds, consulting attorneys, listing my house for sale, are not signs of confusion or impairment. They are rational, strategic responses to discovering I had been financially exploited by family members I trusted implicitly. As I conclude my testimony, the courtroom remains utterly silent. Judge Watkins studies me for a long moment before turning to Caroline. Ms. Reynolds, would you like to address your mother's testimony? Caroline rises slowly, her composure visibly strained. Your Honor, my mother has always been strong-willed and independent. Those qualities made her an excellent teacher and parent. But since my father's diagnosis, she's been different, more paranoid, quick to assume the worst about family members' intentions. The attempt to reframe my protection of my assets as paranoia might have been effective if not for the mountain of documentation proving the legitimacy of my concerns. Judge Watkins's expression suggests she recognizes this disconnect. Ms. Reynolds, the court has documentation of a mortgage application bearing your mother's forged signature, security footage of you completing a fraudulent loan application in her name, and testimony from a notary stating her credentials were falsified on documents you submitted. How do you reconcile these facts with your characterization of your mother's concerns as paranoid? Caroline falters, looking to Preston for guidance. He rises again, smoothly intervening. Your Honor, these allegations, while concerning if proven true, don't negate the legitimate worry about Mrs. Bishop's current judgment and welfare. We believe a neutral third-party evaluation of her living situation and financial management would benefit everyone involved. Judge Watkins removes her glasses, fixing Preston with a direct gaze. Counselor, what I'm seeing is an attempt to use this court to gain control over assets that your clients have already tried to access through potentially criminal means. That is not the purpose of guardianship provisions. She turns back to the documents before her, reviewing them silently for several moments before delivering her ruling. The petition for temporary guardianship is denied. Furthermore, I'm issuing a financial protection order prohibiting Caroline Reynolds and Gregory Reynolds from accessing any accounts, properties, or assets belonging to Eleanor Bishop. Relief washes over me. Not celebration, but the quieter satisfaction of being believed, of having my autonomy affirmed by the court. Judge Watkins isn't finished. Mrs. Bishop, while I'm denying this guardianship petition, I want to ensure you have appropriate support systems in place, given your recent widowhood and these family complications. Would you be amenable to a court-appointed elder advocate checking in periodically? I would welcome that, Your Honor, I reply honestly. Additional professional oversight seems prudent given recent events. She nods, satisfied, then turns a stern gaze toward Caroline and Greg. And to the petitioners. Be advised that filing guardianship petitions as a means to gain control of assets is an abuse of this court's purpose. Given the active criminal investigation, I am forwarding all documentation from this hearing to the District Attorney's Office for their review. As Judge Watkins concludes the hearing, I exhale slowly, feeling a complex mixture of vindication and sorrow. I've won this battle. My autonomy is secure, my competence officially recognized, but the cost has been the final fracturing of my relationship with my only child, a loss that sits heavily alongside my grief for Richard. Martha squeezes my hand as we rise to leave. You did it, Eleanor. You stood your ground. Yes, I think as we exit the courtroom, carefully avoiding Caroline's gaze, I stood my ground. But the ground beneath us all has irrevocably shifted, and what remains is forever altered by what we've lost. The 24 hours following the hearing pass in a blur of activity. Jenny Sullivan reports 5 scheduled showings of my house for Thursday and Friday, with interest exceeding her expectations. Harriet files the judge's financial protection order with all relevant financial institutions, creating an additional layer of security around my assets. Douglas Freeman expedites paperwork to formally challenge the fraudulent mortgage, strengthened by the notary's affidavit confirming her stamp was used without authorization. By Thursday morning, a strange calm has settled over me, the quiet after a storm when damage is assessed and rebuilding begins. I return to my house for the first time since confronting Greg, needing to prepare it for the upcoming showings. Martha insists on accompanying me, concerned about potential confrontations if Caroline or Greg appear. But the house stands empty, sunlight streaming through windows that need washing, mail piled neatly on the entry table, courtesy of Martha's daily collection. The renovation materials have disappeared from the kitchen, leaving only faint marks on the countertops where samples once sat. The silence holds a quality I can't quite name, not peace exactly, but absence. As if the house itself is holding its breath, waiting to learn its fate. It feels different, I observe, moving through rooms that contain 40 years of my life, like it's already not mine anymore. Houses know things, Martha replies with the matter-of-fact wisdom of someone who has lived in the same home for 6 decades. They feel when change is coming. We spend the morning preparing for the showings, dusting, vacuuming, arranging fresh flowers in strategic locations. I place family photographs in drawers, unable to bear the sight of Caroline's smiling face watching me as I systematically dismantle the life we shared in this space. The task is both practical and symbolic, clearing physical reminders of the past to make room for an uncertain future. By early afternoon, we've transformed the house into the impersonal showcase needed for successful viewings. As we finish, my phone rings with a number I don't recognize. Mrs. Bishop? This is Amanda Tilley from the District Attorney's Office. Do you have a few minutes to discuss the investigation into Caroline and Gregory Reynolds? I step onto the back porch for privacy, steeling myself for whatever comes next. Yes, I'm available. What can I tell you? We've reviewed the evidence provided by Detective Morris and the documentation from yesterday's court hearing. Based on our assessment, we're preparing to file criminal charges for mortgage fraud, identity theft, financial exploitation of an elder, and forgery against both Caroline and Gregory Reynolds. Though I've known this was a possibility, even a probability given the substantial evidence, hearing it stated so officially sends a chill through me. My daughter facing criminal charges, my grandson's parents potentially incarcerated. What happens next? I ask, my voice steadier than I feel. We'll be presenting the case to the grand jury next week for indictment. If they return true bills, we'll issue arrest warrants. Given the nature of the charges and the defendant's community ties, they'll likely be permitted to surrender themselves rather than being arrested at home or work. The clinical description of a process that will shatter what remains of my family feels surreal. And if they're convicted? These charges typically carry sentences of 2 to 5 years, though first-time offenders often receive probation with restitution requirements. Given the amount involved and the exploitation aspect, however, Some jail time is possible. After ending the call, I sit alone on the porch steps, the same steps where Richard and I watched countless sunsets, where Caroline learned to jump rope, where neighborhood children gathered for popsicles on summer afternoons. The weight of what's happening settles over me. My actions, while necessary for self-protection, have set in motion consequences that will affect not just Caroline and Greg, but their children, my grandchildren, as well. Martha finds me there, still processing. "Bad news?" she asks, settling beside me. "Criminal charges are being filed next week," I tell her. "Mortgage fraud, identity theft, elder exploitation, forgery." She nods, unsurprised. "They made their choices, Eleanor. Repeatedly. This isn't your doing. Isn't it, though? I could choose not to cooperate with the prosecution. I could decline to testify." Martha considers this, her expression thoughtful. "You could. And what message would that send? That exploitation has no consequences? That betraying family trust is acceptable if you're eventually caught? That laws protecting vulnerable adults don't matter if the perpetrator is related to the victim?" Her questions cut through my momentary doubt. "You're right. It's just difficult to reconcile the daughter I thought I raised with someone capable of these actions. People surprise us," Martha says simply. "Sometimes wonderfully, sometimes terribly. The question is how we respond to those surprises." Our conversation is interrupted by Jenny's arrival for the first showing, a couple in their 30s with a toddler and another child on the way, looking for a family home with history and character. I watch from Martha's driveway as they tour my house, the young woman's hand resting on her pregnant belly, as she gazes up at the magnolia tree Richard planted the year we moved in. "They love it," Jenny reports afterward, "particularly the established garden and the reading nook under the stairs. They're pre-approved and considering making an offer after their second viewing tomorrow. The news should bring satisfaction, evidence that my counter-strategy is working, but instead leaves me feeling hollow. Another family will make memories in these rooms, will celebrate holidays under this roof, will plant their own trees and watch them grow to maturity. Life continuing its relentless forward movement while I navigate the wreckage of what once was. Friday brings 3 more showings and confirmation from Harriet that the fraudulent mortgage is being formally challenged through legal channels, with the bank initiating its own internal fraud investigation. By evening, Jenny calls with news that the young couple wishes to make an offer, $455,000, slightly below asking but with minimal contingencies, and a flexible closing timeline. "It's a solid offer from qualified buyers who genuinely love the house," Jenny advises. "In this market, with the known complications regarding the mortgage situation, I'd recommend serious consideration." I agree to review the formal offer when it arrives Saturday morning. As I end the call, an email notification appears on my phone. From Caroline, the first direct communication since the court hearing. My finger hovers over the screen. Momentary hesitation before opening it. "Mom, my attorney has advised me not to contact you given the pending criminal investigation, but I needed to say this directly. I never intended for things to escalate to this point. What began as a temporary solution to Greg's business funding needs spiraled beyond what either of us anticipated. I've been informed that you're selling the house and have received an offer. While I still believe our original plan would have benefited everyone in the long run, I recognize that you see it differently. I won't contest the sale or create further complications. The district attorney's office has contacted us regarding potential criminal charges. I don't know what will happen next, but I'm trying to shield the children from as much of this as possible. They're already asking why they haven't seen you, and I don't know what to tell them. Caroline." The email's careful wording, no direct admission of wrongdoing, no explicit apology, emphasis on shielding the children rather than acknowledging harm done, reflects the Caroline I now know rather than the daughter I thought I had. Even facing criminal charges, she cannot bring herself to take full responsibility for her actions or express genuine remorse. Yet beneath my disappointment, a flicker of maternal concern persists. The children, my grandchildren, are innocent casualties in this conflict. Their lives will be irrevocably altered by their parents' choices and the consequences now unfolding. I draft and delete 3 responses before settling on one that maintains necessary boundaries while acknowledging my continued connection to my grandchildren. Carolyn, I am proceeding with the sale of the house and expect to accept an offer this weekend. The legal processes regarding the fraudulent mortgage and other matters will continue as determined by the relevant authorities. Regarding the children, they have done nothing wrong and should not suffer additional loss. If you are comfortable with supervised visits arranged through a neutral third party, I would welcome the opportunity to maintain my relationship with them during this difficult time. Eleanor. As I press send, I recognize that this communication represents a new phase in our fractured relationship, not reconciliation, but a carefully negotiated détente that prioritizes the children's well-being while maintaining the boundaries necessary for my protection. The house grows quiet as evening settles. Martha has gone to her book club, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the gentle tick of the grandfather clock Richard restored the year before his diagnosis. Tomorrow, I will likely accept an offer on the house where we built our life together. Next week, my daughter may face criminal indictment. The future I once envisioned, peaceful widowhood in my family home, surrounded by children and grandchildren, has vanished, replaced by something I'm still struggling to define. Yet beneath the grief and uncertainty, a foundation of quiet strength has emerged, a capacity to protect myself, to navigate complex systems, to rebuild from betrayal. These too are legacy from Richard and our life together, though I never expected to need them in quite this way. 3 months after that fateful day when I discovered the fraudulent mortgage, I stand in the sunlit living room of my new condominium, surrounded by carefully selected belongings from my former home. The space is smaller but thoughtfully designed. 2 bedrooms, an open kitchen and living area, a small balcony overlooking the community garden. Most importantly, it's fully paid for with a portion of Richard's insurance money, secured against any future attempts at exploitation. The sale of the house closed 2 weeks ago, $455,000 from the young couple expecting their second child. They'd been gracious about the delayed closing while the fraudulent mortgage situation was resolved, their patience rewarded with a solid family home at a fair price. Douglas Freeman had worked miracles, collaborating with bank fraud investigators to expedite the mortgage invalidation process once the notary fraud evidence came to light. The sale proceeds now sit in a carefully structured trust, an additional layer of protection recommended by Harriet. A knock at the door interrupts my contemplation. Martha enters carrying a flowering plant for my balcony, her latest contribution to what she calls my fresh start garden. The moving crew did a nice job, she observes, surveying the thoughtfully arranged furniture. It looks like you've been here for years already. Teachers are good organizers, I reply with a small smile, and I've had plenty of time to plan the layout. Indeed, the 3 months between accepting the offer on my house and today's final move had provided ample opportunity to reimagine my living space. I donated much of the larger furniture that wouldn't fit in the condominium, kept pieces with special meaning, and purchased several new items that reflected this next chapter. Practical, yet beautiful pieces chosen solely for my own pleasure rather than family functionality. Have you heard anything? Martha asks, the deliberate vagueness acknowledging the subject we've danced around all morning. The plea hearing is scheduled for Monday, I confirm. Harriet says the prosecutor has offered a deal, 2 years probation, full restitution, and community service in exchange for guilty pleas to reduced charges. The criminal case against Caroline and Greg had proceeded with mechanical inevitability after the grand jury indictment. Faced with overwhelming evidence and the prospect of significant prison time, they had apparently opted to accept the prosecutor's offer rather than risk trial. How do you feel about that? Martha asks carefully, helping me arrange books on the new built-in shelves. It's a question I've asked myself repeatedly as the case progressed. Relieved, I answer honestly. Prison wouldn't undo what happened, and the children have already experienced enough disruption. The children, my grandchildren, remain the most complicated aspect of this situation. Following my email to Caroline, we had established a fragile arrangement for supervised visits at the community center, neutral territory where a social worker could monitor our interactions. The children, confused by the sudden family fracture but resilient in their youth, had gradually adjusted to this new normal. They now understood that Grandma has a new home, and Mom and Dad have some grown-up problems to solve. Simplified explanations that preserved their sense of security while acknowledging the changed circumstances. Speaking of the children, I say, checking my watch, I should start preparing for tomorrow's visit. Emma's bringing them at 11. Emma Harrison, the family therapist who had been instrumental in establishing the visitation arrangement, had gradually transitioned from supervisor to facilitator as the emotional temperature between Caroline and me cooled from open hostility to tense civility. Tomorrow would mark the first visit to my new home, a significant step in normalizing our reconfigured relationship. "I'll help you set up that craft project you mentioned," Martha offers, following me to the second bedroom that serves as both guest room and hobby space. As we organize materials for the bird feeder construction I've planned, an activity that balances creative expression with structure, according to Emma's recommendations, my phone rings with Harriet's number. "Eleanor, I just received word from the prosecutor's office," she begins without preamble. "Caroline and Gregory have accepted the plea deal. They'll formally enter guilty pleas on Monday to charges of mortgage fraud and elder financial exploitation. The identity theft and forgery charges will be dropped as part of the agreement." Though I've been expecting this news, hearing it confirmed sends a complex wave of emotions through me. Relief that the legal process is concluding, sadness at the formal acknowledgement of my daughter's crimes, uncertainty about what comes next. The terms include full restitution of the mortgage amount plus your legal expenses, Harriet continues. They'll be required to complete financial ethics training and perform 200 hours of community service each. Most significantly for you, the agreement includes a permanent financial protection order preventing them from involvement with your assets in any capacity. "Thank you for letting me know," I reply, my teacher's composure masking the emotional tumult beneath. "Will I need to be present for the plea hearing?" "No, your victim impact statement has already been submitted to the court. You're welcome to attend, but it's not required." After ending the call, I share the update with Martha, who nods with grim satisfaction. Justice served, though not nearly what they deserved. "It's enough," I say quietly. "Consequences have been established, boundaries enforced, restitution ordered. Anything more would only satisfy vengeance, not justice." Martha studies me with the insight of decades-long friendship. "You've changed through all this, Eleanor, not hardened exactly, but fortified." Her observation resonates with my own sense of internal transformation. The woman I was before discovering Caroline's betrayal, the accommodating mother, the widow defined primarily by loss, the retiree gradually diminishing her expectations of life, has been replaced by someone more resolute, more self-protective, yet paradoxically more open to new possibilities. Evidence of this evolution surrounds us in my new home. The watercolor supplies in the corner, materials for the painting class I've joined, travel brochures for the New England coast tour I've booked for autumn, business cards for the financial literacy workshop for seniors I've begun co-facilitating at the community center, translating my painful experience into protection for others. Life rarely turns out as we expect, I reflect, arranging colorful craft supplies on the table. Richard and I thought we'd grow old together in that house, surrounded by family for holiday gatherings and Sunday dinners. Instead, I'm reinventing myself at 68 in a condominium I never expected to own. And doing it with remarkable grace, Martha adds. "Richard would be proud of how you've handled all this. The mention of my late husband brings both pain and comfort. In the darkest moments of the past 3 months, I've often found myself wondering what Richard would advise, how he would respond to our daughter's betrayal. The answers have never come as direct guidance, but rather as remembered values. His unwavering integrity, his belief in consequences proportional to actions, his capacity for forgiveness that never abandoned appropriate boundaries. Sunday morning brings sunshine and mild temperatures, perfect weather for the grandchildren's visit. They arrive precisely at 11, excited to explore Grandma's new castle, as they've dubbed it, based on my description of the condominium building's architectural details. Emma Harrison accompanies them, her professional demeanor softened by genuine warmth. "Carolyn asked me to give you this," she says quietly, handing me an envelope as the children explore the balcony garden. Inside is a handwritten note, the first personal communication from my daughter not filtered through attorneys or mediated by third parties since the court hearing. "Mom, as we prepare to accept legal responsibility for our actions tomorrow, I wanted to write to you directly. The words 'I'm sorry' seem inadequate for what we did, but they are nonetheless true. We betrayed your trust during your most vulnerable time, prioritizing our financial interests over your security and autonomy. I don't expect forgiveness or reconciliation, but I do want you to know that I recognize the harm we caused not just legally, but to our family bonds and to the values you and Dad worked so hard to instill in me. The children treasure their time with you. Whatever happens between us, I hope that relationship can continue to grow. Caroline. I read the note twice, searching for manipulation or hidden agenda, but finding only what appears to be genuine, if belated, acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Not full accountability, perhaps, some passive language, some distancing, but more than I've received thus far. Is everything all right? Emma asks, noting my extended silence. Yes, I reply, carefully folding the note and returning it to its envelope. Just unexpected communication. The children call from the balcony, eager to show me the sparrow that has landed on the railing, and I tuck the envelope into my pocket for later consideration. Today is for bird feeders and cookie baking, and stories read in the reading nook I've created in the guest room. Tomorrow will bring the formal conclusion of legal proceedings, and with it, decisions about what kind of relationship, if any, might be possible with Caroline going forward. But today, in this moment, I am simply a grandmother sharing a sunny Sunday with her grandchildren in a home that is truly, securely my own. After months of crisis and conflict, this simple pleasure feels like the most profound reclamation of all. The ability to be present in joy, undistracted by fear or uncertainty about my future. As I join the children on the balcony, responding to their excitement over the visiting bird, I silently acknowledge how far I've come from that devastating moment when Caroline coldly informed me that her husband needed more than you do, and I walked away with nothing but my purse and my dignity. I have reclaimed not just my financial security, but my autonomy, my confidence, and my capacity to rebuild after betrayal. The journey has been painful beyond measure, but standing here in my new home, surrounded by evidence of my resilience, I recognize that what Caroline and Greg never understood, what exploiters of all kinds fail to comprehend, is that age doesn't diminish a person's capacity for self-protection when equipped with knowledge, support, and the determination to fight for what is rightfully theirs. Look, Grandma, my grandson exclaims, pointing to a second bird joining the first. They're building something together. I smile at the simple observation that somehow captures my current reality. Yes, they are, I agree, watching the birds gather materials for a nest. Sometimes, starting fresh is exactly what's needed.
My name is Allie Chilton. I'm 38 years old. On the second Sunday of March, my mother put down her wine glass and said coldly, "Reagan left because she's selfish. But you've always been the worthless one we couldn't get rid of. Fix what she broke. Or get the hell out. You were never a real Chilton anyway." My father slammed his palm on the table so hard the plates rattled. I didn't argue. I didn't cry. I simply set down my fork, looked at them both, and walked out. That night at 11:02, I made one call. 41 seconds. What my parents never understood was that I had been carrying that number and their entire world for 26 months. By 7:30 the next morning, everything they thought they owned no longer belonged to them. And the silence they had forced on me for decades, it was finally about to break them. If this story reminds you of the family that mistook your silence for weakness, drop a comment and tell me what they took from you. Hit subscribe. The next part is where everything changes. 26 months. That's what my mother didn't count on. To understand why she was wrong about me, wrong about all of it, I need to take you back to Christmas of 2023. To the night my 4-year-old daughter handed me her phone. But first, a family. There is Reagan, and there is Allie. That's how the Chiltons of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan have organized themselves for as long as I can remember. Reagan is the older one, the pretty one, the one with the DUI at 27, the one who lost her real estate license in 2022, the one my mother called our girl who needs us. I am the operations director for a logistics company in Ann Arbor. I make $178,000 a year plus performance bonus. I own a colonial in Berkeley, 3 bedrooms, no mortgage. I have a 6-year-old daughter named Nora and an amicable ex-husband named Chris. I have been, according to my mother, the reliable one since I was 9 years old. The reliable one is not the loved one. The reliable one is the one whose reliability the family lives off of, quietly, without acknowledgement. When my father sold his 3 dry cleaning stores in 2019 for $1.2 million, my mother took me out to dinner and said, "You'll help us manage it, of course. You have the head for it." When my grandmother needed in-home care in 2023, my mother called me, not Reagan, and said, "You have the income, sweetheart. Family takes care of family." When Reagan needed the pool house behind their Bloomfield Hills home to sober up, my mother told me the family would cover it, and then quietly asked me to cover it, and then never mentioned it again. I did. All of it. For years. And I kept a spreadsheet. The spreadsheet was not for revenge. It was for me. I called it Family Operating Costs. I updated it on the first Sunday of every month while my daughter napped. By December of 2023, it showed that I was carrying 6 recurring monthly obligations for my parents and my sister totaling $10,060 per month, plus a $145,000 guarantee on their home equity line of credit. It showed that my grandmother's in-home care was under a contract I had signed personally. It showed that the AT&T family plan, the auto insurance on 4 vehicles, and the utility supplement autopay all ran through my name. It showed that Reagan's pool house lease was in my name, not my parents'. I did not tell them any of this. I updated the spreadsheet, closed the laptop, and went to sit with my daughter. The pen I used was a Waterford Lismore in sterling silver. My grandmother, Cora Chilton, had given it to me when I graduated high school in June of 2005. It was engraved along the barrel in tiny, careful script, for the one who writes it down. She had handed it to me on her back porch in Bloomfield Township, and she had said, "This world has room for people who talk. It also has room for people who write it down. You keep writing." I was 17. I did not understand her. By December of 2023, I was 35. I still didn't fully understand her. But the pen was in the drawer of the kitchen table, and I used it every month. And my grandmother was 91 years old with moderate Alzheimer's, living alone in her Cape Cod on Squirrel Road. And I was about to understand her very quickly. On Christmas afternoon that year, Nora, 4 years old, curls, holiday dress, ran up to me holding my phone and said, "Mommy, I made a video." I smiled and said, "Let me see," and pressed play with the volume down because we were around family. She had recorded almost the entire thing at her great-grandmother's 92nd birthday party the June before. The phone had been in her small hands, then set on a bookshelf near the kitchen doorway when she got bored, and it had continued to record. I did not watch the whole thing then. But that night, after Nora fell asleep, I went into the garage with a beer and a set of headphones, and I watched all 3 minutes and 12 seconds of it, and my hands went cold at second 60 when the phone stopped moving and picked up a conversation in the kitchen that was not meant for me. That is where 26 months began. Reagan disappeared on the last Saturday of February. She left the key to the pool house on the granite kitchen counter in my parents' home with a sticky note that said, "I'm done." No text, no email, no warning. My mother called me at 9 that morning and said, "Your sister has abandoned this family. You need to come to dinner next Sunday. We have to talk about grandmother." For 8 days after that, my mother executed a small campaign. She called my Aunt Marlene in Rochester Hills and told her Reagan had lost her mind. She called my father's other sister and told her Reagan had been drinking again, which was not true. My sister had been sober for 9 years and 4 months. She called Pastor Bradford Halloway at First Presbyterian and asked for quiet prayer for our family. She did not call my grandmother. I noticed that. I noticed everything my mother did during those 8 days, and I noticed everything she did not do. She did not go to my grandmother's house. She did not check on the in-home care. She did not ask me if I had heard from Reagan. She sent me one text every morning that said the same thing in different words. We need you at dinner. Sunday, 6:30. Bring your appetite. I did not bring an appetite. On Sunday, March 8th, I dropped Nora at Chris's house in Ferndale at 5:15 and drove to Bloomfield Hills in my Toyota Highlander with the radio off. I parked on the street instead of the driveway. I walked up the flagstone path to the front door of the house I had grown up in, and I noticed that the porch lights were on both sides, even though it was still daylight. My mother did that when she wanted to make an impression. The dining room smelled like rosemary lamb. The walnut table my mother had bought at Gorman's in 2004 was set for 5. 5. There were 4 Chiltons in the household. There had been for 8 days. The 5th setting was for Reagan. Plate, glass, folded linen napkin, silverware, water already poured. My mother had arranged it as though my sister might walk through the front door at any moment. She had not. She would not. My mother knew that. This was staging. You look tired, Allie, my mother said as I sat down. She was already at the head of the table. Have you been sleeping? Nora needs you rested. I'm sleeping fine, I said. You should try magnesium, my mother said. I take it every night. My father did not speak. He passed the bread basket. He filled my water glass without asking. He looked at my mother twice in the first 4 minutes and did not once look at me. We ate rosemary lamb. We ate roasted potatoes. We ate green beans almondine. My mother told me about the church tea committee's holiday planning. My father grunted at the appropriate places. Nobody said Reagan's name for 22 minutes. Then my mother folded her napkin over her plate. She folded it the way she always folded her napkin before she made a decision that would cost someone else. My father set down his fork. I set down mine. The kitchen clock ticked. My mother reached to her right, into the space where a plate should have been, and picked up a stapled document that had been placed there. Pre-printed 3 pages, bound at the corner with a small brass clip. She slid it across the polished wood until it stopped just short of my dinner plate. There's a sticky arrow, she said. Yellow, on page 3. That's where you sign. I looked at the arrow. It was pre-printed. My mother had ordered a whole packet of them from Staples the week before. I would learn later. An entire box, 400 arrows, $12.40, receipt in her purse. She had planned this dinner not just for the 8 days since Reagan left, but longer than that. She had planned for the possibility of this dinner. She had believed she could still buy me. She picked up her wine glass. She was drinking Cabernet. She set the glass down and she set it. Coldly. Like she'd been holding it in for years. Reagan left because she's selfish. But you? You've always been the worthless one we couldn't get rid of. Fix what she broke. Or get the hell out. You were never a real Chilton anyway. For 38 years I had wondered if she loved me the way she loved my sister. In 11 seconds, she answered the question in a way I would never have to ask again. My father slammed his palm on the table. He slammed it hard. Hard enough that the porcelain plates my grandmother had given my mother in 1985, Wedgwood, blue-flowered, jumped against each other and the water in my glass rose 2 inches and did not spill. Then he did something he had never done in front of me before. He looked down. He looked at the table. Not at me. Not at my mother. At the walnut. My mother did not need him to say anything. She kept going. You have until the end of dinner to sign, Allie. If you don't bother coming back to this house ever. And don't bring Nora. Grandmothers matter to little girls, but only real grandmothers. And you know how I feel about that. I did not answer. I did not lift the document. I did not look at the sticky arrow. I did not look at my father. And I did not look at my mother's face, because I did not need to see either of them anymore. I looked at the fork in my hand. I looked at the plate my grandmother had given my mother in 1985. I looked at the small piece of green bean I had not eaten. Then I set the fork down on the porcelain. It made a small, clean sound. Neither of them heard how loud it actually was. I stood up. I looked at my mother. I looked at my father. 3 full seconds each. I did not open my mouth. I turned. I walked across the dining room, across the hallway with the Aubusson runner she had bought in 1998, across the foyer with its narrow console and the vase of white lilies she replaced every Friday. I opened the front door. I stepped onto the porch. I did not close the door behind me. That was the last time I would ever sit at that table. The drive from Bloomfield Hills to Berkeley is 24 minutes, Woodward Avenue, south. Right on 696. Exit at Woodward again. Home. I drove it in silence with both hands on the wheel and the radio off. My grandmother's voice was in my head. 21 years old. She had said it on her back porch. June 2005. I had just graduated from Berkeley High School. She had handed me a small walnut box. Inside, on a velvet cushion, was the pen. She had said, "This world has room for people who talk. It also has room for people who write it down. You keep writing." She had said, "People who write it down survive people who don't." I had thought she meant journals. I had been wrong. She had meant this exact night, this exact drive. 26 months earlier, at Christmas, I had watched a video my 4-year-old daughter had recorded. In the last 52 seconds of that video, my mother, my father, and my Aunt Marlene had stood in the kitchen at Bloomfield Hills, and they had said what they thought about me when they believed no one was listening. I had watched it once. I had not confronted anyone. I had gone to see a financial planner in Ann Arbor named Elaine Osgood in January of 2024, and I had begun what my grandmother had told me to do when I was 17 years old. I had written it down. All of it. I pulled into my driveway at 9:14. Nora was at Chris's for the night. My house was dark. I unlocked the front door and turned on one lamp in the living room and one in the kitchen, and I set my keys on the counter next to the fruit bowl with 3 green apples in it, and I sat down at the kitchen table where I paid the bills every first Sunday of the month. I opened the top left drawer. I took out the pen. 21 years old. I set it on the walnut surface and I looked at it in the low kitchen light for a long, long time. Then I picked up my phone. 11:02 on the clock at the top of the phone screen. I opened my contacts and scrolled to the E's. Elaine Osgood, CFP. I had called her exactly once in 26 months, to schedule an update meeting in the fall of 2024. I had never called her at night. She picked up on the second ring. "Allie, are you okay?" "Elaine, it's Allie. It's time. Cancel it all." She was quiet for 1 second, no more. "Understood. Effective when?" "She 7:30 Monday. On the dot." "You've been at your parents' tonight?" "Yes." "How bad?" "As bad as I told you it might get." "I have the packet. I'll begin releasing tonight. The bank forms go first. They're time-stamped for 1 minute after opening. The consumer contracts go at 7:30 exactly. A T&T, the insurance carrier, the care agency. The autopay pause was already scheduled. It goes at 12:01 tonight. The pool house lease termination will be delivered by process server at 8:15. Same courier you approved in the packet. Is there anything you want to hold back? No. Even the pool house? Especially the pool house. Understood. I'll email you confirmations as they file. Thank you, Elaine. Allie. She paused. You've been ready for this for a long time. You should sleep tonight. I said I would try. We hung up. 41 seconds. I looked at the phone in my hand. I looked at the pen on the table. I opened the second drawer of the kitchen table, the deep one, and I lifted out a manila folder I had labeled in my own handwriting. in blue Waterford ink, 26 months earlier, March 9th, if needed. Inside were 12 documents. All of them had been signed by me between January 17th, 2024 and August 22nd, 2025. All of them had been notarized. All of them had been kept in escrow at Osgood Wealth Advisory in Ann Arbor. I read through them slowly. The formal notice of guarantor withdrawal on the home equity line of credit, $145,832 outstanding at Great Lakes Bank of Michigan. The auto-pay pause instruction. The $1,290 per month I had been sending to their utility account, quietly, for 4 years. The in-home care contract cancellation, $6,800 a month, a service I had funded and coordinated for my grandmother since August of 2023. The AT&T Family Plan reorganization, 8 lines, $340 a month. Primary account holder Allie M. Chilton. The Farmers Insurance Policy change, 4 vehicles, $780 a month. The pool house sublease termination, 60 days notice, standard clause. $10,060 per month of exposure. $145,832 of guaranteed debt. All of it in my name, none of it in theirs. At the bottom of the folder was one blank authorization page that needed my signature to release the packet. I unscrewed the cap of the Waterford pen. I signed my name, ink on paper. The one thing my mother had never learned to fight. I slept for 4 hours. At 6:50 on Monday morning, I made coffee and I sat in my living room with the pen and the folder on the coffee table in front of me. I did not watch the clock. I did not check my phone. I did not need to. Elaine had told me what would happen. I had helped design it. At 7:30, in the kitchen of the house in Bloomfield Hills, my mother was doing what she had done every Monday morning for the last 30 years. She was walking from the coffee maker to the kitchen island. She was opening the mail app on her iPhone to check the autopay confirmations she had been receiving from my account since 2021. She was, at that moment, expecting to see the familiar green checkmark next to the utility supplement transfer. She saw a red notification instead. Autopay for utilities supplement, Chilton household, paused by account holder. Effective March 9th, 2026, 12:01 a.m. I know this because Elaine emailed me at 7:32 to confirm the pause had gone through and had been read by my mother's device at 7:31 and 14 seconds. The receipt was on my kitchen counter next to my coffee. At 7:38, AT&T sent identical text messages to 8 phone lines simultaneously. 3 of those lines belonged to my parents and my sister. The messages said, "Your line has been converted to prepaid effective March 9th, 2026. Balance, $0. Add funds at att.com/prepaid to continue service." My father, I would learn this from Aunt Marlene the following Sunday, walked into the kitchen holding his phone and said, "Yvette, something is wrong." At 7:52, my mother's phone rang. It was Adele Prescott, a loan officer at Great Lakes Bank of Michigan. My father put her on speaker. Adele Prescott said, in the calm, measured tone that loan officers use when they have called someone before coffee, "Mr. Chilton, we received a notarized guarantor withdrawal request from the cosigner on your home equity line of credit. The outstanding balance is $145,832. Under the loan terms, you have 30 days to either present a replacement guarantor, refinance the outstanding balance based solely on your income, or accept that the note becomes callable. When can you come in to discuss?" My mother took the phone from my father. She said, "This is a mistake." Adele Prescott, who had processed the paperwork herself at 7:31, said quietly, "Ma'am, it isn't a mistake. Your daughter's signature is on the withdrawal document. It was notarized in January of 2024. It's been on file with us for 2 years." At 8:03, Farmers Insurance emailed my father. Chilton Household Policy Number FMC-2019-88742. Vehicle removal request processed. Coverage on Milton Chilton's 2020 Lincoln Navigator, Yvette Chilton's 2022 Cadillac XT5, and Reagan Chilton's 2016 Honda Pilot will terminate on March 12, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. My grandmother's 2014 Buick Enclave was being transferred to a new policy in Reagan's name. My mother sat down at the kitchen island. I would learn this from my father later. Much later. That was the moment she sat down. At 8:15, a process server named Jerome Ashwell walked up my parents' front steps and rang the doorbell. He handed my father a manila envelope. Inside were 2 documents. The first was a formal notice from the in-home care agency that had been caring for my grandmother. The contract had been terminated by the primary contracting party, Allie M. Chilton, effective 8 a.m. Monday, and had been replaced by a new agreement with Reagan F. Chilton, effective simultaneously, with no interruption in care coordination. The second was a 60-day notice terminating the pool house sublease. The name Reagan F. Chilton appeared on the second document as tenant. My mother, holding the envelope, said out loud, "Reagan is doing this. Reagan and Allie are doing this together." She was wrong. But she would not know she was wrong for another 6 minutes. She would not know until my sister called me at 8:14. I did not answer. I was on the other line. My mother by then had already called me 17 times. The line rang once. I picked up. "You saw the process server?" It was Reagan's voice. Not hello. Not Allie. Not are you okay. Just that. "Just now," I said. "It's in the report on my phone." "So you weren't coordinating with me?" "No." "Were you coordinating with me?" "No." Silence. 6 seconds. I counted them. They were the longest 6 seconds of my adult life. 6 seconds during which I understood that I had spent 8 years being wrong about my sister. 6 seconds during which I understood that my sister had spent 8 years knowing I was wrong about her, and had accepted it, and had done the work of holding our family together anyway, without telling me, without being thanked, without being paid. 6 seconds during which I understood that she had made her own preparations, at the same time as me, in the same direction, and that we had converged in the same week without either of us knowing it was possible. "Jesus, Allie." "Yeah." "How long?" 26 months, I said. 6 months for me, she said. "Since October, when I found the file." "What file?" "You need to sit down." "I'm sitting down. Where are you?" "With Grandma." "At Squirrel Road?" "No. I moved her yesterday morning. Silver Maples of Chelsea. It's a memory care community 42 minutes from you. Private room, 218, garden view. Her nurse's name is Dana Whitmore. Grandma had a good morning. She asked about you." I opened my mouth. I closed it. I picked up the pen. I looked at the words engraved on the barrel. I put the pen down. "She asked why you never came anymore," Reagan said. "I told her you had a lot going on with work. I didn't want to lie to her, but she was tired and I didn't want to explain. I did not answer. I could not. Allie, there is a bench. In Grandma's living room. The Steinway upright. You remember it?" "Yes." "The bench opens. There's a compartment for sheet music. Underneath the felt liner, there's another compartment. Grandma showed me in 2020, the summer she was still lucid most days. She said it was the safest place in the house." "What's in it?" "You need to see it. Piano bench. Bottom compartment. Under the felt. Bring the pen." "Which pen?" "Yours. The Waterford. There's a second one. There's a letter." I sat with the phone against my ear and did not move. "Allie, whatever Mom and Dad told you about me, however you understood the last 8 years, I was not what they said I was. I owe you an apology for a lot, but I have never abandoned Grandma. I'm coming, I said. I'm coming right now. I hung up. I stood in my kitchen with the phone in my hand and the pen on the table and the folders still open, and I thought about 6 seconds of silence. If you have ever been wrong about a sister or a brother for years and only realized it when you finally heard them speak, tell me in the comments. I will read everyone. I picked up the key my grandmother had given me on my 31st birthday. Brass, heavier than it looked, on a small leather fob. She had put it in my hand at her back porch table in 2018, and she had said, "You'll need this someday, not for what you think." I had thought she meant emergencies. She had meant this morning. I put on my coat. I picked up my purse. I drove to Bloomfield Township. 26 minutes. Squirrel Road. 3218. The Cape Cod she had bought in 1988. Alone, with the insurance settlement from my grandfather Everett's death. My grandfather, who had served in the South Pacific, whose name my mother had never once mentioned in my hearing since I was 12. I stood on the porch, and I turned the key in the lock, and the house smelled the way it had always smelled. Cedar, dried lavender, the faint edge of a cinnamon candle from a church bazaar in 2004. I closed the door behind me. I went to the piano. Before I opened the bench, I opened my phone. I had been thinking about the video since I had gotten off the call with my sister. I sat down on the piano bench without lifting the lid. I opened iCloud. I typed img_0342.mov. It was there. It had been there since June 15th, 2023. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Captured at 3:41 in the afternoon. I had watched it exactly 4 times in 26 months. I had never watched it in daylight. I put in my earbuds. I turned the volume up. I pressed play. The first 60 seconds were a 4-year-old girl running through her great-grandmother's 92nd birthday party. My daughter laughing. My daughter spinning. My daughter's tiny hand catching a piece of yellow frosting. My Aunt Marlene handing my grandmother a plate. My grandmother laughing. My cousin Beth from Grand Rapids setting down a glass. All of it beautiful. All of it ordinary. All of it what a party is supposed to be. Then at second 60, the shot went still. My daughter had set the phone down on the walnut bookshelf in the entry hall. The camera was pointed toward the open doorway of the kitchen. It captured, for the next 2 minutes and 12 seconds, the backs and the profiles of my parents and my Aunt Marlene as they moved between the sink and the counter and the refrigerator. Marlene had a dish towel in her hands. My mother was refilling a bowl of pretzels. My father was leaning against the pantry door with a slice of yellow cake in his hand. At second 34 in that middle window, my father turned his head. He looked directly at the phone on the bookshelf. He saw it. He saw the little red dot in the corner of the screen. He saw that it was recording. He was maybe 8 feet away. He looked at it for 0.6 of a second. Then he walked into the kitchen and stood next to my mother. He said nothing. At the second minute and 21 seconds of the file, that is, at second 21 in the final 52 seconds, my mother said what she said. I had known the words for 26 months. I had them written down in Elaine's file. I had them tattooed on my brain. I heard them again now, at full volume, in my grandmother's living room, at 11 in the morning on Monday. My mother said, "Allie will never ask. She's been trained to give without asking back." My father said, "That's how we raised her. Reagan is different. Reagan needs us." My Aunt Marlene said, "But Reagan is running herself into the ground taking care of Mother. Allie is only—" My mother cut her off. "Marlene, we don't talk about that. That's the family rule." My father, softer than I had ever heard him, said, "Marlene, please." The video ran another 27 seconds. Nora came back and picked up the phone and pointed it at herself and said, "I'm making a video of Grandma's birthday." And then it ended. I sat on the piano bench with my earbuds in and I looked at the frozen frame of my daughter's small face. And I thought about the second 34. I thought about my father walking past a recording phone with a piece of cake in his hand, seeing the red dot, choosing not to say anything, choosing to go stand next to my mother while she said what she said. 26 months of him knowing that I might have heard. 26 months of him hoping I had not. 26 months of him betting on my silence. He had lost the bet last night at the dinner table. I put the phone in my pocket. I stood up. I lifted the piano bench lid. Underneath the sheet music, a book of Bach preludes, a hymnal, a folder of Christmas carols my grandmother had used to teach me when I was small. There was a rectangle of green felt taped to the base of the compartment with clear medical tape at each corner. I peeled it back. Underneath were 4 envelopes. The first was small, craft-colored, sealed. In my grandmother's handwriting, careful, slightly shaky, unmistakably hers, it said, "For Reagan and Allie. Please read together." I did not open it yet. The second envelope was larger, written on the outside, Journal, 1998 to 2019. 21 years of my grandmother's daily observations in her own hand, kept where my mother would never look. The third envelope was labeled, Letters I Never Sent. The fourth envelope was small again, but heavy in a way that surprised me. It was labeled, For Allie, When She Needs It. I opened the first envelope. The paper inside was a single sheet, dated September 18th, 2021, 4 months before her Alzheimer's diagnosis. The writing was clear, not shaky yet. She had known what she was doing. This is my house. I bought it in 1988 with my own money after Everett died. I paid off the mortgage in 2005 without help from any of you. When I am gone, this house belongs to Reagan Francis Chilton. My son Milton knows this. His wife Yvette does not agree. That is not her decision to make. Cora Ann Chilton, September 18th, 2021. I read it twice. I set it on the closed lid of the piano. I opened the third envelope. Letters I Never Sent. 6 of them, in 6 pale blue cranes envelopes, each sealed, each addressed to me at addresses I had lived at over the years. My college apartment in East Lansing, my first place in Royal Oak, my house in Berkeley. Each envelope had a stamp on it. Each had never been mailed. I opened the earliest one. February 3rd, 2010. Allie, sweetheart, your mother called today to tell me not to send you a birthday card. She said you needed to learn to live without depending on the family. You are turning 22 next week. I bought you a card at the Hallmark shop on Maple. I could not send it. I have never been able to say no to your mother without losing you. I am sorry. Please know that I have been thinking about you every year on your birthday. Every year. Grandma, I read all 6. February 2010, February 2013, February 2014, February 2016, February 2018, February 2020. My grandmother had bought me cards for 18 birthdays and mailed none of them. She had bought them at Hallmark and at the church gift shop and at a stationery store in Birmingham. She had signed all of them. She had addressed all of them. She had sealed all of them. She had never mailed a single one. My mother had told her not to. I set the letters next to the note on the closed piano lid. I opened the fourth envelope. Inside was a small walnut box, identical to the one she had given me on the porch in June of 2005. I opened the box. Inside was a Waterford Lismore pen, sterling silver, engraved, for the one who reads what I wrote. Under the pen was a folded note, dated October of 2021. I gave you the first pen to write down what you would need to know. This one is for reading what I wrote when I could not send it. Read the journal. Take your time. Grandma. I opened the journal. I flipped to a random page. August 4th, 1997. Allie asked me today why Mommy loves Reagan more. I did not have an answer. I do not think there is one that is true. I sat on the piano bench in my grandmother's living room and I did not cry. I put the second pen in my inside jacket pocket next to the first one. Then I picked up my phone and I texted Reagan one word. Coming. Reagan arrived at 11:15. She still had the key. She let herself in through the back door. She was thinner than I remembered. She was tired. She was carrying a Dell laptop and a black 3-ring binder. She set them on my grandmother's dining table without saying hello. She opened the laptop. "There are 2 things I need to show you," she said. "The recording and the paperwork." She turned the laptop so I could see the screen. She opened her voicemail app. She scrolled to November 22nd, 2025. She pressed play. My mother's voice, clipped, businesslike, calm in a way that was worse than yelling, filled my grandmother's dining room. "Bertram, it's Yvette. I need you to move faster on the Squirrel Road proceeds. The Ashcroft admission is scheduled for January 12th. Once Mother is placed, we should have the house on the market within 3 weeks. Milton is on board. He understands this is family money. Reagan is going to be a problem. She still thinks she has proxy authority. Please handle. And Bertram, one more thing. Do not put anything about Allie in writing. Allie doesn't need to know until it's done. Call me back. Thank you." 52 seconds. It ended. Reagan let the silence sit for a moment. She said, "She meant to send that to Bertram Wexler, her attorney in Southfield. She sent it to me. She realized about 8 minutes later. She never mentioned it again. She assumed I wouldn't figure out what to do with it. She was wrong." She opened the 3-ring binder. She turned to the first tab. October 15th, 2025. She said, "Mom took Grandma to Bertram Wexler's office. Grandma had a bad morning. Mom knew she would. Mom scheduled the appointment for a bad morning day on purpose. Wexler had a doctor there. Bernard Fothergill, 72 years old, close to retirement. He signed a capacity assessment for 8 minutes of interaction. No mini mental exam. No formal testing. He wrote, 'Patient appears oriented' on a piece of paper, and he signed it, and Wexler notarized 2 documents on the same afternoon." She turned the pages. "This one is the durable healthcare power of attorney, signed over to Mom. And this one, this is why the house was going to go. This is the durable financial power of attorney, signed over to Mom. That's the one that gives her the right to sell real estate. Under Michigan law, healthcare proxy alone doesn't let you sell a house. Financial POA does. Wexler knew that. Mom knew that." She flipped further. Emails between Wexler and my mother. 7 of them. November 4th, 2025. Ashcroft has confirmed availability for January 12th. Admission at $4,200 a month private room. Sale of Squirrel Road property estimated at $748,000 net after commission. Suggest listing with Karen Aldridge at Coldwell Banker Birmingham. Please advise Reagan proxy revocation strategy. B. Wexler, Esky. $4,200 a month, $748,000 net. My mother had already picked out the memory care facility. She had already picked out the realtor. "Ashcroft," I said. "That's the one on Ryan Road in Warren." "That's the one. 2.5 stars on every review site, understaffed. They cut her medications by half the last time an admission had a cognitive presentation like hers. And she was going to put Grandma there. For $4,200 a month. And then she was going to sell the house for $748 net. And then the money was going to go into what they call the family holdings. I heard Mom use that phrase 4 times last year. It means whatever's left after they finish spending." I sat down. I looked at the emails. I looked at the 8-minute capacity assessment from Dr. Fothergill. I thought about the 45-minute assessment Dr. Patricia Ellsworth had performed on my grandmother on February 24th, when Reagan had brought her, and Pastor Halloway, and Colin Blackburn to the house at 7 in the morning during Grandma's lucid window. Dr. Ellsworth had done the full battery, notarized, witnessed. Under Michigan law, most recent valid execution of a durable POA with documented capacity supersedes prior execution. Reagan had both POAs now. Grandma was safe. Reagan turned to the last tab. Dad knew, she said. This is one of the emails. Look at the CC line. I looked. Milton Bradford Chilton, in the CC field of a message from Wexler dated November 7, 2025, and below it, on the next page, dated November 8, 2025, a reply from my father. 3 words and an initial. Yvette knows best. Proceed. Monsieur Reagan closed the binder. Dad knew, she said again. Dad has always known. The question is not whether he'll admit it. The question is whether we care if he does. Between the time I left my grandmother's house at 2:15 in the afternoon and the time I locked my front door in Berkeley at 3:02, my mother called me 34 times. She sent 42 text messages. I did not answer any of them. I did not read any of the messages. Elaine had suggested in one of our early meetings that I let my phone go to voicemail on the day of execution and read the messages only in blocks, 3 per hour, in a room with no windows and a glass of water on the table. She had said, "You will be surprised how much clearer they read when you are not being pulled into them in real time." She was right. The 4 themes of the messages were consistent. 2 were manipulation. 2 were lies about my father's health. The manipulation messages accused me of ruining the family, of hurting my grandmother, of doing this to punish my mother. The lie messages said my father was having chest pains, then that he had gone to the emergency room, then that he was being kept for observation. I called the emergency room in Bloomfield Hills at 3:15 and asked, by name, if a Milton Chilton had been admitted that day. He had not been. The message logs on my phone would show later that at exactly the same minute I made that call, my father, still at home, was texting his cousin about a golf tee time on Saturday. At 4:18, the doorbell rang. I looked at the security camera on my phone. It was my father. I opened the door but did not step back. I stood in the doorway. I did not invite him in. "Allie," he said, "your mother is very upset." "I imagine she is. She wants me to tell you that we've been talking to a lawyer. If you don't reverse this, we will be forced to consider our options regarding Nora's welfare." There it was. 6 years I had been co-parenting with Chris. 0 problems. 0 concerns from anyone. And here was my father, standing on my porch, telling me that the family I had provided for financially for 15 years was going to weaponize my daughter's welfare to get their monthly stipend back. "Regarding Nora's welfare," I said, flat. "You are a mother. She is a grandmother. There are legal considerations. Dad, Michigan grandparent visitation law requires that the biological parent be deceased, mentally unfit, or that the marriage be dissolved in a very specific way. Chris and I have joint custody. Chris is standing behind me on this. You have no standing. You will not have standing. And the second you file anything through that attorney of hers, I will have every court filing show up on the desk of Pastor Halloway. Do you understand what I'm saying?" He looked down. Second time in 2 days, a man I had known for 38 years had looked at his own feet before speaking. "I'm trying to help you understand," he said. "Get off my porch, Dad." He stared at me for 4 seconds. He turned. He walked to his car. I closed the door. I turned the deadbolt. I stood there with my forehead against the wood for maybe a minute. Then I picked up the phone and I called Chris. "Yes," he said before I could speak. "Whatever you need. Are you okay?" I will be. Can you keep Nora until the following weekend? Yes. Thank you. Do you need me to do anything else? No. Just Nora. We hung up. I locked the front door. I locked the back door. I made a cup of tea. And then, because I had to, I began writing down what my father had said. On Wednesday morning at 6:14, my father called me. He had never called me at that hour in my life. His voice was thin, scraped. He asked me to meet him alone at the Berkeley Coffee Company on Coolidge Highway at 7:30. He said, "Not about your mother, about me. Please, Allie." I said yes. I got there at 7:25. He was already at a two-top by the window. Black coffee, untouched croissant. He stood up when I came in, which he had never done for me before. I sat down. He sat down. He set both palms flat on the table between us. "I saw," he said, "Christmas. I saw the phone. I saw you saw the phone. I did not know what to do. I told myself you would forget. I was wrong. I am sorry, Allie." He said it like he had been rehearsing it. Maybe he had? I let him talk. 6 minutes. He talked about growing up on his mother's farm in Bloomfield Township before it was Bloomfield Township. Before there were subdivisions and country clubs, when it was still working land. He talked about his father Everett. He talked about the dry cleaning stores. He talked about my mother. How she had always been the strong one, the one who kept the family together. He said the word kept 3 times. Then he said the sentence, "Allie, your mother has been under a lot of stress. She has not been well. If you could just reverse the bank thing, we can figure out the rest." I looked at him. "Dad, this is not about the bank. This is about grandmother. This is about who Mom is. If you cannot say that, we do not have anything to talk about." He looked at his hands. He looked at the untouched croissant. He looked at the window. He looked at the door. He did not look at me. Then he stood up. He put an $8 bill on the table. "I'm doing what I can, Allie." "No, Dad. You're doing what's comfortable. That's not the same thing." He walked out of the coffee shop without turning around. I watched him get into his Lincoln and pull out of the parking lot and turn right on Coolidge. I sat in the booth. I finished my tea. I looked at the $8 bill on the table. That morning was the last time I would ever try to save my father from himself. I understood, walking to my car, what he had done. He had not been trying to apologize. He had been trying to negotiate. He had come to that coffee shop hoping I would meet him part way, cover the HELOC, and let him go home to my mother without having to choose a side. He wanted the comfort of appearing repentant without the cost of actually being repentant. He wanted to keep the version of himself that had walked past a recording phone on a June afternoon and pretended he had not seen it. I could not give him that version of himself. Nobody could. He would have to live in the new version, the one where he had been seen and where he had chosen, and where his youngest daughter had walked out of a coffee shop without hugging him goodbye. I drove to Rochester Hills. Marlene was expecting me at 11. Marlene was standing in her driveway when I pulled up. Douglas was behind her, holding 2 cups of coffee. She hugged me before I got out of the car. She had been crying. She had been crying, I think, since the phone call I had made the previous evening. "I have known for 2.5 years, Allie," she said in the kitchen. "I told myself it wasn't my place. I was wrong. That's the truth. I was wrong." Douglas set the coffee down and said, "We are ready to say what we should have said. Both of us." I did not tell them everything. I told them enough. I told them about the video. I told them about the piano bench. I told them about Ashcroft and Wexler and the 8-minute assessment. Marlene listened with both hands wrapped around her coffee cup, not drinking it, until the ceramic must have gone cold. Then she said, "Bring the video. Bring the journal. Bring everything. This Sunday, after service. The tea committee is meeting in Fellowship Hall. Your mother will be chairing. I have been on that committee for 22 years. I have never spoken during a meeting. This Sunday, I am going to speak. She had been rehearsing the sentence. I could hear it in her voice. 22 years of holding it in did that to a sentence. On Friday, Reagan and I drove together to Ferndale. Our great-aunt Ruth had a quilting shop on Livernois. She had opened it in 1998, after her divorce, and she was 71 years old now and still stitching. We sat at the small table at the back of the shop, 3 teacups on the table, sunlight cutting sideways across bolts of cotton. "Girls," Ruth said, "sit down. Tea or coffee? Right. Let me tell you about your mother. Not the woman she has become, the girl she was when we were young." In 1968, she took a photograph from my bedroom and told our mother I had stolen it from her. I was 13. She was 8. She has been doing this for 58 years. It is not new. It is not because of grandmother's house. It is because that is who she is. Reagan set her teacup down. Ruth reached across and squeezed her hand. "I will be at church on Sunday," Ruth said. "I have not sat in a Presbyterian pew in 15 years. I will sit in one this Sunday." On Saturday afternoon, Pastor Bradford Halloway came to my house in Berkeley. He was 58, tall, silver at the temples. He had baptized Reagan in the sanctuary of First Presbyterian in 1985. He had married Marlene and Douglas in that same sanctuary in 1990. I played Pastor Halloway the 52 seconds. I gave him a copy of the September 2021 note. I gave him a copy of Dr. Fothergill's 8-minute assessment. I gave him a copy of Dr. Ellsworth's 45-minute assessment. He did not ask a single question during the video. When it ended, he closed my laptop very gently. He looked at the coffee table for a long time. "I have known your parents for 25 years, Allie. I baptized your sister in that sanctuary. I need to think. Give me until Sunday morning, and keep the video in a safe place. Please." I nodded. He drove home. Sunday morning came. I dressed in navy blue. I put the first Waterford pen in my inside pocket. I put a USB drive in my purse. I drove to First Presbyterian. The service began at 10. Halloway preached from Ephesians 4. The sermon was titled, "The Gift That Was Never Free." He had written it, he told me later, in 3 hours the night before, sitting alone at the desk in his study. He preached it steadily, without theatrics, and he never once looked toward the second pew, where my mother sat in a wool jacket with her hair pinned back, and my father sat next to her with his hands folded in his lap. I sat in the 5th pew with Reagan on my left, and my Aunt Marlene and my Uncle Douglas on my right. Ruth Delaford sat in the back row against the west wall, and she had put a hand on the pew in front of her, and she had not moved it for the entire hour. There were 62 members present that morning. It was a normal Sunday. The tea committee met in the fellowship hall at 11:15 every third Sunday. There were 42 women on the committee that year. My mother had been the chair for 12. Marlene had been a member since 2004. My mother took her seat at the head of the long oak table. She called the meeting to order. Item 1 was announcements. Item 2 was vendor discussion for the Christmas tea in December. She never got to item 2. Marlene stood up from her seat halfway down the table. She did not raise her hand. She did not clear her throat. She stood, and she smoothed the front of her jacket, and she said, "Yvette, before you continue, I need to say something to the committee. About family, about a video from June of 2023, about what I heard in your kitchen, and about what I have not said for the last 2.5 years." My mother's hand went to her throat. "Marlene," she said, "this is not the venue." Marlene did not sit down. "You picked the venue," Marlene said, "when you told a lie in front of your own grandchildren for 12 years. This is where the venue landed. Sit down, Yvette." My mother did not sit down. My mother had never been told to sit down by anyone in her life. She looked around the table. She looked at me, and in the space of 2 seconds, 2 seconds I had been waiting 26 months for. She made the mistake I needed her to make. She said, "That house was never really hers. It was always family. Milton and I have been carrying that woman for years. Anyone here who thinks Reagan actually cared about her is being lied to. This is a family matter." Marlene did not raise her voice. "Yvette, our mother bought that house alone in 1988 after Dad died. She paid the mortgage with the insurance settlement. Milton and I know it. Everyone in the family knows it. You are lying to a room full of women who trusted you." I watched my father as she said it. He looked down. He kept looking down. He would not look up for the rest of the meeting. Then Ruth stood up. From the back of the room. Slowly, because she had a bad hip, and it had been 15 years since she had been in this building. She walked forward. She did not sit at the table. She stood at the end of it. "My name is Ruth Delaford," she said. "I am Yvette's older sister. I have not attended this church in 15 years. I came today because I heard my niece was being framed as an abandoner of her grandmother, and I know something about being framed by Yvette. In 1968, my sister told our mother I stole a photograph. In 1978, she told our father I damaged his car. In 1994, she told her own daughters that I did not want to know them. None of it was true. This is a pattern. It is 58 years old, and it will not end in this room today. But it will not be believed in this room today. And that is enough." She sat down. Nobody spoke. 42 women looked at each other. My mother looked at the door. She did not walk to it. She could not. I stood up. I did not walk to the front. I did not raise anything. I did not open my purse. I said only what needed to be said. "My grandmother is safe. She is at Silver Maples of Chelsea. Her care is coordinated. Her legal affairs are in order. I did not come here today to attack my mother. I came here because a video exists. Pastor Halloway has seen it. He has seen the documents. He has seen the assessments. The rest is his to consider, and yours to consider, and mine to walk away from. Thank you." I sat down. Halloway had been standing quietly at the back of the room since the start of the meeting. He walked to the front. He stopped at my mother's chair. "Yvette," he said, quietly enough that only the table could hear him. "The session met last night. Your chairmanship of the Tea Committee will end effective today. Your seat on the session will be reviewed at the next meeting on March 29th. I am sorry. I have known you a long time. This is not about that. This is about what I watched on a video and what I heard in this room. You are still welcome in the sanctuary. Please understand what that means." He walked away. There was no applause. There was no verdict. There was only the sound of 42 women realizing at exactly the same moment that they had been listening to the wrong version of the Chilton family for 12 years. And in that sound, my mother heard what she had always feared most: silence that did not belong to her. 2 months later, on the second Sunday of May, I drove to Silver Maples of Chelsea with Reagan in the passenger seat and Nora in the back. It was Mother's Day. My grandmother had a good morning. She was sitting in the small chair by the garden window when we came in, wearing a yellow cardigan, and she looked at all three of us and she said, "There you are, my 3 girls." We sat with her for 2 hours. Nora showed her the drawing she had made in kindergarten of a cat and a house and a tree. My grandmother asked Reagan to bring her a specific yellow blanket from the closet. She asked me to sit closer to the window because she liked the light on my face. She looked at me at one point and she said, "You brought the pen?" I nodded. She said, "Good. You'll need it. Not for you. For Nora." I looked at Nora. Nora was crawling on the floor with the yellow blanket over her shoulders like a cape. My grandmother watched her for a long time, and then she looked at me, and she said very clearly, "You're the one who writes it down." She looked at Nora. She said it again, softer. You're the one who writes it down. Nora nodded, because Nora nods at any question she has not fully understood. But she was 6 years old, and she remembered. I will give her the second pen on her 7th birthday, in November. My grandmother will still be here for it. That is what we have bought back. My mother did not call. My father did not call. I did not call them. That is the shape of the family we have now. It is smaller. It is quieter. It is honest for the first time in my life. My parents sold the Bloomfield Hills house in the last week of April to pay off the HELOC. They moved to a 2-bedroom apartment in Livonia. My father works part-time at H&R Block during tax season. My mother lost her chairmanship of the Tea Committee on March 8th. She lost her seat on the session on March 29th. She still attends service. She sits in the back row. Marlene and Ruth meet Reagan and me every other Wednesday at a coffee shop in Ferndale. We do not talk about my mother. We talk about my grandmother, and about Nora, and about a life that does not run on somebody else's silence. Chris and Nora have joint custody as usual. Chris brought Nora to see her great-grandmother twice in the last 8 weeks. Reagan is 9 years and 5 months sober. She is studying for her real estate license again at a community college in Ann Arbor. I still work at Great Lakes Logistics Partners. I still keep a spreadsheet on the first Sunday of every month. It has different columns now. It no longer says family operating costs at the top. It says my daughter's name. If you have been the reliable one, the fixer, the one who gives without asking back, I want you to know this. The family that only loves you when you are useful is not the family that will remember you when you are gone. Boundaries are not betrayal. Silence is not surrender. And the ones who love you will not need you to prove it. If this story reached you, share it with someone who needs to hear it. And if you have your own version, tell it. Write it down.
We're married now, Mom. Send me the key to the house in Malibu. My son's words sliced through me like a blade of pure ice. No, hello, how are you? No explanation. Certainly no apology for excluding me from what should have been one of the most significant moments of his life. Just a demand, delivered with the entitled expectation of someone who has never been denied anything. I stood in my kitchen, phone pressed to my ear, staring out at the vast Pacific Ocean that has witnessed every triumph and tragedy of my life for the past 40 years. The same ocean that carried my father's ashes, my husband's ashes, and will someday carry mine. Connor, I managed, my voice steadier than my heart. You got married? Yeah, last weekend. Look, Scarlett has always dreamed of honeymooning at the Malibu house. We need the keys ASAP. We're thinking of heading there tomorrow for a month, maybe longer. Scarlett, a name I'd never heard until this moment. My new daughter-in-law, apparently, though I couldn't picture her face, didn't know her voice, hadn't been given the chance to welcome her to our family. And now they wanted my home. Not just any home, but the iconic beachfront property my father, Felix Hartman, had purchased with the proceeds from his legendary screenplays. The home where Hollywood royalty had once gathered around our dinner table, where my children had built sandcastles, where I had held my husband's hand as he took his final breath 5 years ago. I didn't know you were seeing someone seriously, I said, choosing my words carefully. I would have loved to attend your wedding. It was just a small thing, spontaneous. You wouldn't have enjoyed it anyway. His dismissal was casual, practiced. So the keys. Can you have them messengered over today? A memory surfaced. Connor at 7 years old, standing in this very kitchen, demanding the last piece of chocolate cake that I'd been saving for his sister. When I'd suggested he share it, he'd thrown a tantrum that ended with the cake on the floor and no dessert for anyone. Some patterns establish themselves early. Connor, I haven't even met Scarlett. Perhaps you could both come for dinner first? We could celebrate properly and— Mom, there's no time for that. Scarlett has auditions scheduled next month. This is our window for the honeymoon. His impatience crackled through the phone. It's just a house. You can stay at your condo in the city. Just a house. As if the walls that had absorbed decades of laughter, tears, and whispered confidences were merely an asset to be utilized at his convenience. Your sister is bringing the girls for their usual summer visit next week, I reminded him. referring to Arya's teenage daughters who spent every July with me, a tradition as reliable as the tides. They can skip a year or stay at a hotel. Arya can afford it with that university salary. I closed my eyes, feeling a familiar weight settling over me, the weight of being the family peacekeeper, the one who accommodates, who yields, who smooths the waters disturbed by my son's perpetual wake. It was a role I had played since Richard died, perhaps even before, but something was different today. Perhaps it was the sheer audacity of his demand. Perhaps it was the complete disregard for family bonds. Or perhaps, at 69, I had simply reached my limit. "Who is she, Connor?" I asked quietly. "What?" "Scarlett, your wife, the woman you've apparently known long enough to marry, but not long enough to introduce to your family. She's an actress, incredibly talented. You'll meet her eventually. Look, about the keys. How long have you known her?" An irritated sigh. "Does it matter? We're in love. It's the real deal. Now can we get back to—" "It matters to me," I said, my voice finding a firmness I hadn't needed to use with him since he was a teenager. "I'm trying to understand why my son would get married without his family present, then immediately demand access to a family home that holds significant meaning to all of us." "Jesus, Mom, it's not that complicated. We wanted privacy for our wedding and a nice place for our honeymoon. Why are you making this so difficult?" The problem with raising children in privilege is that entitlement can take root when you're not looking, like an invasive species that's harmless until suddenly it's choking everything of value. "I need to think about this, Connor," I said finally. "This is all very sudden. What's there to think about? It's the family beach house. I'm family. I need it for a month. Simple. Not simple. Nothing about this was simple. Not the marriage I knew nothing about. Not the timing of this request. Not the gnawing suspicion forming in my gut that there was more to this story than impulsive romance. "Let me consider it," I said. "I'll be in touch soon." "Mom, we need an answer now. Scarlett's already started packing. She's so excited about—" "I said I'll be in touch." My tone left no room for argument, a remnant of the authority I'd once wielded effortlessly when my children were young. "Congratulations on your marriage, Connor. I look forward to meeting Scarlett soon." I hung up before he could push further, setting my phone down on the counter with deliberate care. For several minutes, I simply stood there, looking out at the ocean that had borne witness to every chapter of my life. The tide was coming in, waves crashing against the shore with increasing intensity. They wanted my house, not just any house, but the soul of our family, the repository of our most precious memories. And they wanted it without so much as a proper introduction. I picked up my phone again, scrolling to a contact I hadn't used in years. Theodore Blackwell, private investigator, the same man who had discreetly handled several delicate matters for my late husband. "Theo," I said when he answered. "It's Rosalind Bradford. I need your services." Very discreetly, very quickly. After explaining what I needed, I made a second call, this one to my attorney, Margaret Chen. "Margaret, I need to make some immediate changes to my estate plans. How quickly can we execute this?" As I outlined what I wanted, a plan began forming in my mind. Connor and his mysterious bride wanted access to the Malibu house. They would receive something far more valuable than keys, the truth. I smiled as I ended the call, a smile not of happiness, but of resolve. I would not be rushing to messenger over the keys as my son so confidently expected. Instead, I would prepare a different kind of wedding gift, one that would reveal exactly what kind of woman had married into our family, and exactly what kind of mother I really was. Sometimes, at 69, you discover that you're not quite finished surprising people, even yourself. 3 days later, I personally delivered an elegantly wrapped box to Connor's downtown loft, leaving it with his doorman with instructions that it was a wedding gift requiring immediate attention. Inside was not the key to the Malibu house, but something that would make his new bride scream like nothing else could. I simply smiled, hung up the phone, and waited for the inevitable explosion. When you've lived in Hollywood circles as long as I have, you develop a certain instinct about people. My father used to call it the screenplay sense, the ability to see the hidden motivations driving a character's actions, to anticipate the plot twist before it's revealed. It served him well through 40 years of screenwriting, and it served me equally well through 69 years of life. Something about Connor's sudden marriage set off every alarm bell I possessed. Theodore Blackwell understood urgency. Within hours of my call, He had a preliminary report on Scarlett Moore, née Sarah Miller, born in Bakersfield to unremarkable parents who still lived in the same modest ranch house where she'd grown up. She's reinvented herself thoroughly, Theo explained during our meeting in a discreet cafe far from Malibu. Changed her name legally at 22, erased her accent, constructed an entirely new background, standard procedure for many in the industry, but she's been particularly thorough. I sipped my Earl Grey, absorbing this information. And her acting career? Minimal credits, a few commercials, background work, one speaking role in an independent film that never saw distribution. He slid a folder across the table. But her relationship history is where things get interesting. The folder contained photographs, dates, names, a meticulous chronicle of Scarlett's romantic entanglements over the past 5 years. Director Julian Hargrove, 30 years her senior, whose period drama had featured Scarlett in a small but pivotal role until their engagement abruptly ended after filming Wrapped. Producer Raymond Chen, whose streaming series mysteriously cast her over more established actresses until their relationship cooled when the show wasn't renewed. Each relationship followed the same pattern. An older, established man in a position of power, a brief period of professional advancement for Scarlett, then a carefully orchestrated exit once she'd secured what she needed. And Connor? I asked, studying a recent photograph of my son and Scarlett at some industry event, his arm possessively around her waist, her smile calculated for maximum impact. They met approximately 4 months ago at a charity event for the Film Preservation Society. Theo hesitated. A charity event hosted at your Malibu house last March, which you didn't attend due to your sister's health issues. The revelation hit me like a physical blow. She was in my home before meeting Connor? According to my sources, she attended specifically to network with industry executives. Several witnesses recall her asking detailed questions about the property itself, who owned it, its history, its value. So the house was the target from the beginning, I murmured, pieces falling into place. Not Connor. Mr. Bradford was likely identified as the access point after the event. His reputation for, Theo searched for a diplomatic phrase, being susceptible to beautiful, ambitious women, is fairly well known in certain circles. A polite way of saying my son had a pattern of being manipulated by women who recognized his insecurities and exploited them. His father and I had tried addressing this tendency during his early 20s, only to be dismissed as interfering and out of touch. There's more, Theo continued, turning to the final pages of the report. Ms. Moore has been meeting with real estate developers specializing in converting residential properties to commercial use, specifically luxury boutique hotels. My stomach tightened as I examined the surveillance photos showing Scarlett engaged in animated conversation with men in expensive suits, blueprints spread between them on restaurant tables. The most recent meeting was 3 weeks ago, Theo noted, shortly before the wedding. The gentleman on the left is Howard Kingsley of Oceanfront Developments. They specialize in acquiring beachfront properties for conversion to high-end resorts. The final piece clicked into place. It wasn't just the house Scarlett wanted. It was what the house could become. A landmark property with Hollywood history, perched on one of Malibu's most coveted stretches of coastline, would be worth tens of millions as a boutique hotel. Have you tracked her communications with these developers? I asked. Theo shook his head. That would require access to her personal devices, legally questionable territory. However, he slid another folder toward me. We did manage to record several conversations between Ms. Moore and her friend Vanessa Diaz in public locations. The transcripts are enlightening. I flipped through pages of dialogue that confirmed my worst suspicions. Connor's such a perfect target, desperate for validation, completely blind to manipulation, and the direct line to that incredible property. His mother's almost 70. How much longer can she hold on to a place like that? Once you're married, it's just a matter of time before you can convince him to sell. The developers are offering a 7-figure consulting fee just for delivering the property. Imagine what we could do with that kind of money. The most damning exchange had occurred just days before the wedding. Vanessa, what if his mother refuses to let you use the house? Scarlett, she won't. Connor says she never denies him anything. Besides, we just need to get our foot in the door. Once we're there, I can start planting the idea of selling. The old lady won't live forever, and when she's gone, Connor gets his share. The old lady. Me. reduced to an inconvenient obstacle in their path to wealth. What about Connor? I asked, my voice tighter than I intended. Is there any indication he's aware of her motives? None that we've found, Theo replied, his expression softening with rare sympathy. All evidence suggests Mr. Bradford believes this is a genuine romantic relationship. My poor, foolish son, always searching for love in the wrong places, always vulnerable to those who recognized his desperate need for admiration, for all his outward success, the Grammy nominations, the celebrity clients, the lavish lifestyle. Connor had never overcome the deep-seated insecurity that drove him to seek validation from people who would never truly value him. Thank you, Theo, I said, gathering the folders. This is exactly what I needed. What will you do now? He asked. I smiled, a calm settling over me as my plan crystallized. First, I'll speak with my attorney to ensure certain documents are in order. Then, I'll prepare a wedding gift that Ms. Moore will never forget. As I drove back to Malibu along the Pacific Coast Highway, watching waves crash against the shore, I felt a curious sense of peace. I had raised my children to believe in love, in family, in the values that my father had instilled in me. Connor had strayed from those values, seduced by the hollow glamour of the industry that had made our family fortune. But I was still Rosalind Bradford, daughter of Felix Hartman. I had watched legends of the silver screen debate art and life on my terrace. I had built and lost and rebuilt a life of substance. I would not be outmaneuvered by an ambitious actress from Bakersfield with dreams of turning my family sanctuary into a boutique hotel. My father's voice seemed to whisper in my ear as I pulled into the driveway of the home he'd loved so dearly. Every great screenplay needs a third-act twist, Rosie. Make it count. I intended to do exactly that. Margaret Chen's law office always reminded me of a film set, everything precisely arranged for maximum impact, from the panoramic views of downtown Los Angeles to the strategic placement of her impressive credentials on the walls. Today, the conference room felt like the perfect setting for the scene we were about to craft. "You're certain about this?" Margaret asked, sliding the finalized documents across the polished table. At 53, she'd been handling my legal affairs for over 20 years, ever since she'd impressed Richard with her razor-sharp mind and unflinching honesty. "Absolutely certain," I replied, signing where indicated. "The house has always been meant for my grandchildren. This just makes it official. And Connor? He won't take this well?" I paused, pen hovering above the final signature line. "Connor needs to learn that actions have consequences. Besides, this isn't about punishing him, it's about protecting what matters. The irrevocable nature of this trust means you won't be able to change your mind later," she cautioned. "I'm not going to change my mind." I signed with a flourish, feeling the weight of finality in the motion. Some decisions only need to be made once. After leaving Margaret's office, I drove to my city apartment, a sleek, modern space in a high-rise that Connor had always preferred to the Malibu house. "It's more my vibe," he'd explained once, as if history and beauty were merely aesthetic choices rather than foundations of identity. I'd arranged to meet Aria there, away from curious ears in Malibu. My daughter arrived precisely on time, as she always did, a trait she'd inherited from her father. At 44, with her academic career firmly established and her daughters growing into remarkable young women, Aria had become my confidant in ways Connor had never managed. "Mom," she said, embracing me warmly, "what's this emergency meeting about? Your message sounded ominous." "Your brother got married," I stated without preamble, watching her reaction. Her eyebrows shot up. "Connor? Married? To whom?" Exactly my question. I gestured for her to sit as I poured us both glasses of the Sauvignon Blanc she favored. "An actress named Scarlett Moore, someone he's never mentioned to either of us." Aria accepted the wine, her academic's mind visibly processing this information. "That's unexpected. Connor's always been impulsive, but marriage, without telling anyone? It gets worse." I sat across from her, gathering my thoughts. "He called to inform me of this marriage as a prelude to demanding the keys to the Malibu house for their honeymoon, for at least a month, possibly longer. During our annual visit, the girls have been looking forward to it all year." Indignation flashed across her face. "That's completely unacceptable." "Indeed, which is why I had Ms. Moore investigated." "Mom!" Aria's shock was evident. You hired a private investigator? Something felt wrong, I explained, unapologetic. My instincts were correct. I summarized Theo's findings: Scarlett's reinvented identity, her pattern of strategic relationships, her meetings with developers, her explicit targeting of Connor as access to the Malibu property. With each revelation, Arya's expression shifted from shock to anger to grim understanding. She's a con artist, she concluded flatly. And Connor's her mark. Essentially, yes. Have you told him? I shook my head. He wouldn't believe me. You know how defensive he gets, especially about his relationships. He'd assume I was interfering, being overprotective. So what's your plan? Arya leaned forward, ever the pragmatist. I assume you have one, or you wouldn't have asked me here. I smiled, appreciating her directness. I've restructured the trust that holds the Malibu property. Effective immediately, it bypasses both you and Connor, transferring directly to your daughters upon my death, with you as trustee until they're 30. She blinked, absorbing this. That's significant. Connor will be furious. Connor will eventually understand if he's capable of growth. I took a sip of wine. There's more. I've prepared a wedding gift for the happy couple. A comprehensive dossier on Scarlett's true intentions, along with the new trust documents. I'm delivering it tomorrow. Arya was silent for a long moment. You realize this will likely end their marriage. That's rather the point. And possibly damage your relationship with Connor permanently. I met my daughter's concerned gaze steadily. I'm willing to risk that to protect him from someone who sees him as nothing more than access to property and money. What kind of mother would I be if I stood by and allowed that? Arya sighed, running a finger around the rim of her glass. A less confrontational one, perhaps, but not a better one. She reached for my hand. The girls and I will support whatever you decide. Just try to remember that Connor, for all his flaws, is still the little boy who used to fall asleep on your lap during movie nights. That image, Connor at 6, curled against me as we watched his grandfather's films, asking endless questions about how stories were made, sent an unexpected pang through my heart. When had that curious, affectionate child transformed into a man who would exclude his family from his wedding, then demand access to our most precious, shared space? The next morning, I put the final touches on my wedding gift. The package was deceptively beautiful. Heavy cream paper embossed with the Bradford family crest, tied with genuine silk ribbon. Inside the main box was a smaller one, an antique film canister that had once held the original print of my father's most famous screenplay. It seemed fitting to use it now for what might be the most dramatic scene of my own life. Within the canister, I arranged 3 items with careful precision. First, the newly executed trust documents establishing my granddaughters as the future owners of the Malibu property, with specific language prohibiting its sale or commercial development. Second, the comprehensive dossier on Scarlett Moore, her fabricated background, her pattern of relationships with industry men, transcripts of her conversations about using Connor to access the property, photographs of her meetings with developers, and detailed timelines proving she had targeted our family home before ever meeting my son. Third, a personal letter written in my own hand on the stationery my husband had given me for our last anniversary. Not a screed of anger or accusation, but something more powerful. The truth about legacy, about family, about the difference between possessions and heritage. As I sealed the package, I thought about what awaited on the other side of this decision. Connor's inevitable rage, Scarlett's exposed duplicity, the potential fracturing of what remained of our family bonds. But I also thought about what I was protecting. Not just a valuable piece of real estate, but the soul of our family. The place where my father had written words that moved millions, where my children had learned to swim and dream and believe in something larger than themselves, where my granddaughters would someday bring their own children to hear stories of their remarkable great-grandfather. Some things transcended the immediate pain of confrontation. Some legacies were worth fighting for, even at the cost of temporary peace. I called my most trusted driver, handed him the package with specific instructions, then settled in to wait. By this evening, Connor and his bride would know exactly who they were dealing with. Not a pushover matriarch easily manipulated, but a woman determined to protect what mattered most. The ocean seemed particularly restless today, waves crashing against the shore with thunderous determination. I watched from my terrace, a cup of tea cooling beside me, and prepared myself for the storm that would soon break over our family. Let it come. I had weathered worse. The call came at precisely 7:43 p.m. I know this because I was watching the antique grandfather clock in my living room, timing my breaths to its steady rhythm as I waited. When my phone lit up with Connor's name, I let it ring twice before answering, my voice deliberately calm. "Hello, Connor." What followed wasn't speech, but a cacophony. Scarlett's high-pitched screaming in the background, objects crashing, my son's voice strained beyond recognition. "What the hell did you do?" Connor's words finally cut through the chaos. "I sent a wedding gift," I replied evenly. "I take it you've opened it." "Are you insane?" "Scarlett is—" His voice cut off as another crash sounded, followed by more unintelligible screaming. "Having difficulty maintaining her composure, it seems," I observed. "Perhaps that's what happens when one's true intentions are exposed." "These allegations are completely false," he sputtered, but the uncertainty beneath his outrage was palpable. "You've fabricated this entire—" "I don't fabricate evidence, Connor. Everything in that dossier is meticulously documented. The transcripts, the photographs, the timeline. Your bride has been planning to use you to access the Malibu property from the moment she set eyes on it, before she ever met you, in fact." Another crash in the background. Scarlett's voice suddenly clearer. "That bitter old bitch! She can't prove anything!" "Actually, I can," I murmured, though I doubted Connor could hear me over the commotion on his end. "And I already have." "The trust documents," Connor said, his voice dropping. "You changed the inheritance, cut me out completely. I protected the house from those who see it only as a commodity to be exploited." I kept my tone matter of fact, though my heart ached at the betrayal in his voice. "The property will pass to your nieces, with your sister as trustee, the girls who have spent every summer of their lives there, the next generation of our family. You had no right. I had every right. The house is mine, Connor, not yours, not yet, and now, not ever." The bluntness of my own words surprised me, but there was no gentler truth to offer. The background noise suddenly shifted, a door slamming, Scarlett's voice now distant, but still raised. Connor's breathing was heavy in my ear. "She's locked herself in the bathroom," he said, voice hollow. "Says she's calling her lawyer. Says we can fight this. She can certainly try." I allowed a hint of steel to enter my tone. "But I think you'll find I've been extremely thorough." Silence stretched between us, heavy with decades of complicated history. All the times I'd yielded to his demands, smoothed over his mistakes, prioritized his comfort over confronting his behavior. We had arrived at a precipice neither of us had seen coming, yet in retrospect seemed inevitable. "Did you know?" His voice was suddenly small, reminiscent of the little boy who would ask me to check under his bed for monsters. "When I called about the house, did you already suspect her?" "I suspected something wasn't right," I admitted. "The timing, the secrecy, the immediate demand for the house, it fit a pattern I've observed before." "In my relationships, you mean?" Bitterness crept into his tone. "Because I'm such a predictable failure at them. Because you've allowed yourself to be vulnerable to a certain type of manipulation," I corrected gently. "There's a difference." Another crash from his end, followed by Scarlett's voice, suddenly crystal clear as if she'd grabbed the phone. "You think you're so clever, don't you? You and your precious house and your Hollywood legacy. You're just a selfish old woman who can't stand seeing her son happy." I waited, unruffled by her outburst. When Connor reclaimed the phone, his voice was subdued. "Mom, Read the full dossier, Connor," I interrupted. "Look at the evidence with clear eyes. Then decide if this marriage is what you truly want. And if it is," a hint of his usual defiance returned. "If I choose her despite all this, then that is your choice to make. But it won't change mine regarding the house." I softened my tone slightly. "The door is always open for you as my son, but not for those who seek to exploit our family's legacy." After we hung up, I poured myself a small glass of the single malt scotch Richard had favored, carrying it out to the terrace. The sun was setting over the Pacific, painting the water in shades of gold and crimson. How many sunsets had I watched from this spot? Thousands, perhaps. Each one unique, each one a reminder that endings could be beautiful, even when tinged with melancholy. My phone chimed with a text from Arya. "Connor just called. Absolutely frantic. Said you've destroyed his life." "What happened?" I typed back quickly. "The wedding gift was delivered. It's going about as expected. I'll fill you in tomorrow." Her response came moments later. The girls and I are coming early, arriving tomorrow instead of next week. You shouldn't be alone for the fallout. My throat tightened unexpectedly. Arya, always perceptive, always supportive, so like her father in the ways that mattered most. Thank you, I replied simply. I was halfway through my scotch when the security system alerted me to a car approaching. The cameras showed a sleek red convertible speeding up my driveway, braking hard near the front entrance. Scarlett emerged alone, her movements sharp with fury, her face contorted in a way that would horrify any casting director. So she had decided on a direct confrontation. I hadn't expected her to leave Connor behind, but perhaps that was strategic, to appeal woman to woman, to attempt manipulation without him present. I remained on the terrace, watching through the security feed as she pounded on my front door. My housekeeper, Maria, answered with instructions I'd provided earlier for just this possibility. Mrs. Bradford is not receiving visitors this evening. Maria's voice came clearly through the system. I'm not a visitor, I'm family, Scarlett hissed. Her daughter-in-law. Tell her to face me like a woman instead of hiding behind her files and spies. Mrs. Bradford says you may make an appointment through her assistant tomorrow if you wish to discuss matters, Maria continued calmly. Good evening, Ms. Moore. The use of her unmarried name was deliberate, a small twist of the knife, perhaps petty, but I allowed myself this minor indulgence. Scarlett's reaction was volcanic. She screamed obscenities that made even me, with my decades in Hollywood circles, raise an eyebrow. When Maria simply closed the door, Scarlett kicked it repeatedly before storming back to her car. But instead of leaving, she sat in the driver's seat, engine running, staring at the house with such intensity I could feel it through the camera feed. After several minutes, she pulled out her phone, her face illuminated by its glow as she typed furiously. My own phone chimed with a text from an unknown number. This isn't over. You have no idea who you're dealing with. I will have that house one way or another. I didn't dignify it with a response, instead forwarding the message to Theo and Margaret as additional evidence of Scarlett's character and intentions. Then I blocked the number, finished my scotch, and went inside to prepare for bed. As I moved through my evening routine, removing makeup, applying the face cream Richard had always teased me about. Does it actually work? It must, darling. Just look at me. Brushing my hair with the silver-handled brush that had been my mother's, I contemplated the storm I had deliberately unleashed. Connor would be angry for some time, perhaps a long time. Scarlett would certainly attempt retaliation, though her options were limited against someone with my resources and foresight. There would be unpleasantness, legal threats, perhaps even genuine attempts at litigation. But the house was secure, the legacy protected, my granddaughter's inheritance assured. As I slipped between the sheets, I thought of my father's favorite advice about screenwriting. The third act reveals the truth of who your characters really are, Rosie, not through their words, but through their choices under pressure. Connor's true character would be revealed in how he responded to this crisis. Would he cling to pride and a doomed marriage, or would he find the strength to acknowledge the manipulation and extricate himself? The choice was his. I had made mine. Sleep came surprisingly easily, deep and dreamless. The sleep of someone who has done what needed to be done, regardless of the cost. Arya arrived the next morning with my granddaughters in tow, the three of them bustling into the house with the energetic chaos that always made the place feel truly alive. Mia, 16, and already showing the intellectual intensity that had characterized her mother at that age, hugged me fiercely before announcing she needed to finish her summer reading on the deck. Zoe, 14 and perpetually in motion, immediately headed for the beach access stairs, surfboard under her arm. The ocean calls, she explained with a grin that was pure Hartman charm. Miss these waves all year, Grandma Rose. When the girls had dispersed, Arya fixed me with her penetrating gaze. You look remarkably composed for someone who just detonated a nuclear bomb in the family. Dramatic phrasing, I observed, leading her to the kitchen. Coffee? Please. And don't deflect. Connor called me 4 times last night, each message more unhinged than the last. The final one included threats of contesting the trust, suing you for defamation, and, I quote, exposing decades of family secrets. I raised an eyebrow as I measured coffee grounds. Interesting threat from someone who barely remembers most family gatherings. What secrets does he imagine I have? I don't think he's thinking clearly. Arya leaned against the counter, watching me with our father's analytical eyes. Scarlett apparently spent the night alternating between hysterical sobbing and rage-filled plotting. Sounds exhausting. Mom, Arya's tone sharpened. This is serious. She's threatening to go to the tabloids with stories about the family, about Dad, about Grandpa. I paused, then continued preparing the coffee with deliberate calm. Let her try. Felix Hartman's life has been documented in 3 biographies and countless articles. There are no scandals to unearth that haven't already been explored in tedious detail. And Dad, your father was the most ethical man I've ever known. His reputation can withstand whatever fabrications she might invent. I poured water into the coffee maker. Besides, I have something Scarlett doesn't. What's that? Actual evidence. I smiled thinly. Should she choose to make false public accusations, I'm prepared to release the full dossier, including her recorded statements about targeting Connor specifically to access the house. Arya sighed, accepting the mug I offered her. You've really thought of everything, haven't you? I've had to. I joined her at the kitchen island. This isn't just about a house, Arya. It's about protecting what your grandfather built, what your father preserved, what I've maintained for this family, for your daughters. She was quiet for a moment, sipping her coffee. And Connor? Where does he fit into this legacy you're protecting? The question pierced deeper than I'd expected. Connor has always been included in the legacy, just not in the way he wants. He's chosen a path that prioritizes immediate gratification over lasting value. I can't force him to make different choices, but I can ensure those choices don't endanger what matters most. He's still your son, and I still love him. I met her gaze steadily. That hasn't changed. It won't change. But love doesn't require capitulation to harmful demands. Before Arya could respond, my phone rang. Margaret Chen's office. Roslyn, Margaret began without preamble. Scarlett Moore has retained Julius Hammond as counsel. They're threatening a lawsuit for alienation of affection, defamation, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Julius Hammond, a flamboyant attorney known for representing celebrities in messy divorces and aggressively pursuing settlements to avoid public trials. His involvement suggested Scarlett was aiming for a quick financial resolution rather than protracted legal battles. Let me guess, I replied. They're offering to drop all claims in exchange for a substantial settlement? $2 million to be precise, and access to the Malibu house for 6 months per year. I actually laughed. Ambitious, isn't she? What's your assessment? Their case is weak at best. The evidence you've compiled is substantial and properly obtained. Additionally, truth is an absolute defense against defamation claims. Margaret's tone was clinically precise. However, they're banking on your desire to avoid public spectacle. A miscalculation on their part. I watched through the window as my granddaughters moved about the property. Mia now settled on the deck with her book, Zoe visible in the distance riding a wave. I've spent my entire adult life in Hollywood circles. Public spectacle doesn't frighten me. So I should inform them we're prepared to defend against any legal action? Absolutely. And Margaret, make it clear that should they proceed, we're prepared to countersue for attempted fraud and submit all evidence to the district attorney for potential criminal charges. After ending the call, I turned to find Arya watching me with a mixture of admiration and concern. You're formidable when provoked, she observed. I sometimes forget that beneath the elegant hostess exterior beats the heart of a woman who once faced down studio executives to protect Dad's critical integrity. I smiled at the memory. Richard had written a scathing review of a big-budget film produced by one of Hollywood's most powerful men. The producer had threatened to end my husband's career, showing up at our door to intimidate him directly. I had been the one to send him away with a promise that if he pursued his threats, I would ensure every journalist in town heard exactly what he'd attempted. I learned long ago that bullies rely on their target's fear of confrontation, I said. Remove that fear, and they typically retreat. And if Scarlett doesn't retreat, if she actually follows through with legal action or tabloid stories, then we'll face that challenge as it comes. I refreshed my coffee. But I suspect once she realizes I won't be intimidated into a settlement, she'll cut her losses and move on to another target. Her type usually does. And Connor? The question lingered between us, the heart of the matter, the true complication. That, I admitted, I can't predict. Connor makes decisions based on emotion rather than reason. Always has. Whether he'll recognize Scarlett's manipulation or commit himself further to defending it, only time will tell. As if summoned by our conversation, My phone chimed with a text from Connor. We need to talk. Alone. Today. I showed Arya the message. Are you going to see him? She asked. Of course. I typed a quick response. Come for dinner. 7 p.m. Just the two of us. He's my son, regardless of the current circumstances. Would you like me to take the girls somewhere else for the evening? I shook my head. No need to disrupt their first day here. Connor and I can speak privately in the study. Besides, I added with a faint smile, having you all here reminds him what family actually means. As Arya headed outside to check on her daughters, I found myself pausing at the collection of family photographs lining the hallway. Connor at 8, proudly holding up a fish he'd caught off the dock. Connor at 12, sitting cross-legged beside his grandfather as Felix explained camera angles. Connor at 18, reluctantly posing in his graduation cap. Connor at 30, accepting his first Grammy Award. Somewhere in that progression, the bright-eyed boy who had once followed his grandfather like a shadow had disappeared, replaced by a man chasing external validation with increasing desperation. I hadn't fully noticed the transformation as it happened, a failure that I would always regret. I touched the frame of the fishing photo lightly. Oh, Connor, I murmured to the grinning child captured there. What happened to you? The question hung in the air, unanswerable yet persistent, as I turned to prepare for the confrontation that evening would surely bring. I chose my attire carefully for Connor's visit, not the casual elegance I typically wore around the house, but a more deliberate ensemble. The sapphire silk blouse Richard had given me for our last anniversary, pearl earrings that had belonged to my mother, and the subtle Cartier watch my father had presented to me when his first screenplay sold. Armor of a sort, these physical connections to those who had loved me without condition or expectation. At precisely 6:58 p.m., the security system announced Connor's arrival. I watched on the monitor as he sat in his car for several moments, seemingly gathering resolve before approaching the house. His posture was rigid, his movements lacking their usual casual confidence. I opened the door before he could ring the bell. Connor? I greeted him, voice steady. Come in. He stepped inside, eyes darting around the entryway, as if expecting an ambush. Where is everyone? Arya took the girls to dinner in town. I thought we should speak privately. He nodded stiffly, following me through to the kitchen where I'd prepared a simple meal. The spaghetti carbonara he'd favored throughout his childhood, crusty bread, a bottle of the Barolo he preferred, small gestures of maternal memory that seemed to catch him off guard. You cooked, he observed, surprise momentarily displacing his defensive posture. I still remember how. I gestured toward the table, already set for two. Shall we? For several minutes we engaged in the performance of a normal dinner, serving food, pouring wine, the mechanical motions of knives and forks against plates. The silence stretched between us, taut with unspoken accusations. Connor broke first, setting down his fork with a sharp click. I want to understand why you did it. Did what, specifically? I took a deliberate sip of wine, investigated the woman who married my son without my knowledge, protected the family home from someone plotting to exploit it, altered my estate plans to ensure my granddaughter's inheritance. All of it. His voice tightened. The whole calculated attack on my marriage. Not your marriage, Connor. Scarlett's deception. I set my glass down carefully. There's a difference. You don't know her. Not really. Those recordings, those meetings, there could be explanations you haven't considered. Hope flared briefly in my chest. If he was reaching for alternative explanations, perhaps he wasn't completely lost to Scarlett's manipulation. What explanations would justify her discussing you as a perfect target? I asked gently. Or planning to convert the house to a boutique hotel? Or strategizing how to access the property before she ever met you? He flinched visibly. She says those recordings are taken out of context, that your investigator edited them to make her look bad. Then she's adding lies to her existing deception. I reached for the small tablet I'd placed on the sideboard, sliding it toward him. The complete, unedited recordings are here. Listen for yourself. The context is quite clear. Connor stared at the tablet without touching it, conflict evident in every line of his face. She's my wife. She's a con artist who targeted you specifically for access to property and money. You never gave her a chance. Anger flared suddenly. You never even met her before sending that dossier. That's not how a mother treats her son's wife. You never gave me the chance to meet her, I countered evenly. You announced your marriage as a fait accompli, then immediately demanded access to the house. Those aren't the actions of a son who values his mother's blessing. He pushed back from the table, standing abruptly. This is useless. You've already decided she's guilty. Nothing I say will change your mind. That's not true. I remained seated, maintaining my composure with effort. I would be delighted to be proven wrong. Show me evidence that contradicts what I've discovered. Explain the recordings in a way that makes sense. Help me understand why my son would exclude his family from his wedding, then immediately demand access to his mother's home. Because I knew you'd judge her. The words burst from him. Just like you've judged every woman I've ever been with. Too ambitious, too shallow, too young, too interested in my connections. Nobody is ever good enough for your precious son. The accusation stung, primarily because it contained a kernel of truth. I had been skeptical of Connor's romantic choices over the years, though I'd tried to keep my reservations private. I've never wanted anything but your happiness, I said softly. But I won't stand by while someone exploits you, uses you to get to this house, to this family's legacy. Legacy, legacy, legacy. He spat the word like a curse. That's all you care about. Grandpa's precious reputation, Dad's critical standing, your perfect family image. What about what I want? What about my choices? Your choices affect more than just you, Connor. They affect everyone who cares about you, everyone who shares this family's history. The house isn't just yours, he insisted, circling back to the core of his grievance. Dad would have wanted me to have my share. Your father, I replied with careful precision, wanted this house to remain in the family as a home, not to be sold off or commercialized. The trust I've established ensures exactly that. By cutting me out completely, by protecting it from those who see it only as a commodity, I finally stood, meeting his gaze directly. Including your wife, who has explicitly stated her intentions to turn it into a hotel once I'm gone. He flinched again, another small tell that part of him recognized the truth in my words. Listen to the recordings, Connor, I urged. Read the full report. Look at the evidence with clear eyes. Then ask yourself if this marriage is truly what you want, or if it's another impulsive decision made from a place of insecurity. Don't psychoanalyze me. His voice hardened. I'm not one of Grandpa's characters for you to dissect. No, you're my son, whom I've loved from the moment you drew breath, whom I've supported through every triumph and mistake, whom I'm trying, perhaps imperfectly, to protect, even now. Something flickered in his expression. Doubt, confusion, a momentary crack in his defensive facade. Then his phone chimed with a text, and the moment shattered. He glanced at the screen, his face tightening. Scarlett, she's waiting for me. Of course she is. I couldn't quite keep the weariness from my voice. She wants to know what I've said, what I've offered, what leverage she might still have. That's not... He stopped, uncertainty creeping into his expression again. She's just concerned. Take the tablet, Connor. Listen to the recordings away from her influence. Make your decision based on facts, not emotions manipulated by someone who sees you as a means to an end. He hesitated, then picked up the tablet. This doesn't change anything. I still think what you did was cruel and unnecessary. I can accept that judgment if it means you'll examine the evidence. I moved toward him, risking a gentle touch on his arm. I didn't do this to hurt you. I did it because I love you too much to watch you be exploited without at least trying to open your eyes. For a brief moment, I thought he might embrace me. His body language shifted, softened. Then another text chimed, and the moment passed. I have to go, he said stiffly. Scarlett's waiting. She usually is, I murmured. At the door, he paused. Julius Hammond contacted you? He did. $2 million and 6 months annual access to the house was the proposed settlement, I believe. Connor's expression confirmed he hadn't known the specific demands. Another small crack in Scarlett's facade. The girls are happy to be here, I added, deliberately changing the subject. Zoe's already been surfing. Mia's halfway through The Great Gatsby on the deck. A fleeting smile touched his lips. He'd always had a special bond with his nieces, despite his generally self-absorbed lifestyle. Tell them I'll see them soon. I will. After he left, I cleared the barely touched dinner, wrapping his portion for later, though I doubted he would return for it. The house felt cavernous suddenly, despite knowing Arya and the girls would be back soon. I poured myself another glass of wine and stepped out onto the terrace, breathing in the salt air as darkness settled over the ocean. What would you do, Richard? I asked the empty space beside me. a habit I'd developed in the years since his death. What would you tell your son? No answer came, of course. Just the eternal rhythm of waves against shore, the distant call of a seabird, the whisper of wind through palm fronds. Yet somehow, in that symphony of familiar sounds, I found a measure of peace. Connor had taken the tablet. He would listen to the recordings, read the reports, see the evidence with his own eyes. Whether that would be enough to break through Scarlett's manipulation remained to be seen. But I had done what I could. The rest would unfold as it must, with or without my intervention. I raised my glass to the darkening horizon, a toast to uncertainty and hope in equal measure. I was having breakfast with Arya and the girls when Theo called the next morning. "Mrs. Bradford, I thought you should know immediately. Scarlett Moore has been making some concerning moves." I excused myself, stepping onto the terrace for privacy. "What kind of moves?" "She visited 3 tabloid journalists yesterday. Based on my sources, she's shopping a story about Felix Hartman having fathered an illegitimate child in the 1960s who was allegedly paid off to disappear. She's claiming to have documentation. The accusation was so absurd I nearly laughed. That's impossible. My father's life was scrutinized by multiple biographers. There was no secret child. I agree it's likely fabricated, but tabloids aren't particularly concerned with verification if the story's sensational enough. I considered this calculated attack, not just on me, but on my father's legacy. "Can you obtain copies of whatever documentation she's claiming to have?" "Already working on it. There's more, though. She's also been in contact with Horizon Developers, the company that specializes in acquiring beachfront properties for hotel conversions." A chill ran through me despite the morning warmth. For what purpose? Unclear at present, but my source indicates she presented herself as having imminent access to your property and authority to discuss preliminary assessments. I thanked Theo, asking him to continue monitoring the situation, then called Margaret immediately. "I need to send cease and desist letters to several tabloids and Horizon Developers," I explained, after outlining what Theo had discovered. "And I want to formally notify Horizon that any discussions with Scarlett Moore regarding my property are fraudulent." "I'll draft them immediately," Margaret assured me. "And I'd suggest we prepare for the possibility that she'll escalate to actual defamation. We should have a response strategy ready." After ending the call, I remained on the terrace, watching my granddaughters on the beach below. Zoe was attempting to teach Mia to surf, both of them laughing as Mia tumbled into the gentle waves. The sight centered me, a reminder of what truly mattered beyond the current drama. Arya joined me, coffee cup in hand. More complications. I briefed her on Scarlett's latest maneuvers. Her expression darkened with each detail. "She's despicable," Arya concluded. "Attacking Grandpa's reputation with manufactured scandals? That crosses a line." "It's a desperate move," I agreed. "She's losing control of the narrative and striking out however she can." "Have you heard from Connor since last night?" I shook my head. "Not yet, but he took the tablet with the complete evidence. He'll listen to it eventually, even if just to try disproving it." "And when he can't?" Arya's voice held a rare edge. "When he realizes you were right about her? Then he'll have a difficult choice to make." I watched a pelican dive into the ocean, emerging with its prize. "And we'll need to be there for him, regardless of how he handles it." We spent the morning engaged in normal family activities, a deliberate choice to maintain stability for the girls amid the unfolding situation. I taught Mia to make my mother's famous cinnamon rolls while Arya took Zoe shopping for a new wetsuit. The rhythms of ordinary life continued despite the extraordinary circumstances surrounding us. Shortly after noon, my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. I answered cautiously. "Mrs. Bradford?" A young woman's voice, hesitant but determined. "This is Vanessa Diaz. I was Scarlett's friend." The name registered immediately. The friend featured in several of the recorded conversations discussing the plan to target Connor and access the house. "Yes, Ms. Diaz. I know who you are. I need to talk to you. About Scarlett. About what she's planning now." 20 minutes later, Vanessa arrived at the house, a striking young woman in her mid-20s with an anxious energy that manifested in constantly adjusting her jewelry as she sat across from me in the living room. "I want to be clear," she began. "I'm not doing this out of loyalty to you or your son. Scarlett and I had a falling out last night. She's gone too far." "In what way?" I kept my tone neutral, revealing nothing. "She wants me to notarize forged documents, Supposed letters between your father and this woman he allegedly had a child with. Letters she created using AI to mimic his writing style, with details pulled from his biographies to make them seem authentic. I raised an eyebrow. And you were unwilling to commit criminal fraud? Vanessa flinched. I've done some questionable things, but forgery that could be traced directly to me? No. That's how people end up in prison. A wise assessment. I studied her carefully. What else is she planning? She's meeting with developers tomorrow, claiming she has power of attorney over your affairs due to your declining mental state. She's created a fake document for that too. The audacity was breathtaking. And Connor? What does he know of these plans? Vanessa shifted uncomfortably. She's keeping him insulated, telling him you're launching a smear campaign against her that she needs to defend against, that the meetings are with PR specialists and lawyers to protect their reputation. And he believes this? She hesitated. I think he wants to believe it, but last night, after he came back from dinner with you, I heard them arguing. He was asking about recordings, about meetings with developers. She was crying, saying you had fabricated everything to break them up. Did he seem convinced by her explanations? Not entirely. Vanessa twisted her ring nervously. That's partly why she's accelerating her plans. She's afraid she's losing her grip on him. I absorbed this information, assessing its reliability. Why are you telling me this, Ms. Diaz? The real reason. She met my gaze directly for the first time. Scarlett and I have worked together before. Small cons, strategic relationships with industry men, nothing major. But this, targeting your family, fabricating scandals, forging documents, it's crossing into territory that could have serious legal consequences. I'm not going down with her. Self-preservation, then, not altruism. Still, the information was valuable. Do you have copies of these forged documents? I asked. She nodded, reaching into her purse to extract a manila envelope. The fake power of attorney, the fabricated letters, screenshots of her communications with the tabloids and developers. I accepted the envelope without opening it. You realize that by providing these, you're implicating yourself in the conspiracy up to this point. I do. She straightened her shoulders. That's why I want immunity if this ever goes to court. I'm cooperating now, before any of the more serious fraud actually happens. I'll have my attorney draw up an agreement to that effect, I promised, already mentally composing the message to Margaret. In the meantime, I'd suggest distancing yourself from Scarlett completely. Already done. I moved out of our apartment last night. She stood, clearly eager to leave. One more thing you should know. She's meeting Connor for lunch at Nobu today. She's planning to convince him to sign a document granting her authority to negotiate regarding the house while he focuses on an emergency work situation she's manufactured. Some crisis with a major client that will conveniently keep him distracted for the next week. After Vanessa left, I immediately called Theo to verify her account and Margaret to begin legal countermeasures. Then, after a moment's consideration, I made one more call to Connor. He answered with obvious reluctance. Mom, I'm about to head into a lunch meeting. With Scarlett at Nobu, I completed. I know, I won't keep you long. I just wanted to ask if you've had a chance to review the materials I gave you. A pause. Some of it. I've been busy with a client emergency. A sudden crisis that requires your immediate attention, pulling you away from other concerns? I kept my tone conversational. How convenient. His breathing changed. A slight hitch that told me my words had struck a nerve. What are you implying? Nothing. Just an observation on timing. I shifted to the real purpose of my call. Connor, whatever document Scarlett asks you to sign today, regarding the house, regarding me, regarding anything of significance, I strongly suggest you read it very carefully. Perhaps even have your own attorney review it first. How did you... He stopped himself. You're having her followed. I'm protecting my interests, I corrected gently, as you should protect yours. After a long silence, he spoke again, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. The recordings, they're real, aren't they? Unedited. Completely authentic, I confirmed, as is everything else in that file. Another pause. I need to go. Of course. Enjoy your lunch. As I ended the call, Arya appeared in the doorway, concern etched on her face. What's happening now? I summarized Vanessa's visit and my conversation with Connor, watching understanding dawn in my daughter's eyes. He's starting to see it, she observed. The truth about her. Perhaps I wasn't ready to claim victory, or perhaps he's just experiencing reasonable doubt. Either way, I've given him a warning. What he does with it is his choice. We were preparing dinner when the security system announced an approaching vehicle. The cameras showed Connor's Porsche speeding up the driveway, braking hard near the entrance. He emerged alone, his movements radiating a barely contained fury that reminded me painfully of his father in rare moments of genuine anger. I met him at the door, bracing myself for whatever storm he brought with him. "She tried to trick me into signing power of attorney," he said without preamble, his voice tight with controlled rage. "A document granting her authority to act on my behalf in all matters relating to family property. Buried in legal language about mutual representation during professional obligations." Relief washed through me, though I kept my expression neutral. "I see. No, you don't." He pushed past me into the house. "Because that's not even the worst part. When I questioned it, when I insisted on reading the document thoroughly, she had a complete meltdown, started accusing me of not trusting her, of letting you manipulate me." He paced the entryway like a caged animal. And then her phone rang. And I saw it, the screen notification. "Horizon Developers, confirming tomorrow's meeting about the Malibu property." I said nothing, allowing him to process his own revelation. "Everything you said, everything in those recordings, it's all true, isn't it?" His voice cracked slightly. "She never loved me. She just wanted—" He gestured around us, at the house, at the legacy it represented. "I'm so sorry, Connor," I said softly. He turned to me, raw pain etched across his features. "How did I not see it? How was I so blind?" "Because she targeted your vulnerabilities precisely. Because she studied you, studied this family, before ever accidentally meeting you. Because she's very, very good at what she does." He sank onto the stairs, head in his hands. "I've been such a fool." I sat beside him, not touching, but close enough to offer comfort if he sought it. "You've been a man who wanted to be loved. There's no shame in that desire." For several minutes we sat in silence, the weight of revelation heavy between us. Then Connor straightened, a new determination replacing the shattered anger in his expression. "I need your help, Mom, to end this, to undo what I've done." I covered his hand with mine, feeling the first tentative bridge being rebuilt between us. Of course, that's what family is for. Connor stayed in the guest room that night, the first time he'd slept under this roof in nearly 2 years. I heard him pacing well past midnight, his footsteps a restless rhythm above my bedroom. When morning came, he appeared in the kitchen, looking haggard but resolute, the boyish charm that had defined him for decades stripped away to reveal something harder, more defined. "I've been ignoring her calls and texts," he said, accepting the coffee I offered. "There were 37 overnight, increasingly frantic." "What do you want to do?" I asked, giving him the space to direct what came next. He met my gaze directly. "End it. Completely. But I need to understand exactly what I'm dealing with first." He gestured to the folder Vanessa had provided. "May I?" I slid it across the counter. It's not pleasant reading. For the next hour, Connor reviewed everything. The forged power of attorney document, the fabricated letters allegedly from Felix Hartman, the screenshots of Scarlett's communications with tabloids and developers. With each page, his expression hardened further. "She was planning to declare you mentally incompetent," he said finally, his voice flat with controlled anger. "To have me granted conservatorship, then transfer control to herself through this fraudulent power of attorney. Yes. And to smear Grandpa's reputation with these fake love letters and a non-existent, illegitimate child. Yes." He closed the folder with deliberate care. "I want her gone. From my life, from this family, from this house, permanently." "That can be arranged," I replied, relief and sadness mingling as I watched my son confront the consequences of his impulsivity. "Margaret has already prepared divorce papers citing fraud and misrepresentation. They can be filed today." "Do it." He ran a hand through his disheveled hair. "And the tabloids? The developers? All her other schemes? Cease and desist letters have been sent. Horizon Developers has been formally notified that Scarlett has no authority regarding this property. Margaret is preparing a formal complaint to the district attorney regarding the attempted fraud and forgery." Connor nodded, a flicker of admiration breaking through his grim expression. "You've been 3 steps ahead this entire time, haven't you?" "I've had to be." I kept my tone gentle, not wanting to sound accusatory. When you exclude family from major life decisions, we're forced to react rather than participate. He flinched at the subtle rebuke. I know. I should have. He trailed off, shaking his head. There are a lot of things I should have done differently. Before I could respond, the security system alerted us to an approaching vehicle, a taxi turning into our driveway. The cameras showed Scarlett emerging, her usually perfect appearance notably disheveled, her movements sharp with agitation. She's here. Connor straightened, squaring his shoulders. I'll handle this. Are you sure? Absolutely. His jaw set with determination. I need to do this myself. I nodded, respecting his decision while privately activating the house's recording system, a security measure installed after a particularly persistent paparazzo had trespassed years ago. Whatever confrontation was about to unfold, it would be documented. Connor met Scarlett at the door before she could ring the bell. I remained in the kitchen, out of sight, but able to hear through the open concept design of the main floor. Connor, thank God! Scarlett's voice dripped with calculated relief. I've been so worried. Why aren't you answering my calls? What are you doing here? I think you know exactly why I'm here. His tone was cold, controlled in a way I'd rarely heard from my impulsive son. The game is over, Scarlett. Game? What are you talking about? Baby, if this is about that document yesterday, I told you it was just standard legal language my attorney recommended. Stop. The single word cut through her performance. I've seen everything. The recordings of you planning to target me for access to this house, the forged power of attorney, the fake letters supposedly from my grandfather, your meetings with developers to convert this property into a hotel. A beat of silence, then a dramatic shift in tone. That bitch. Your mother manufactured all of that to turn you against me, and you're actually believing her? Vanessa provided copies of everything, including the texts between you two planning how to, quote, separate the son from the Bradford fortune. Another pause, longer this time. When Scarlett spoke again, the pretense of wounded innocence had vanished entirely. Fine, so what? You think you're special? The talented Connor Bradford, music producer to the stars? You were a mark, honey. A pathetically easy one, so desperate for validation, you never once questioned why someone like me would be interested in someone like you. The cruelty of her words made me wince, maternal instinct urging me to intervene, to shield my son from this deliberate attempt to wound. But this was Connor's battle to fight, his reckoning to face. You're right. His calm response surprised me. I was an easy mark, insecure, impulsive, so focused on appearances, I couldn't see what was right in front of me. That's on me. So what now? Scarlett's voice took on a calculating edge. You run back to mommy, file for divorce, pretend this never happened? It's not that simple. I'm your wife. I have rights. You have nothing. Connor's tone remained steady. The marriage was based on fraud and misrepresentation. The prenup you insisted wasn't necessary works against you now, and there won't be any settlement to negotiate when the DA sees evidence of your attempted forgery and fraud. You wouldn't dare. A note of genuine alarm entered her voice. I'll destroy you in the press. Your reputation, your family's legacy. I'll burn it all down. With what? The fake scandal you fabricated about my grandfather? The forged documents you created? Go ahead and try. Every tabloid has already received legal notice that you're peddling fraudulent stories. Every developer has been notified that you have no authority regarding this property. You son of a... Careful, Connor interrupted, his voice dropping dangerously. That's my mother you're about to insult. The woman you dismissed as an old lady who wouldn't live forever, who turns out to be considerably more formidable than either of us fully appreciated. Pride swelled in my chest at his words. Not just the defense of me, but the recognition of his own underestimation. Perhaps there was hope for my son yet. This isn't over, Scarlett hissed. You think you've won? You've made an enemy you can't afford, Connor Bradford. No, what I've done is recognize a mistake before it cost me everything that actually matters. His voice softened slightly. You know what's sad? If you'd actually taken the time to know me, the real me, not just the path to this house, you might have discovered I would have given you anything freely. Love makes me generous. Manipulation makes me resolve the prenup didn't anticipate. You'll regret this, she spat. Both of you will. The only thing I regret is not listening to my family in the first place. The sound of the front door opening punctuated his words. Goodbye, Scarlett. Divorce papers will be delivered today. Don't come back here, ever. The door closed with finality, followed by the sound of the taxi departing. For several moments, silence filled the house. Then Connor appeared in the kitchen doorway, his expression a complex mixture of pain, relief, and something I hadn't seen in years, a quiet dignity reminiscent of his father. "Well," he said simply, "that's done." I opened my arms without a word, and for the first time since he was a teenager, my son stepped into my embrace without hesitation or pretense. He shuddered once, a physical release of tension before pulling back to meet my gaze. "I'm sorry, Mom, for everything, for not trusting you, for excluding you from my life, for demanding the house without regard for what it means to this family." "I know," I said softly, "and I forgive you." "Just like that?" Disbelief colored his voice. "Forgiveness doesn't mean there aren't consequences, or that trust is immediately restored," I clarified. "It just means I'm willing to move forward without holding your mistakes against you indefinitely." He nodded slowly, understanding dawning. "The trust documents. The ones giving the house to Mia and Zoe eventually. That's not changing, is it?" "No." I kept my tone gentle but firm. "Some decisions are made for the long-term protection of what matters most. The house will remain in the family, but not as an asset to be leveraged or sold. That was always your father's wish, and mine." Instead of the anger I half expected, Connor simply nodded again. "I understand," finally. From the deck outside came the sound of laughter, Arya and the girls returning from their morning beach walk, blissfully unaware of the confrontation that had just transpired. Life continuing in its imperfect, beautiful way. "Shall we join them?" I suggested. "Family breakfast on the terrace?" Connor smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes, reminiscent of the boy he'd once been. "I'd like that, very much." As we stepped outside into the golden California sunshine, I felt a weight lifting, not completely gone, but significantly lightened. The house still stood, the legacy protected, and my son, perhaps, finally beginning to understand what truly mattered. The legal machinery moved with surprising efficiency once set in motion. Margaret filed the divorce papers that afternoon, citing fraud and misrepresentation as grounds. By evening, Scarlett had been served at the luxury hotel where she'd retreated after the confrontation. Her response was predictably volatile, a flurry of threatening texts to Connor, followed by a formal statement from Julius Hammond, declaring their intent to contest the divorce and seek substantial compensation for emotional distress and reputational damage. "Empty threats," Margaret assured us during a conference call. "The evidence of her fraudulent intentions is overwhelming. No judge will award her significant compensation once they review the recordings and forged documents." Connor, sitting beside me in the study, nodded grimly. The past 24 hours had aged him visibly, stripping away the carefree facade he'd maintained for decades. "What about the criminal aspects? The forgery attempts? The fraud?" "The district attorney is reviewing our complaint," Margaret explained. "Given the substantial evidence and Vanessa Diaz's cooperation, I expect they'll pursue charges. However, prosecution will likely offer a plea deal. Probation, perhaps, rather than jail time, assuming Scarlett has no prior criminal record." After the call ended, Connor remained staring at the speakerphone, lost in thought. "I still can't believe I fell for it. All of it. She was very skilled at targeting your specific vulnerabilities," I reminded him. "That's what professional manipulators do. But to marry her? Without even introducing her to my family first?" He shook his head in disgust. "What was I thinking? That's the problem. You weren't thinking. You were feeling, responding to the validation and admiration she strategically provided." I kept my tone gentle, analytical, rather than accusatory. "It's a pattern you might consider exploring with professional help." He glanced up sharply. "A therapist, you mean?" "It could be beneficial." I hesitated, then decided complete honesty was necessary. "Connor, this isn't the first time you've been drawn to someone who ultimately wanted to use you rather than love you. It might be worth understanding why that pattern repeats." Instead of the defensive reaction I half expected, he simply nodded. "You're right. I know you're right." A rueful smile touched his lips. "Dad would have said the same thing, wouldn't he? Probably with more literary references and less diplomacy," I agreed, returning his smile. "He always said you had his artistic temperament, but lacked his analytical filter." He was right about that too. Connor stood, moving to the window that overlooked the ocean. I've made such a mess of things, Mom. Not just with Scarlett, but with us, with this family. Messes can be cleaned up, I replied. It's one of the advantages of being alive. We get the chance to repair what we've damaged. Our conversation was interrupted by Mia, appearing in the doorway, her expression serious beyond her 16 years. Grandma, there's someone on the news talking about us, about great-grandpa. We followed her to the living room, where Arya and Zoe were already watching the television with identical frowns of concentration. On screen, Scarlett stood before a cluster of microphones, Julius Hammond at her side, delivering what appeared to be a prepared statement. Forced out of my marital home by my mother-in-law's manipulative tactics, she was saying, her expression a perfect mask of wounded dignity. While I seek justice through legal channels, I feel compelled to share certain truths about the Bradford family that have long been suppressed. Connor's intake of breath was sharp beside me. She's actually doing it, going public with those fabricated stories. I placed a calming hand on his arm, watching Scarlett with clinical detachment as she launched into allegations about my father's secret child and hidden correspondence that supposedly proved his double life. We have copies of letters written by Felix Hartman himself, she claimed, acknowledging his illegitimate daughter and arranging financial support in exchange for silence. These documents reveal the hypocrisy behind the Bradford family's carefully constructed public image. Those are the forgeries, Connor explained to Arya and the girls, created using AI to mimic Grandpa Felix's writing style. How do we stop this? Arya asked, her protective instinct toward our family legacy evident in her tense posture. Before I could respond, my phone rang. Theo. I assume you're watching the press conference, he began without preamble. You should know we've identified Scarlett's documentation source. A woman named Patricia Lawson is claiming to be Felix Hartman's illegitimate daughter, with letters to prove it. Who is she actually? I asked, unsurprised by this new development. An actress from Scarlett's former acting workshop, 62 years old, extensive background in regional theater, financially struggling based on her credit report. Scarlett approached her 3 days ago with this scheme. So they found someone the right age to play the role of my father's supposed daughter, I concluded. Convenient. Indeed. But here's where it gets interesting. Ms. Lawson's mother actually did work as a script supervisor at Paramount in the late 1950s, which gives her story just enough plausibility to make tabloids bite. I thanked Theo for the information, then turned back to my anxious family. It seems Scarlett has escalated to hiring an actress to portray my father's non-existent illegitimate child. Connor struggled for words, his face flushed with anger. That's beyond despicable. It's also ultimately futile, I assured them all. My father's life has been thoroughly documented by multiple biographers. There were no secret children, no hidden correspondence. The truth will prevail. But in the meantime, great-grandpa's reputation is being dragged through the mud, Mia protested, her teenage sense of justice inflamed. We can't just wait for the truth to come out eventually. We won't, I promised, an idea taking shape. Arya, call the University Archive Department. Connor, contact your friend at the Academy Museum. I need to speak with Margaret again. As my family dispersed to make the requested calls, I stood alone before the television where Scarlett continued her performance, Julius Hammond nodding gravely beside her as she detailed the emotional distress caused by her unjust treatment at the hands of the Bradford family. You've miscalculated, my dear, I murmured to her image. Badly. Within hours, our counter-strategy was in motion. The University of Southern California, where my father's complete papers were archived, issued a formal statement confirming that Felix Hartman's correspondence, financial records, and personal journals had been thoroughly cataloged and contained no evidence of any illegitimate children or secret financial arrangements. The Academy Museum, which housed an extensive collection of my father's screenplays, production notes, and personal effects, announced a special exhibition celebrating his legacy, including previously unreleased home movies and correspondence that documented his devoted family life in comprehensive detail. Most devastatingly, Margaret arranged for 3 of Felix Hartman's biographers to appear on entertainment news programs, systematically dismantling Scarlett's claims with scholarly precision and historical evidence. By evening, the narrative had shifted dramatically. Entertainment blogs that had initially reported Scarlett's sensational claims were now questioning her credibility and motives. Several noted the convenient timing of her allegations immediately following divorce proceedings based on fraud. The coup de grace came from an unexpected source, Patricia Lawson herself, who contacted a major entertainment website to recant her claims, admitting she had been paid to portray Felix Hartman's daughter and provided with forged letters to support her story. Ms. Moore assured me it was just a negotiating tactic, she confessed in the published interview. A way to pressure the Bradford family into a settlement. I never intended to cause harm to Felix Hartman's legacy or memory. When the district attorney's office announced the following morning that they were investigating Scarlett Moore for attempted fraud, forgery, and potential witness tampering, Julius Hammond withdrew as her counsel, citing irreconcilable differences regarding case strategy. We were having lunch on the terrace when Connor received a text from Scarlett, her first communication since the spectacular collapse of her tabloid strategy. She wants to meet, he said, staring at his phone with a mixture of disbelief and disgust. Says she's willing to sign the divorce papers without contest if I can call off the legal dogs regarding potential criminal charges. That's not actually within your power, Arya pointed out. The DA pursues charges based on evidence, not the victim's preferences. Besides, I added, agreeing to such a meeting would only give her another opportunity to manipulate or create a narrative that serves her purposes. Connor nodded slowly. You're right, both of you. He typed a brief response, then set his phone aside with finality. I told her to communicate through attorneys from now on, that any further direct contact will be added to the restraining order Margaret is preparing. Good for you, Arya said approvingly. It's strange, he mused, gazing out at the ocean. A week ago, I thought I was in love with her, ready to start a life together. Now I can barely remember what that felt like. It's like waking from a particularly vivid but ultimately meaningless dream. Some dreams fade quickly in the light of day, I observed, especially those built on illusion rather than substance. Below us on the beach, Mia and Zoe were collecting shells, their animated conversation carried up to us on the breeze. The sight of them, these remarkable young women who represented our family's future, filled me with profound gratitude that the crisis had been averted, the legacy protected for their eventual inheritance. I've been thinking, Connor said, following my gaze to his nieces, about what you said, about getting professional help to understand my patterns. And I found a therapist, starting next week. He offered a self-deprecating smile. Apparently there's a waiting list for entertainment industry professionals with narcissistic tendencies and boundary issues. The gentle self-mockery, so reminiscent of his father's humor, brought unexpected tears to my eyes. I'm proud of you, Connor. He reached across the table to squeeze my hand. Thanks, Mom, for everything, for seeing what I couldn't see, for fighting for what matters when I was too blind to recognize its value. As we sat there, the three of us enjoying the simple pleasure of family lunch in the home that had witnessed so many chapters of our shared story, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. The storm hadn't destroyed us. If anything, it had strengthened the foundations that truly mattered. To new beginnings, Arya proposed, raising her glass in a toast. And old wisdom, Connor added, joining the gesture. I raised my own glass, heart full. To family, the real thing. 6 months can change everything, or nothing at all. In our case, it was somewhere in between. Autumn arrived with golden light that transformed the Malibu coastline, casting long shadows across the terrace where I sat reviewing the final divorce decree. Connor's marriage to Scarlett was officially over, dissolved with remarkable efficiency once she realized the futility of fighting against the overwhelming evidence of her deception. The criminal charges had been resolved through a plea agreement, 2 years probation, community service, and a restraining order preventing her from contacting any member of the Bradford family. A relatively light sentence, but one that achieved our primary goal, removing her from our lives permanently. More importantly, these 6 months had brought healing, gradual, imperfect, but genuine nonetheless. Connor had committed to his therapy with unexpected dedication, exploring the insecurities and patterns that had made him vulnerable to manipulation. He'd moved into a smaller house in Venice Beach, deliberately stepping away from the ostentatious lifestyle that had defined him for decades. Less to prove, he'd explained simply when I'd visited his new place. Less to hide behind. Arya and the girls had returned to their lives in Northern California, where Mia was now applying to colleges, including USC, where her great-grandfather's papers were archived, and Zoe was becoming a competitive surfer, her natural talent honed by the summer spent on our private beach. And I had spent these months reflecting on the legacy I was safeguarding, not just the physical property, but the values and connections it represented. The trust documents ensuring the house would pass to my granddaughters remained in place, but I had made one significant addition, a detailed family history, recording not just the glittering moments of Hollywood success, but the harder lessons learned through crisis and recovery. Today my family was gathering again, this time for a planned celebration rather than an emergency intervention. My 70th birthday, a milestone I approached with the serene confidence of someone who had recently been tested and found her strength intact. Connor arrived first, bearing an enormous arrangement of hydrangeas, my favorite, and a small, carefully wrapped package. "Happy birthday, Mom," he said, embracing me with the easy affection that had characterized our relationship before ambition and insecurity had created distance between us. "You look beautiful." "Flattery," I replied with a smile, "but I'll accept it graciously." In the kitchen, he moved with comfortable familiarity, helping Maria prepare the appetizers for the evening's dinner. This, perhaps, was the most significant change, his willingness to participate in the mundane aspects of family life, rather than arriving late, making a dramatic entrance, then departing early for some industry event that couldn't possibly be missed. "Before everyone else arrives," he said, setting down the knife he'd been using to slice cheese, "I wanted to give you this privately." He handed me the small package, watching intently as I unwrapped it. Inside was a leather-bound journal, its cover embossed with my initials. "Open it," he urged softly. I did, finding the first page inscribed in his distinctive handwriting. For my mother, who taught me that legacy isn't measured in property or possessions, but in wisdom passed from one generation to the next. This is my contribution to our family's story, imperfect, honest, and offered with love. The subsequent pages contained his writings, reflections on growing up as Felix Hartman's grandson, Richard Bradford's son, Rosalind Bradford's occasionally difficult child, memories of this house, this beach, this family in all its complicated glory, acknowledging mistakes, celebrating triumphs, exploring the values that had shaped him even when he'd resisted their influence. "Connor," I said, my voice thick with emotion, "this is extraordinary." "It was my therapist's suggestion initially," he admitted, writing about the patterns I was trying to understand. "But it became something more, a way of connecting with our family's history, with the legacy I nearly helped destroy." I embraced him. This son who had finally grown into the man his father and I had always hoped he would become. "This is the most meaningful gift you could have given me." "There's more," he said, pulling back slightly. "I've been working on a documentary about Grandpa Felix, not the Hollywood legend everyone thinks they know, but the man behind the typewriter. The father, the husband, the mentor to young writers. I've been interviewing people who knew him, digitizing his home movies, creating something that captures his true legacy." "He would have loved that," I said, deeply moved by this project that showed such understanding of what truly mattered, using your talents to preserve his memory in an authentic way. "I thought maybe we could premiere it here," Connor suggested. "A small screening on the terrace where he used to tell us stories. Family first, then perhaps a wider audience later." "Perfect," I agreed. "Absolutely perfect." Aria arrived with the girls an hour later, bringing more gifts and the chaotic energy that multiple generations always create when gathered under one roof. As Maria served dinner on the terrace, with the Pacific stretched before us in shades of deepening blue, I looked around at these people who were my heart's true home. Mia, earnestly discussing film preservation techniques with Connor, her academic brilliance reminiscent of her mother's, but tempered with her own unique perspective. Zoe, regaling us with tales of her latest surfing competition, her confidence and joy so reminiscent of Richard in his younger days. Aria, watching her daughters with quiet pride, catching my eye occasionally with the wordless understanding that passes between mothers across generations. And Connor, engaged and present in a way he hadn't been for years, listening more than speaking, contributing without dominating, finding his place within the family structure rather than performing for an audience of admirers. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, casting golden light across our gathering, I rose to propose a toast. To 70 years, I began, raising my glass. Most of them good, some of them challenging, all of them part of a story still being written. To Grandma Rose, Mia added, who showed us what strength really looks like. To this house, Arya continued, and everything it represents. To family, Connor concluded, his gaze meeting mine with newfound understanding. The real thing. We clinked glasses as the sun touched the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold that no Hollywood set designer could possibly replicate. In that perfect moment, I felt my father's presence, my husband's spirit, the continuum of love and legacy that bound us all together across time. Later, as darkness fell and lanterns illuminated the terrace, Connor set up a projector to share some of the footage he'd discovered for his documentary. Home movies my father had taken of family gatherings in this very spot. Grainy images of a much younger me chasing a toddler Connor across the beach. Richard, handsome and animated, debating film theory with my father. My mother arranging flowers in the kitchen, laughing at some forgotten joke. I'd forgotten these existed, I murmured, watching these ghosts of our younger selves move across the makeshift screen. They were in the USC archive, Connor explained. Grandpa donated them, but they were never digitized until now. There are hours of footage, our history, preserved in light and shadow. As we watched these precious fragments of the past, I felt a profound sense of continuity. The knowledge that while individuals may pass, something essential continues through the stories we tell, the values we transmit, the love we share across generations. The house would remain, passing eventually to Mia and Zoe as the trust stipulated. But the true inheritance had already been transmitted, not through legal documents or property deeds, but through moments like this one, where the meaning of family was demonstrated rather than merely discussed. Connor had learned this lesson the hard way through crisis and near catastrophe. Arya had absorbed it gradually, through observation and experience. My granddaughters were receiving it now, witnessing the recovery of something precious that had nearly been lost. As for me, at 70, I had reaffirmed what I had always known, but sometimes failed to articulate clearly enough, that our most valuable possessions are not things at all, but the connections between us, the shared understanding of what matters most, the legacy of love that transcends material wealth. Look, Zoe exclaimed, pointing to the screen where the camera had captured a much younger me standing beside my father on this very terrace, both of us gazing out at the ocean as the sun set. What were you talking about with great-grandpa? Mia asked, ever curious about the family history. I remember that day, I said softly. He was telling me about legacy, about how this house wasn't just walls and windows, but a repository for our family's soul. I smiled at the memory. I didn't fully understand what he meant then, but I do now. Connor reached over to squeeze my hand, wordless understanding passing between us. He knew now too, the lesson he'd nearly learned too late. As the home movie ended and the screen went dark, we remained on the terrace, listening to the eternal rhythm of waves against shore, surrounded by the tangible and intangible inheritance that defined us. A house filled with memories, a family healed by crisis, a legacy preserved not just in trust documents and property deeds, but in the hearts and minds of those who understood its true value. Some lessons come at great cost, but the ones that matter most are never truly lost, as long as we have the wisdom to recognize them and the courage to protect what truly matters. In the end, that's what legacy really means. The Bradford family has emerged from crisis stronger and wiser, with a renewed appreciation for their true legacy. Thank you for following their journey from betrayal to healing, from misunderstanding to clarity, from potential loss to profound appreciation of what really matters. If this story touched your heart, please subscribe and share your thoughts in the comments below.
My grandfather lifted his glass at my 28th birthday dinner and dropped a sentence that sliced the room open. Claire, show me how you've used your $3 million trust fund after 25 years. The laughter around the table stopped mid-breath. Forks froze. Even the candles seemed to hold still. I felt every heartbeat echo in my ears as I whispered, I never got one. Grandpa's smile faded. His lawyer stepped forward and set a thick stack of statements on the table with a heavy thud. And in that instant, before anyone spoke, I realized someone at that table wasn't supposed to be afraid, but they were. My name is Claire Monroe, and for most of my life I thought being the quiet one made things easier. Quieter daughters don't make trouble. Quieter daughters don't upset the balance, and in my family, balance meant pretending everything was perfect even when the foundation had been cracking for years. I lived in a small apartment in Seattle with my roommate Jade. She worked at a nearby coffee shop, always smelling faintly of espresso and cinnamon. She was the only person who ever saw how hard I worked late nights over my laptop freelancing to cover bills balancing UX contract work that came and went like the seasons. She'd joke that I functioned on coffee and sheer stubbornness, but she also knew the truth: I didn't have anyone else to fall back on. My parents, Elaine and Daniel, lived across the lake in Bellevue, in a house people would call aspirational. Perfect lawn, perfect seasonal wreath, perfect holiday displays, and inside a mother obsessed with control and reputation, a father who nodded through life to avoid conflict, and my sister Lily, who somehow always floated through the world cushioned by my parents' affection and their wallet. Growing up, Lily got the trips to the private school. The apartment paid in full so she could focus. Meanwhile, I was told independence would build character. When I needed help signing a lease because my credit history was too thin, my mother said, "We can't bail you out every time, Claire, every time," as if there had ever been a first. Still, I kept showing up to family dinners, birthdays, holidays. I kept trying because part of me held on to the moments Grandpa Arthur stepped quietly into my life. Soft smile, warm hands, patient voice. When I was 6, he walked me along the shoreline near the house and said, "One day, I'll make sure you're safe no matter what happens." It became a memory I clung to without realizing it was a clue. My 28th birthday dinner was meant to be simple but elegant, according to my mother. The restaurant had reserved a private room, glowing amber lights, white tablecloths, glassware, arranged like a catalog photo. Everything felt staged, like the family portrait we took every Thanksgiving, stiff, polished, slightly unreal. I arrived after work still in my trench coat hair, slightly wind-tousled from the Seattle breeze. My mother gave me a once-over, smoothing Lily's hair instead. Lily flashed me a smile, blissfully unaware of the undercurrent in our family. Dinner felt like every other holiday, Lily talking about her newest adventure, my mother beaming, my father sipping quietly, and Grandpa watching everything with an expression I couldn't read. I kept my posture steady the way I always did, focusing on cutting my food instead of watching their faces. I didn't know it then, but he was waiting for the perfect moment, waiting to drop a truth that would burn through 25 years of lies. If you'd asked me an hour before the explosion whether anything felt unusual, I would have said no. Everything at that table looked painfully normal. My mother correcting Lily's posture, my father pretending to read the wine label, Lily laughing too loudly at her own stories. But underneath it all, something had been shifting for months, and I had felt it like a low hum in my bones. Dinner started with the usual subtle jabs. Elaine commented on how resourceful I'd become in that tone she used when she wanted everyone to know she believed my life was a result of poor choices, not circumstance. "Claire's always been independent," she said, smiling at the couple seated beside us. "She never needed much from us." She said it like it was praise, but it hit me like a shove. Across the table, Lily twirled her bracelet, gold delicate, the kind of gift I'd never received. She launched into a story about her weekend getaway, a trip my parents had paid for. My father chuckled, adding, "She deserves it after working so hard." I blinked. Lily had been taking a break from school for months. I pushed my fork around my plate, reminding myself to breathe. But the flashbacks clawed up anyway. The time my car broke down on the highway and I begged my mother for help because I needed it to get to work the next morning. "You're an adult," she'd said flatly. "Figure it out." I spent that night calling emergency tow services, maxing out a credit card I was still paying off. The semester in college when I couldn't afford textbooks, and asked if they could help with even a portion. "We can't keep bailing you out," she'd said. "It's not fair to Lily." Meanwhile, Lily's high school trip to Europe had been paid in full before she even packed a bag. Sitting at that birthday table, those memories didn't just resurface, they stitched themselves into a pattern I'd ignored for too long. Grandpa watched me quietly while the others chatted. He had always known when something was wrong, even when I tried to hide it. When the server refilled our glasses and the room grew a shade quieter, he lifted his wine. And then it happened. "Claire," he said gently, "why don't you tell everyone how you've used your $3 million trust fund after 25 years? The reaction was instant. Laughter, sharp, surprise, loud. Lily giggled, assuming it was some kind of joke. My mother's face flickered from confusion to panic to a stiff smile she pasted on like makeup. My father lowered his glass so fast it clinked against the table. I felt cold. Not the kind of cold that makes you shiver, the kind that hollows you out from the inside. "What trust fund?" I asked. Grandpa's smile faltered. "The one I set up for you when you were 3. My throat tightened, but my voice came out as barely a whisper. "I never got one." Silence crushed the room. Lily's smile fell apart. My father's jaw clenched. My mother stared at me like I'd spoken another language. In that suspended moment, I realized the truth wasn't just missing. Someone had taken it. The dinner didn't end, it simply cracked apart. One moment, everyone was frozen in their seats. The next chairs scraped, voices tangled, and the room felt too small to hold the lies spilling into the air. My mother was the first to recover. Her smile snapped back into place so fast it looked painful. "Dad," she said to Grandpa, her tone sugary and sharp, "I'm sure Claire misunderstood. She's always been distracted. You know how she is. Distracted." As if I had imagined 28 years of struggling alone. My father cleared his throat, eyes glued to his plate. Lily blinked repeatedly, trying to piece together a puzzle she never even knew existed. Grandpa didn't look at any of them. He looked only at me. "Claire," he said quietly, "meet me tomorrow morning. My office. 10 o'clock. It wasn't a question. And that terrified all of us. I walked out of the restaurant before anyone could stop me. The cold Bellevue air hit my chest like a fist, but I kept walking down the sidewalk, past the glowing windows, past families laughing and celebrating. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just kept replaying the same sentence over and over, the one I whispered like a confession I never got one. By the time I reached my car, my hands were shaking. My phone buzzed Jade. "How was dinner?" she asked. I opened my mouth and nothing came out. Silence told her everything. "Come home," she murmured. "Whatever happened, we'll sort it out." But deep down, I already knew. This wasn't something I could sort out. This was something that had been carefully hidden, meticulously buried. The next morning, I took the early bus into downtown Seattle. The city was still waking up, fog hugging the sidewalks, streetlights flickering out one by one. Grandpa's office was on one of the upper floors of a glass tower, quiet and warm, smelling faintly of cedar and old books. He was waiting for me in a leather chair, a folder resting on his knee. His expression wasn't angry. It was worse, disappointed. "I set up a trust fund for you when you were 3, he said. $3 million, meant to keep you safe, give you choices, free you from hardship." He paused. "You should have had access the moment you turned 18. My heart dropped. 18. I had spent that birthday working a shift at a grocery store. Why didn't I know about it? My voice cracked. Why didn't they tell me Grandpa handed me the folder? Inside was a preliminary audit, lines of withdrawals, transfers, payments, bills. Most recurring, many suspicious, all signed off by the same 2 names, Elaine Monroe, Daniel Monroe. My parents hadn't just hidden my trust fund, they had used it. For 25 years, mortgage payments, home upgrades, Lily's tuition, Lily's apartment, vacations, car expenses, luxury purchases, everything that had always been too expensive for me. I felt a burn rise behind my ribs, anger, grief, humiliation, realization twisting together in one violent knot. Every time I had worked 2 jobs, every time I'd begged for help, every time I'd swallowed the feeling of being forgotten, it hadn't been fate, it had been theft. Grandpa leaned forward. "Claire," he said, "I hired a legal team. My lawyer Collins will run a full audit, but I need you to decide how far this goes." I stared at the pages, at the small, neat signatures of the 2 people who were supposed to protect me. I want everything I said, every record, every receipt, every dollar. I want the truth. Grandpa nodded once, slow and firm. "Then we'll ask them to come in for a meeting." "I want to be there," I said. "You will," he promised. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't the quiet daughter or the forgotten one. I was the one walking toward the fire, and this time I wasn't the one who'd get burned. The meeting was scheduled for a Thursday afternoon, the kind of cold Seattle day where the sky looked like brushed steel and the air felt heavy enough to press into your lungs. Grandpa insisted it take place in a private conference room inside his building neutral territory, he said. But the truth was he wanted every second of what was about to happen to be documented, witnessed, and impossible for anyone to escape. I arrived early. My palms were sweating despite the chill, but my steps were steady. Jade had hugged me before I left the apartment, telling me I looked like someone stepping into a courtroom and a rebirth at the same time. I wasn't sure what that meant until I saw my reflection in the elevator glass. My posture was straight, my face was calm, and my eyes held something I'd never seen in myself before: resolve. When the elevator doors opened, Colin stood waiting. Grandpa's lawyer looked exactly as he had the first time I met him. Tidy gray hair, tailored suit, and a stack of documents cradled under one arm like a quiet threat. He nodded as if he had already evaluated my emotional state and deemed it stable enough for what was ahead. "They're on their way," he said. I didn't ask who they meant. We both knew. Inside the conference room, Grandpa sat at the head of a long wooden table. His face was unreadable, but the tension in his jaw told me he'd barely slept. When he saw me, his expression softened just a fraction, but it was enough. He reached for my hand, squeezed it once, then released. "You're not alone today," he said. The door swung open. My parents entered first. Elaine walked quickly, shoulders stiff, face arranged in that familiar mask she used whenever she needed to appear blameless. Daniel followed, quieter eyes darting around the room as if looking for an exit. Lily came behind them, clutching her purse, her expression a confusing blend of worry and disbelief. She had been told there was a family issue that needed clarifying. No one had told her she was part of the issue. Dad Elaine began sharply, "I don't know what this is about," but dragging us into some formal, Grandpa held up a hand. "Sit." It wasn't loud. It didn't have to be. They sat. Collins closed the door behind them, walked to the center of the room, and placed a thick stack of statements onto the table. The sound, a deep, unforgiving thud, seemed to echo off the walls. Lily flinched. My father swallowed hard. Elaine's eyes widened. "Those are your signatures," Collins finished. "Over 25 years' worth of withdrawals, transfers, and payments drawn from the trust fund intended solely for Claire Monroe." The room went silent. Then Collins began reading. Year 1, mortgage payments. Year 2, home repairs, kitchen remodel. He flipped a page. Tuition payments, not for Claire. Car expenses, travel expenses, credit card balances, apartment rent for Lily Monroe. With every word, something inside me unfurled. It wasn't joy. It wasn't even anger anymore. It was clarity. The kind of clarity you only get when you finally see a picture in full light instead of the shadows you'd been shown. My mother's face drained of color. "This is being taken out of context." Collins didn't blink. "The context is financial abuse of a beneficiary. The audit is complete." I stared at her, at the woman who had spent my entire childhood telling people I was too sensitive. She wasn't speaking to me. She was fighting for her image. My father finally spoke, voice thin. We used the money for the family. It wasn't personal." My laugh came out before I could stop it. Not personal. My hands trembled, but my voice stayed low, controlled. "When my car broke down and I begged you for help that wasn't personal, when I nearly dropped out because I couldn't afford textbooks, was that your idea of family?" He flinched like I'd slapped him. Elaine drew in a breath, chin lifting. "Claire, we always intended to put the money back when I snapped, when I turned 40, 50. Or never." Grandpa leaned forward, his gaze sharp. "You stole from a child." Her throat bobbed. "Dad, we had bills." "We all have bills," he said, "but not everyone steals from their own daughter to pay them." Lily finally spoke. "Mom, Dad, you used her money for my apartment, for my school." Her voice cracked. "Sweetheart," Elaine said shakingly, "we wanted you to have every opportunity, and I didn't," I whispered. Elaine turned to me, eyes brimming with a panic that wasn't remorse. Claire, you've always been so independent. You never asked for much. I leaned in. I didn't ask because you told me I couldn't. Because every time I came to you, you made me feel like needing anything was a burden. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full of all the things they couldn't deny anymore. Grandpa tapped the table once firmly. I am revoking your financial authority, effective immediately. Elaine jolted. You can't do that, I can, he said coldly. And I have. Daniel sagged into his chair like the weight of 25 years had finally landed on him. Lily stared at the table hands covering her mouth. Colin slid another set of documents toward me. This, he said, transfers full control of the remaining trust assets to you. Your parents' access is terminated permanently. Elaine's breath hitched. Daniel closed his eyes. Lily whispered, "Oh my God." My hand hovered over the pen. For a moment, I wasn't signing a document. I was signing a truth. I pressed my name onto the page. Elaine's chair scraped violently as she stood. Claire, please, this will ruin us. I looked up at her, finally seeing her clearly. Then maybe you shouldn't have built your life on money that wasn't yours. Her mouth opened, then closed again. Her legs shook. Daniel reached out to steady her, but his hand trembled too. They nearly collapsed. And for the first time, I didn't feel guilty. For the first time, I wasn't the quiet daughter holding the family together. I was the one tearing down the lie they built. When the meeting ended, the room felt hollow, like every lie had been scraped off the walls and left nowhere to hide. My parents walked out first, my mother trembling, my father guiding her with a hand that barely held steady. Lily lingered, staring at me with a mixture of guilt and something that almost looked like apology. She opened her mouth, closed it again, then finally whispered, "I didn't know, Claire." I nodded. It wasn't forgiveness, but it wasn't anger either. It was a beginning. Over the next few weeks, everything shifted. Collins finalized the legal transfers. The remaining trust assets were secured in my name. My parents were notified of potential civil consequences if they attempted to interfere or conceal additional misuse. For the first time in their lives, they faced the weight of their choices without a shield. Grandpa visited me in my new condo, a modest place in Seattle, but mine, in a way, no space had ever been. He walked slowly through the rooms, touching the walls, smiling in small, quiet approval. "You deserve this," he said. "You deserved it all along." I didn't tell him I cried the first night I slept there, half grief, half relief. Grief for the family I never really had. Relief for the life I finally could build. I spent more time at the park by the water, letting the winter air clear what was left of the ache. I wasn't healed, not yet, but I wasn't drowning anymore. For the first time, the silence around me didn't feel like something stolen. It felt like something I owned. In the weeks that followed, I kept thinking about something Grandpa once told me when I was little, how safety wasn't just about being protected, but about knowing who stood beside you when truth finally surfaced. I understand it now. Family isn't defined by blood or last names. It's defined by honesty, by accountability, by the people who don't vanish when the truth is inconvenient. I don't hate my parents. I don't think I ever will. But I've learned that distance can be an act of love, love for myself, for the life I'm finally allowed to build, for the peace I refuse to surrender again. If you've ever had to step away from people who should have cared for you, I want you to know you're not alone. Your story matters. Your boundaries matter. Share your experience in the comments. And if this story stayed with you, follow the channel so you won't miss the next one.
"Say hi to the sharks," my stepmother whispered, pushing me into the freezing ocean to steal my $2.8 billion fortune. They thought I would drown, but they made a fatal mistake. I didn't just survive. I returned to reclaim my empire. This is my true story of betrayal and cold-blooded revenge. Before I go on, please take a moment to like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely connect with this story. Drop a comment and let me know where you are watching from and what time it is there. I always love knowing who's listening. My name is Nick Farnham, 32 years old, and my life changed forever on a dark, choppy sea. The air was thick with the smell of salt and cold fear. But the look in my stepmother's eyes was colder than any winter wave. She stood at the edge of the yacht, her expensive silk dress whipping in the wind, a cruel smirk etched across her face. Beside her, my sister held a glass of champagne, her expression eerily blank, not a single tear in her eyes for the person she grew up with. "Say hi to the sharks," my stepmother whispered, her voice like a jagged knife. She did not hesitate. Her hands pressed firmly against my shoulders, and the sudden force sent me reeling backward into the black abyss. I felt the freezing water swallow me whole, the loud splash echoing in the vast, empty ocean, while above me, the only light was the distant, uncaring moon. The yacht's engine hummed as they turned away, leaving me to the mercy of the deep, dark tide. My lungs burned for air as I struggled against the crushing weight of the water, my mind racing with the realization that the people I trusted most had just tried to end my existence for money. This was not just a tragic accident. It was a cold, calculated move to seize my inheritance. As I kicked my way back to the surface, gasping for breath, I knew that the woman who raised me had finally revealed her true, venomous colors, but she had made one fatal error in her plan to steal my future. The freezing waves battered my body, tossing me like a broken toy in the unforgiving current. Every muscle in my frame ached as I fought against the overwhelming urge to let go and sink into the silent, dark depths below. I stared up at the retreating lights of the yacht, the silhouette of my sister still visible near the railing, standing there like a statue while my life slipped away. My heart hammered against my ribs, a desperate drumbeat of survival that refused to be silenced by the encroaching shadows of death. I reached for a floating piece of wreckage, my fingers stiff and numb, gripping the splintered wood as if it were the only anchor left in my shattered world. The realization hit me then. This was about the money, the billions that my father had worked so hard to build, and that they desperately craved for their own hollow lives. They had underestimated my resolve, thinking I would simply vanish into the dark, leaving them to claim their prize without a fight. But they didn't know the strength that lived inside me, a fire that burned brighter than the cold waves trying to extinguish my spirit. I drifted through the endless night, listening to the haunting whispers of the ocean, waiting for a miracle. I remembered every lesson my father taught me about power and control, and I vowed then that if I survived this, I would ensure their greed became the very weapon that destroyed their fragile, selfish little world. The sea was vast and merciless, but my anger was a stronger current, guiding me through the darkness as I clung to my life with everything I possessed, refusing to fade away into the deep. The horizon began to shift from an impenetrable black to a bruised, sickly purple as dawn broke over the ocean. I was exhausted beyond words, my skin pruned and blue from the relentless cold, yet my mind was sharp and cold like tempered steel. Through the mist, a faint, rhythmic chugging sound emerged, cutting through the silence of the morning. It was a weather-beaten fishing trawler, its hull rusted and scarred by years of hard labor in these unpredictable waters. A man with a thick gray beard and weathered skin stood on the deck, his eyes squinting as he scanned the horizon. I summoned the last of my fading energy and let out a guttural, desperate cry for help, waving my arms until they felt like lead weights. When the captain spotted me, he didn't hesitate, instantly maneuvering his vessel toward my shivering form. As they hoisted me onto the deck, the warmth of the sun felt like a rebirth. This man, a retired veteran who knew nothing of my billions or my betrayal, looked at me with simple, honest concern. I didn't speak. I couldn't. My throat was raw, and my thoughts were entirely occupied by the intricate web of deception I needed to dismantle. I sat on the rough wooden planks wrapped in a coarse, wool blanket that smelled of diesel and fish, watching the shoreline grow closer. My stepmother and sister were likely back home by now, shedding fake tears and preparing to carve up my life. They had no idea that their target was not at the bottom of the ocean, but was currently calculating the precise moment to descend upon their house like a storm. My silence was not weakness. It was the quiet, terrifying calm before the coming of a massive, unstoppable catastrophe. We reached the small harbor by late afternoon, the town bustling with oblivious life while I focused entirely on the path ahead. The captain offered to take me to the local hospital, but I refused with a firm shake of my head, my eyes fixed on the distant silhouette of my father's estate. I had enough money hidden in a secure, untraceable account to hire a private car, and I wasted no time moving toward my goal. Every mile we traveled back felt like a descent into the heart of the conspiracy they had carefully constructed behind my back. My phone had been lost in the water, but I didn't need it to know they were already filing papers and telling everyone that I had gone overboard in a tragic accident. I could almost picture them sitting in my office, sipping expensive tea while they typed up lies to secure their future. My stepmother had always been the mastermind, always plotting behind a veil of grace. But this time she had made the mistake of thinking I was as weak as she claimed. I was not the victim she wanted. I was a ghost returning for justice, a force of nature they had foolishly tried to suppress. I stopped at a quiet shop to buy a simple burner phone, making a single, critical call to my lawyer, a man who had served my father for 30 years and would never betray the family legacy. He sounded stunned to hear my voice, but his tone quickly shifted to one of cold, sharp urgency as I laid out the situation. I was no longer a billionaire heiress in their eyes. I was a predator closing in on its prey. I reached the estate just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of deep orange and blood red. The massive iron gates stood open, inviting and seemingly peaceful, but I knew the darkness that lurked behind the mahogany doors of my own home. I moved through the gardens with the quiet grace of a shadow, avoiding the security cameras that I had installed myself years ago. I knew every blind spot, every creak in the floorboards, and every secret passage that connected the main house to the guest wing. My heart pounded against my chest, not with fear, but with an adrenaline-fueled clarity I had never felt before in my life. I watched through the large glass window of the living room, seeing my stepmother pacing back and forth, holding a glass of wine with trembling hands. Beside her, my sister was busy deleting my digital footprint from the company's main server, their laughter occasionally piercing the silence like a jagged blade. They looked so comfortable in their new roles as owners of my empire, completely oblivious to the fact that the person they had tried to murder was standing just a few feet away. I felt a surge of cold triumph wash over me, knowing that the trap they set for me had actually become the snare that would pull them into their own ruin. I checked my pocket for the small, encrypted drive I had grabbed from the captain's radio room earlier, which contained the digital evidence of their bank transfers. It was time to show them that my life was not something they could simply throw away. I crept through the side entrance, my boots making no sound on the polished marble floors as I navigated the familiar hallways of my home. The air felt heavy with the scent of lilies and the sharp, metallic tang of deceit, a combination that made my blood run cold. I reached the library, the heart of my father's empire, where the heavy wooden door was slightly ajar. I heard their voices clearly now, sharp and filled with a greedy excitement that made me want to scream. But I bit my lip and stayed silent. My stepmother was speaking about the funeral, her voice fake and low, full of manufactured grief that sounded like a bad performance in a play. She was already planning to sell the estate, to pack my belongings into boxes and erase my memory from the very foundation of this house. My sister was giggling at a comment, her youth masking the rot that had taken root in her soul long ago. I stood behind the velvet curtain, watching them as they celebrated their victory, feeling like a phantom in my own world. They were so busy counting the money they had stolen that they never once stopped to look behind them. I held the evidence tight. The cold weight of the flash drive reminding me that I had all the power. I needed to burn their plans to the ground. I didn't want to rush this. I wanted them to enjoy their moment of false triumph before I tore the mask from their faces. Every detail of their conversation confirmed their guilt, and I felt the cold satisfaction of knowing the end was near. I stepped out from behind the heavy velvet drapes, my presence like a sudden chill filling the warm, opulent room. My stepmother gasped, her glass slipping from her fingers and shattering against the hardwood floor, the red wine spilling out like a stain of blood. Her face turned ghost white, the calculated mask of grief instantly dissolving into a portrait of absolute terror. My sister let out a choked sound, her hands flying to her mouth as she stumbled backward, her eyes wide and fixed on my face as if she were seeing a literal demon from the abyss. The silence that followed was suffocating, heavy with the weight of their sins and the shock of my sudden, impossible return. I stood there, drenched in the salt of the ocean, my hair tangled and my clothes ruined, but my gaze was steady and unwavering. I did not move closer. I simply stood there, a living ghost, watching the color drain from their features as the reality of their failure crashed down upon them. My stepmother's hand went to her throat, her lips trembling as she tried to form words, but nothing came out except for a ragged, uneven breath. They had gambled everything on my death, betting their future on the idea that the ocean would never give me back. And now the bill was coming due. The power dynamic in the room had shifted entirely in a single heartbeat, turning their smug confidence into a desperate, frantic scramble for survival. I watched them unravel, the silence of the library amplifying the sound of their shallow, panicked breathing as they realized the game was over. I walked slowly toward the large mahogany desk, my movements deliberate and steady, each step echoing like a gavel hitting a block of wood. My stepmother tried to steady herself, her fingers digging into the back of a leather chair until her knuckles turned ivory, her eyes darting toward the door in a desperate attempt to find an exit. "Nick?" she whispered, her voice cracking with a mix of disbelief and sheer, unadulterated fear. We thought the current took you. We tried to find you. We were so worried." The audacity of her lie hung in the air. A pathetic attempt to rewrite the events of the last 2 days while the truth was clearly etched on my face. My sister, meanwhile, had collapsed into a chair, her head buried in her hands, sobbing with a frantic, selfish grief that was entirely about her own impending ruin. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small, black drive, tossing it onto the desk with a sharp, metallic clatter that seemed to ring through the entire house. It was not a weapon of steel, but a weapon of truth, containing the logs of every illicit transfer, every forged document, and every conversation that proved their cold-blooded intent to erase me. I saw her gaze lock onto the device, and the last remnants of her fake composure shattered, leaving only a hollow woman who realized that her greed had blinded her to the very real danger she had invited into her home. I looked at her not with anger, but with a chilling, detached pity that felt far worse than any rage I could have expressed. "You thought the water would be my end, didn't you?" I said, my voice cutting through the thick tension like a razor. My tone was calm, yet it held a sharp edge that made them both flinch as if I had struck them. My stepmother's face was a map of realization. She knew that the evidence on that drive would not just strip her of the money, but would ensure she spent the rest of her life behind iron bars. She tried to step forward, her expression shifting from fear to a manipulative, soft-spoken plea for mercy, but I held up a hand to stop her. There would be no negotiations, no quiet deals made in the dark, and certainly no forgiveness for the betrayal that had nearly cost me my life. I watched as the reality settled over them like a heavy shroud, the weight of their own consequences finally crushing their fragile plans. My sister stood up, her face tear-streaked and desperate, begging for me to understand how she had been coerced, trying to cast the blame solely on our mother to save her own skin. It was a pathetic display of cowardice that only deepened my resolve to see this through to the very end. The power that had once made them feel invincible was now an anchor dragging them down into the depths, mirroring the very fate they had so cruelly intended for me. I leaned back against the desk, crossing my arms, and watched them disintegrate. I had come back from the dead to reclaim my destiny, and I was going to enjoy every second of their inevitable downfall as I began the process of systematically destroying their entire world. The silence in the room was absolute, save for the frantic, uneven rhythm of their breathing as they realized that every exit was now blocked by the wall of evidence I had meticulously gathered. My lawyer arrived moments later, accompanied by local authorities I had contacted from the road, their uniforms sharp and professional against the backdrop of my opulent, disheveled study. The look on the lead officer's face when he saw me, alive and composed, was one of profound shock, but he immediately turned, his focus toward the documents I had laid out on the mahogany surface. My stepmother watched the police move toward her, her bravado finally crumbling into a pathetic display of stuttering denials that nobody was interested in hearing anymore. My sister was trembling so violently that the officers had to steady her, her earlier arrogance replaced by a hollow, terrified look that spoke of someone who had never faced a real consequence in her entire pampered life. I felt a strange sense of peace settling over me. The cold, sharp ache of the ocean's depth had been replaced by the steady, burning heat of long overdue justice being served. Every dollar they had siphoned from my father's legacy was now being tracked. Every fraudulent document they had signed was being seized as proof of their criminal ambition. I stood by the window, watching the moonlight reflect off the dark surface of the sea in the distance, knowing that the water had not been my grave, but the birthplace of a version of myself that would no longer be manipulated by the greed of others. As the officers led them away in cold, unyielding metal handcuffs, the house felt finally cleansed of the toxic energy that had suffocated it for years. My stepmother stopped at the threshold of the room, turning back to look at me one last time, her eyes burning with a mixture of hatred and lingering, desperate disbelief at her own colossal failure. She had calculated every variable in her wicked scheme, except for the one factor that mattered most, my absolute unwavering will to survive. My sister didn't even look back. She was entirely broken, a fragile shell of the girl who had once stood by the yacht railing and watched me sink without a single flicker of remorse. I watched them go, the heavy front doors closing behind them with a definitive, hollow thud that marked the end of their influence over my life. The lawyers began the tedious, necessary work of reversing the illegal claims and restoring my control over the trust. But I didn't need to oversee every small detail anymore. The weight that had been sitting on my chest since the moment I hit the freezing water was slowly lifting, replaced by a quiet, steady strength that I knew would define my future. I walked to the balcony, feeling the cool night air touch my skin, listening to the distant, rhythmic crashing of the waves that had once been my executioner. They were just water now, a neutral, powerful force of nature that I had conquered through sheer persistence. The empire was safe, my dignity was recovered, and for the first time in my 32 years, I was truly, completely free of the people who had tried to steal my light. The path ahead was no longer clouded by the shadows of those who sought to consume my future, but illuminated by the clarity of my own hard-won resilience and absolute survival. My journey through the darkest depths of the ocean had stripped away the naive girl I once was, forging in her place a woman of iron resolve. who would never again underestimate the value of her own strength or the danger posed by those she trusted. As I sit here overlooking the vast expanse of the sea, I am reminded that justice is not something that is simply given. It is something you must reclaim with every ounce of your being, even when the world tells you that your time has reached its inevitable end. My story is a testament to the fact that betrayal can be a powerful catalyst for growth, and that even the most calculated traps can be turned into the very foundation of your ultimate triumph and complete restoration. I have emerged from the wreckage of my own life more powerful, more focused, and more dangerous to those who dare to cross me than they could ever have imagined in their wildest, most greedy dreams. I am the architect of my own destiny, and I invite you to join me as I continue to build a legacy that no shadow can ever touch again. The silence has been broken, the truth has been spoken, and the fight for my soul is just beginning. If this story of survival, justice, and the unstoppable power of human resilience has inspired you, please hit the like button and subscribe to my channel to follow my journey as I redefine my future and expose the truths behind the masks we see every day. Your support ensures I can keep sharing these stories of transformation and strength.
This is pathetic, Varric said. He didn't shout. He didn't have to. His voice was low, smooth, and poisonous. He reached out with his thick fingers and grabbed the top of the stack. The paper was warm from the printer. "You'll never amount to anything here," he added. Then came the sound. It wasn't a clean noise. It was a jagged, tearing sound that seemed to last forever in the quiet room. He ripped it. 23 months of my life, 2 years of missed dinners, canceled dates, and working until my vision blurred. He tore it right down the middle. The pages fluttered down like dead leaves. They hit the dark carpet with a soft thump. 17 people sat around the heavy wood conference slab. Not one of them moved. Not one of them looked at me. They looked at their laps. They looked at their phones. They looked anywhere but at the girl whose career had just been executed in front of them. Varric dropped the halves of my work onto the floor. He dusted his hands, like he had just touched something dirty. "Next item," he said, turning his back to me. I stood there. My hands were empty. My chest felt hollow, like someone had scooped out my lungs with a spoon. I didn't cry. I knew that's what he wanted. He wanted the tears. He wanted the scene. I turned around. I walked out the double glass doors. I didn't run. I just walked. He thought that was the end. He thought he had just thrown away trash. He had no idea he had just handed me the keys to his own destruction. Before we go any further, I want to say a quick thank you for being here and listening to this. It's not easy to relive. If you've ever had a boss who made you question your own value, or someone who took credit for your sweat and tears, please hit that like button. It helps other people find this story. And honestly, it makes me feel a little less alone in telling it. Subscribe if you want to hear how the underdog bites back. Okay, let me tell you who I was before the paper ripped. My name is Marin. I'm not the loudest person in the room. I never was. I'm the person who notices things. I notice when the coffee machine is making a funny noise 3 days before it breaks. I notice when someone smiles but their hands are clenched into fists. I like data. I like systems. I like fixing things that are broken. I joined the company 3 years before the incident. I was fresh out of university, wearing a blazer that cost too much, and carrying a notebook that was too clean. I wanted to change the world. It sounds stupid now, doesn't it? But I did. I thought a big company was a place where good ideas rose to the top, like cream. I didn't know that in this place, cream didn't rise. It got skimmed off and sold by people like Varric. Varric was my manager. The first time I met him, he offered me a peppermint from a crystal bowl on his desk. He had a smile that made you feel like you were the only person in the building. "I see a lot of myself in you, Marin," he had said. "You're hungry. I like hungry." For the first year, it was perfect. He gave me small projects. I crushed them. He praised me in emails. He brought me coffee, black, 2 sugars. When I stayed late, he told me I was his protege. I believed him. I would have walked into traffic if he asked me to, because I thought he was teaching me how to cross the street. Then, I started succeeding too much. It started with a scheduling glitch in the logistics department. No one could fix it. Drivers were showing up at the wrong docks. Money was burning. Varric put me on it, probably expecting me to fail so he could bring in a consultant. I fixed it in 4 days. I rewrote the entire routing protocol. I saved the company $400,000 a year. I prepared a report. I gave it to Varric. I waited for the praise. 2 weeks later, during a town hall meeting, the CEO called Varric to the stage. Varric stood there, beaming. He presented the Varric optimization protocol. It was my report, word for word. He hadn't even changed the font. He got a bonus. I got a pat on the back in the hallway. Team effort, Marin, he said, squeezing my shoulder a little too hard. We win together. I tried to speak up. I tried to say, but I wrote that. He looked at me, and the warmth vanished from his face. It was like a light switch clicking off. You're being paranoid, he said. You're junior. You don't understand how politics work. I'm protecting you. If you present that, they'll tear you apart. I put my name on it to ensure it got approved. I did it for you. I felt guilty. I thought maybe he was right. Maybe I was being ungrateful. But then it kept happening. My workspace changed. I used to have a desk near the window. One Monday, I came in, and my box was moved. I was relocated to the lower level. It wasn't technically a basement, but it felt like one. The lights flickered. The heater rattled and blew cold air in the winter. It was where they put the people they wanted to forget. Space consolidation, Varric told me via email. He didn't even say it to my face. The projects got smaller. The praise stopped completely. Now, every time I proposed an idea, he shot it down. Not ready. Too risky. Lacks vision. Then, 3 months later, I'd see another manager presenting my exact idea. I started to shrink. I stopped eating lunch with my friends because I was ashamed. I ate cereal for dinner in my studio apartment, staring at my reflection in the dark window. The woman looking back at me looked tired. She looked small. She still believed things would get better if she just worked harder. So, I worked harder. I stopped proposing small ideas. I started working on the big one. I saw a flaw in our training division. It was bleeding money. New hires were taking 6 months to become productive. I knew I could cut that to 3 months. I spent 2 years gathering data. I interviewed people secretly. I built models. I used my own money to buy software to run simulations. I skipped my best friend's engagement party to finish the data set. I knew this was it. This was undeniable. Even Varric couldn't steal this because it was too complex. He wouldn't be able to explain it. I had to present it. I begged him for a slot in the monthly strategy review. I pestered him for weeks. Finally, he agreed. Fine, he said. Show us what you've got, but don't embarrass me. I walked into that room, with my heart hammering against my ribs. I had printed 20 copies on heavy, expensive paper. I had bound them myself. I started speaking. I felt good. I felt strong. 3 minutes in, Varric held up his hand. Stop, he said. I froze. Is something wrong? Marin, he sighed. He looked around the room, inviting everyone to share his exhaustion. I tried to tell you. I tried to warn you that you weren't ready for this level, but you insisted. The data is sound, I stammered. If you look at page 4, it's derivative, he said. It's amateur. It ignores basic market realities. He didn't look at page 4. He didn't look at a single number. He just reached out and grabbed the stack I had placed in front of him, and he ripped it. This is pathetic. That brings us back to the hallway. I was 20 minutes past the humiliation. I was walking toward the elevator, my badge heavy around my neck. I was calculating how long my savings would last if I quit today. 2 months? Maybe 3 if I ate nothing but rice? Excuse me. The voice came from behind me. I turned. It was 3 of them. The board members. The people who sat at the far end of the heavy table. The ones who signed the checks. The woman in the middle spoke. Her name was Oline. She had gray streaks in her hair and wore a scarf that probably cost more than my car. She had kind eyes, but they were sharp, like a bird's. We saw everything through the glass, Oline said. I felt my face get hot. I apologize for the disruption. I'll pack my things. No, the man on her left said. He was tall, with a face like a crumpled map. That wasn't a disruption. That was unacceptable. Varric is intense, I said. Even then, I was trained to protect him. It was a sickness. Varric is a bully, Oline corrected, and he just destroyed company property. We saw the charts before he tore them. The first page. The summary. She stepped closer. Was that accurate? The 40% reduction in training time? I nodded. Yes. Based on a linear regression model of the last 5 years of intake data. Oline looked at the man on her left. They exchanged a tiny nod. A language I didn't speak yet. We can't just fire him, the tall man said, almost to himself. Not someone that senior. Not without cause. The severance package would be a nightmare. HR procedures take months. We know, Oline said. She looked back at me. We are here if you need anything. Thank you, I whispered. I went home. I sat on my floor. I didn't turn on the lights. The next day, I went back to work. I expected Varric to fire me. I expected a cardboard box on my desk. Instead, he was waiting by the elevator. He had 2 cups of coffee. Marin, he beamed. He held out a cup, 2 sugars. Just how you like it. I took the cup. It felt warm. It felt like a lie. About yesterday, he said, lowering his voice. He put a hand on my arm. I was tough on you. I know, but I was just trying to push you, help you develop thicker skin. You understand, right? The world is harsh. I'm the only one who cares enough to be real with you. I see potential in you. Always have. I looked at him. I looked at the smile that didn't reach the rest of his face. I understand, I said. Good. He patted my arm. Back to work. We're a team. I walked to my basement desk. I sat down. I looked at the coffee. I poured it into the trash can. That was the moment Marin the victim died, and Marin the architect was born. I stopped doing my job the way I used to. I still did the work. I did it perfectly, but my mind was elsewhere. I started paying attention. I stopped eating lunch alone. I started eating in the break room with the people nobody noticed. The executive assistants, the IT guys, the cleaning crew. People say knowledge is power, but they think knowledge means quarterly reports. Real knowledge is knowing who is sleeping with whom. Real knowledge is knowing that the VP of Finance is terrified of an audit. Real knowledge is hearing the executive assistant complain that the board of directors is looking for fresh blood and modernization. I bought a small leather journal. I wrote everything down. Varric arrives at 9:15 a.m., leaves at 4 p.m. on Tuesdays, golf. Varric expenses dinners that are clearly personal. The board is worried about stagnation. External consultants are coming next month. I became a ghost. I was pleasant. I was quiet. I smiled when Varric made his jokes. I nodded when he stole my credit again. Great idea, Varric, I'd say. You really nailed that client strategy. He ate it up. His ego was a hungry dog, and I fed it scraps while I sharpened the knife. 3 weeks later, the rumors started. A massive restructuring. The company was bleeding, and the board was bringing in the heavy hitters, consultants, the kind who charge $1,000 an hour to tell you your business is failing. They were interviewing everyone. When I got my invite, Varric stopped by my desk. Just be honest, he said, leaning against the wall. But remember, we're a unit. If I look bad, you look bad. Stick to the script. We're doing great, but we need more budget. Got it? Got it, I said. I walked into the interview room. The consultant was there. It was a woman with glasses on a chain and a suit that looked like armor. And sitting in the corner, taking notes, was Oline, the board member. They asked me about my role. For 3 years, I would have answered with passion. I would have talked about teamwork and values and changing the world. Not today. I opened my notebook. Currently, I said, my voice steady. My division is operating at 60% efficiency. We are wasting approximately 12,000 man-hours annually on redundant reporting. I have tracked the workflow bottlenecks. I slid a single sheet of paper across the surface. This is the solution. It requires a structural shift, moving from a vertical hierarchy to a matrix model. It increases ROI by 22% in the first quarter. I spoke their language. I didn't talk about feelings. I talked about money. I talked about market positioning. I talked about competitive advantage. The consultant stopped writing. She looked at me over her glasses. Where did you learn to think like this? She asked. Here, I said, watching what doesn't work. Oline didn't smile, but she closed her notebook. That was better than a smile. 2 months later, the announcement came. The company was shaking the Etch-a-Sketch. New divisions were being created. Old ones were being merged. Everyone had to reapply for their jobs or apply for new ones. Varric was confident. He laughed in the break room. "It's a formality," he told everyone. "I've been here 17 years. I play golf with the VP. I'm aiming for the director role. Big raise coming, boys." He took me aside one last time. "Don't worry, Marin. I'll put in a good word for you. We'll get you something decent. Maybe a coordinator role. You're good at the details." "Thank you, Varric," I said. "I appreciate that." I didn't tell him I had applied for the lead of training development. It was the role that would oversee the entire new division. It was a role 2 levels above Varric's current job. It was the role my torn-up presentation had been designed for. "You're too junior," the HR rep had whispered when I submitted the application. "It's a long shot." "I know," I said. "Submit it anyway." The interview for the lead position lasted 3 hours. It was a firing squad, 5 senior executives, and the head consultant. They grilled me on strategy, on finance, on personnel management. I didn't blink. I had nothing to lose. I answered every question with data. When they asked about leadership style, I didn't give them the fluff. "Leadership isn't about being liked," I said, looking at Oline. "It's about removing obstacles so people can work. Sometimes the obstacle is a process. Sometimes," I paused. "Sometimes it's a person." The room went quiet, the heavy kind of quiet. Then the consultant nodded. The email went out on a Thursday morning at 9 a.m. Subject: Organizational announcement. I was sitting at my desk in the basement. I heard the ping. My heart stopped. I clicked it open. I scrolled past the CEO's letter. I scrolled past the VP announcements. And there it was. Head of Training Development and Optimization. Marin, my last name. I stared at it. I refreshed the screen. It was still there. Then I scrolled down further. I looked for the director role Varric had applied for. It went to someone from outside the company, a guy from a competitor. I kept scrolling. Where was Varric? Then I saw it. Senior Manager of Legacy Accounts. Varric, his last name. Legacy Accounts. It sounded fancy. It wasn't. It was the graveyard. It was where they put the old clients that didn't make money anymore. It was a maintenance role. And looking at the new org chart attached to the email, Legacy Accounts reported to Training Development. Varric didn't get the director job. He didn't even keep his old job. He had been moved sideways and down. And he reported to me. I sat in my chair. The basement lights flickered above me. I took a deep breath. I waited. I knew what would happen next. 5 minutes later, I heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. They weren't the slow, confident steps of the man who used to own this place. They were fast, frantic. Varric appeared in the doorway. His face was red. His tie was crooked. He was holding his phone like he wanted to crush it. "Is this a joke?" he spat. He didn't say hello. He didn't offer me a peppermint. "Good morning, Varric," I said. I didn't stand up. I stayed seated. "Did you see the announcement? There's been a mistake." He was breathing hard. "I just called HR, they said." "They said I report to you?" "That's correct," I said. "The new structure consolidates legacy accounts under the development umbrella. It's all about synergy." I used the buzzwords he used to love. "You?" He laughed. It was a desperate, wet sound. "You can't lead a division. You're a kid. You're my assistant. I was your analyst." I corrected him gently. "Now, I'm your division head." "I won't do it," he said. "I'll quit. I'll walk out right now." "You could," I said. I opened my leather journal. I flipped to a page. "But the new severance policy requires a 3-month handover period for senior managers, or you forfeit your pension vesting for the year. And with the market the way it is," I trailed off. I knew about his mortgage. I knew about the private school tuition for his 3 kids. I knew about the car payments on the Mercedes he couldn't afford. I knew he was trapped. He turned pale. The red drained right out of his face. He looked like a balloon that had been popped. "This isn't right," he whispered. "We have our first department stand-up on Monday at 8 a.m., I said. "Please be on time, Varric. You know I value punctuality." He stood there for a long time. Then he turned around and walked away. He looked smaller than I had ever seen him. I went home that night and I didn't eat cereal. I ordered takeout. I sat by my window. But this wasn't the end. This was just the setup. You see, getting the job was the easy part. Keeping it, and dealing with a man like Varric, who was now trapped in a cage with me. That was the hard part. He wasn't going to go quietly. He was going to try to sabotage me. He was going to try to turn the team against me. He was going to try to prove to the board that they had made a mistake. He thought he knew how to play the game, but he forgot that he was the one who taught me. And I was a very, very good student. The weekend passed in a blur. I bought new clothes, suits, sharp lines, dark colors. I needed to look the part. I needed to look like the person who could fire Varric without blinking. Monday morning came. I walked into the main conference room, the same room with the heavy wood table, the same room where my presentation had been torn to pieces. The team was there, 12 people. Varric was sitting at the far end, arms crossed, staring at the wall. I walked to the head of the table. I placed my leather journal down. "Good morning," I said. Varric didn't look at me. "Varric," I said. He slowly turned his head. "What?" "We don't say what in these meetings," I said softly. "We say, good morning." The room went deadly still. The air was so tight it felt like it could snap. Varric's jaw clenched. I could see a vein pulsing in his temple. He looked at the other people in the room. They were looking at their laps. They knew who was in charge now. "Good morning," Varric gritted out. "Thank you," I said. "Now, let's look at the legacy numbers. I reviewed your files over the weekend, Varric. There seemed to be some discrepancies." I saw the panic flash in his eyes. I wasn't going to scream. I wasn't going to tear papers. I was going to do something much, much worse. I was going to manage him. "There are discrepancies in the Q3 projections," I repeated. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't have to. I just tapped the spreadsheet with my pen. "It's a rounding error," Varric said. He was sweating now. Not a lot, just a fine sheen on his forehead. "The system. It's the legacy system. It's glitchy." "The system is fine, Varric," I said. "I wrote the patch for it myself 3 months ago. Remember? You signed off on it." He froze. He remembered. He had signed off on it to take the credit. Now, that stolen credit was the rope he was hanging himself with. "Fix it by end of day," I said. "And Varric?" "Yeah, Please format it correctly this time. Last week's report was messy. We have standards here." I dismissed the room. Everyone left quickly, like the air in the room was being sucked out. Varric was the last to go. He gathered his papers with shaking hands. That was how the unraveling began. It wasn't a big explosion. It was slow. It was the drip, drip, drip of water on a stone. For the next few weeks, I became the manager he had pretended to be. I checked in on him constantly. I asked him how he was doing. I asked about his kids. I asked if he needed resources. And I watched him suffocate, because he knew it was fake. He knew I didn't care about his kids' soccer games. He knew I was memorizing his answers to use against him later. He knew because he had done the exact same thing to me for 3 years. He was looking in a mirror, and he hated what he saw. He couldn't quit. I knew he couldn't. I had seen his HR file during the transition. He had borrowed heavily against his future bonuses. He had a new house in a zip code he couldn't afford. He had an elderly mother in a facility that cost $6,000 a month. He needed the paycheck, so he had to stay. He had to sit there and let his former assistant approve his vacation days. He had to let me sign off on his expense reports. One Tuesday, I called him in for our one-on-one. He walked in, looking like he hadn't slept in a week. His shirt was wrinkled. The dark circles under his eyes looked like bruises. "Sit down," I said. He sat. He kept his hands in his lap, clenching and unclenching them. "I brought you something." I pushed a cup across the desk. "Coffee," I said. "2 sugars, no cream." He stared at the cup. It was exactly how he used to bring it to me when he wanted to steal an idea. "This is awkward," he muttered. "Why?" I asked. My voice was innocent. "It's just coffee." "You know why," he snapped. "Do I?" He looked at me. For a second, the anger flared up. "You're enjoying this." "I'm trying to manage my team," I said. "Speaking of which, I need you to walk me through your current project timelines and the resource needs." He opened his mouth, closed it. He looked like a fish on a dock. "You can't be serious," he said. "I am. We have work to do." "This is a joke," he said, his voice rising. "This whole thing is a joke. You're not qualified for this position. I've been here 17 years, and I've been here 3, I said, learning from the best. I smiled. It wasn't my smile. It was his. It was the smile he gave me when he told me I was paranoid. You taught me everything I know about workplace dynamics, I said softly. He stood up. He slammed the door on his way out. The coffee sat on my desk, untouched. I waited until he was gone. Then I stood up, walked to the sink in the corner, and poured it down the drain. I didn't feel happy. I didn't feel sad. I just felt efficient. That was the problem with Varric. He thought this was a battle of emotions. He thought I was angry. I wasn't angry. I was strategic. He started making mistakes on purpose. It started small. He would forget to copy me on an email. He would submit a report an hour late. He was testing the fence, looking for a hole. Then it got worse. He missed a client meeting, a big one. I got a call from the client, a legacy account worth $2 million a year. They were furious. Varric hadn't shown up. I handled it. I smoothed it over. I promised them a discount. Then I called Varric into my office. "Where were you?" I asked. "I forgot," he said. He didn't look sorry. He looked defiant. "I had a dental appointment. You didn't put it on the calendar," I said. "Oops," he said. He wanted me to yell. He wanted me to fire him. If I fired him, he could be the victim. He could tell everyone I was a vindictive little girl who couldn't handle power. He could sue for wrongful termination. He could collect unemployment. I wasn't going to give him that. "I'm worried about you," I said. His smug look faltered. "What?" "You seem distracted," I said. "Missing meetings, sloppy errors. It's not like you. Are you okay? Is everything all right at home?" "I'm fine," he snapped. "You don't seem fine," I pressed. "Do you need time off? We have wellness days. I can approve a leave of absence if you're struggling with mental health." That broke him. To a man like Varric, pity was worse than hate. Being called incompetent was bad, but being called unstable was a death sentence for his ego. "I need you to stop pretending you care," he shouted. "I do care," I said calmly. "You're struggling. Your team has noticed. Because of you." "No," I said. I lowered my voice to a whisper. "Because you are realizing what you did to me for 3 years, and now you are experiencing a fraction of it." He went quiet. "Except," I continued, "I'm not ripping up your work. I'm not insulting you in front of the board. I'm not stealing your ideas. I'm just here, doing my job, professionally, and you can't handle it." He stared at me. "You taught me this," I said. "How to see people as assets or obstacles. How to smile while calculating. I learned from the best, remember?" For a moment, the anger vanished from his face. It was replaced by something else. Recognition. He looked at me and saw himself, and he was terrified. "I didn't mean," he started. "Yes, you did." I cut him off. "That's the part that matters. You meant all of it." He left early that day, and the next, and the next. I approved his timesheets without question. I didn't dock his pay. I didn't write him up. I just let him sit in the discomfort of his own making. Then came the performance reviews. This was the moment he was waiting for. He expected me to tank him. He expected a 0% raise. He was ready to take that review to HR and claim bias. I sat him down. I slid the paper across the desk. He picked it up, bracing himself for the blow. He read it. His eyebrows shot up. "A raise?" he asked. "A cost of living adjustment," I said. 3%, and a meets expectations rating. He looked at me, confused. "But," I missed the meeting. "The reports were late." "I know," I said, "but I know you're going through a transition. I advocated for you with the board. I told them you just needed time to adjust to the new hierarchy." He dropped the paper. "Why?" he whispered. "Because I'm fair," I said. "And because I want you to stay." That was the cruelty. That was the revenge. If I had punished him, he would have felt justified in hating me. But by rewarding him, I took away his anger. I left him with nothing but his own shame. I made him realize that I was better at this job than he had ever been. I was better at being a person than he was. He couldn't demonize me. He could only envy me. And that is a much heavier weight to carry. 2 weeks later, the request came through. Subject: resignation. Varric. It wasn't a dramatic exit. He didn't storm out. He didn't make a speech. He just sent an email. He gave 2 weeks' notice. I accepted it immediately. I wrote him a reference letter. It was glowing. It was professional. It was factual. It said he was a seasoned manager with deep institutional knowledge. I handed it to him on his last day. Good luck, Varric, I said. He took the letter. He looked at me one last time. He looked tired. He looked old. You won, he said. It wasn't a game, I said. Wasn't it? He asked. He walked out. When the elevator doors closed, I didn't cheer. I didn't pop champagne. I went back to my desk. I opened my leather journal. I drew a line through his name. Varric, done. His replacement started the next month. A woman named Sarah. She was young. She was hungry. She reminded me of myself 3 years ago. The division flourished. Under my leadership, we cut training time by 40%, exactly like my torn-up presentation had predicted. The board was thrilled. We saved the company millions. I got invited to the strategy retreats. I sat at the big wood table. I drank the expensive coffee. Oline, the board member with the kind eyes, took me under her wing. You're a natural, she told me one day after a meeting. You have a killer instinct, Marin, but you keep it hidden under velvet. That's a rare gift. I smiled. Thank you. The consultant sent me an email. You've become exactly what this company needs. I read that email 3 times. I printed it out. I put it in my drawer. I couldn't decide if it was a compliment or an accusation, because here is the secret I never told anyone. The secret that keeps me up at night in my nice apartment with the view of the city lights. I didn't save Varric that day in the board meeting because I wanted to be fair. I saved him because I wanted to own him. When the board saw his file, they wanted to fire him. He's dead weight, the tall man had said. Cut him loose. I was the one who said no. I told them I needed his legacy knowledge. I lied. I didn't need anything from him. I kept him because I wanted him to report to me. I wanted him to wake up every morning and know that his paycheck depended on the girl he used to bully. I wanted to watch him squirm. I told myself it was justice. But was it? Or was it just Varric? Was I just Varric with a better vocabulary? 1 year later, I was at a coffee shop downtown. It was a Tuesday. I should have been at work, but I was networking. That's what we call it when we don't want to be in the office. I saw him. Varric. He was sitting near the window. He was wearing a t-shirt and jeans. He looked different. He looked healthy. The dark circles were gone. He had lost weight. He was laughing at something on his phone. I almost walked away. But he looked up. He saw me. He didn't run. He waved. I walked over. Hello, Varric. Marin, he said. He stood up. He offered me a hand. His grip was firm. You look expensive. I am, I joked. How are you? Good, he said. Really good. I'm working at a nonprofit now. Housing assistance. The pay is terrible, he laughed. But I sleep at night. That's good, I said. I started therapy, he said suddenly. I blinked. Oh, my therapist talks about scarcity mindset, he said. She says I was drowning, and I pulled you under because it made me feel like I was swimming. He looked me in the eye. I'm sorry, Marin, for everything. It wasn't the apology I had fantasized about. I used to imagine him on his knees, begging. This was simple. It was real. I appreciate that, I said. And I meant it. We talked for a few more minutes. Then he checked his watch. I have to go. My daughter has a recital. He picked up his bag. He looked light, unburdened. I watched him walk away. He blended into the crowd. He was just a guy who had made mistakes, paid for them, and moved on. I walked back to my car. I caught my reflection in a storefront window. I saw the expensive suit, the confident posture, the phone in my hand, already buzzing with emails I needed to answer. He looked lighter. I looked successful. There is a difference. I drove back to the office. I walked past the security guard who knew my name. I took the elevator to the top floor. I sat at my desk. I opened the bottom drawer. There, in the back, under a stack of files, were 2 pieces of paper. The presentation. I had taped them back together the night I got the promotion. A jagged line ran right through the middle. A scar. I read the words. Proposal for human-centric training modules. Objective, to empower employees and reduce anxiety. The girl who wrote this cared about people. She believed that work could be about more than winning. She wanted to help. I tried to remember what that felt like. To just want to help. I couldn't. I looked at the latest report on my screen. Q4 efficiency targets. Headcount reduction strategy. ROI. I was good at this job, maybe even great. Just then, there was a knock on my door. It was Sarah, the new hire, my protege. "Do you have a minute?" she asked. Her eyes were shining. She was holding a folder. "I have this idea. It's a totally new way to handle onboarding. Well, it's kind of radical." She reminded me so much of myself it made my chest ache. "Come in," I said. She laid the folder on my desk. She started talking. She talked about feelings and value and culture. I looked at her, and for a split second, my brain didn't hear her words. My brain calculated the cost, the time, the risk, the ROI. My brain said, "This is fluffy. This won't scale. This is a waste of time." I almost said it. I almost said, "Sarah, you're not ready. Focus on the metrics." But then I looked at the taped-up paper in my open drawer. I saw the tear. I looked back at Sarah. "It sounds expensive," I said. Her face fell. The light started to go out in her eyes. "But," I added quickly, "it sounds right." She blinked. "Really?" "Yes," I said. "Let's do it. I'll approve the budget." She beamed. "Thank you. You won't regret this." She practically skipped out of the office. I sat there in the quiet room. I had broken the cycle. Just once. Just for her. But as I closed the drawer and hid the taped paper away again, I wondered if Varric had started out like Sarah. I wondered if someone had crushed him once, and he had spent the rest of his life crushing others, to feel safe. I wondered if I was already too late to be saved. I won. Varric lost. But late at night, when I'm eating takeout alone because I'm too busy for friendships, I catch my reflection in the darkened window, and the face looking back knows exactly what it cost to get here. She doesn't believe things will get better anymore. She just believes in winning. And I can't remember when I started thinking of her as someone else. Thank you so much for listening to my story. If you've ever had to fight to be seen, or if you've ever won a battle only to realize the war changed you, let me know in the comments. It's a weird feeling, isn't it? Success is lonely. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It really does help. Stay strong out there, and don't let the Varrics of the world turn you into them. See you next time.
Welcome to Revenge with Lyra. My son's small hands were shaking when he hugged me. I could still feel the chill from outside clinging to his coat. "Mom," he whispered against my shoulder. They were partying at a luxury hotel while I waited in the car for 2 hours. It took me a second to process. "Who?" I asked softly. He looked up at me, eyes red, voice trembling. "Grandma, Grandpa, Aunt Lily." The room spun for a moment. I'd left him with them so I could work a double shift. They promised to take him for ice cream. Instead, they left him in a parking lot while they drank champagne under chandeliers. I didn't cry. I didn't even raise my voice. I just stood there, staring at my son, his little face twisted with confusion, betrayal, and exhaustion, and felt something in me harden. "My name is Clara James. I'm 33 years old, and that was the night I stopped being the family doormat." I grabbed my car keys. I didn't pack a bag. Didn't call ahead. I just drove, headlights slicing through the rain, toward the same house where I grew up being told to be grateful for scraps. When I pulled into their driveway, I could already hear music through the walls. Laughter. Glasses clinking. The sound of people who'd forgotten what decency felt like. I stepped out, wiped my face once, and whispered, "Let's finish this." The front door was wide open, spilling golden light and laughter onto the porch like some grotesque celebration of everything I'd escaped. Perfume, whiskey, and roasted lamb filled the air, scents I used to associate with family gatherings. Now, they just smelled like betrayal. From the threshold, I saw them. My mother twirling a glass of champagne, my father laughing too loud, and Lily, my perfect sister, showing off a designer handbag probably paid for with the loan I gave her months ago. And in the corner of the couch sat an untouched slice of cake, the one they were supposed to share with my son. I stepped inside quietly. No one noticed at first. Then Lily saw me and froze mid-laugh, her lips curling into that same patronizing smile she used to give me at every family dinner. "Oh," she said sweetly. "The working-class hero decided to join us." Dad chuckled. "You should have called first, Clara." We're kind of busy celebrating Lily's promotion. I glanced around the room, the velvet curtains, the chandelier, the table loaded with food, and then said evenly, I didn't come to eat. Mom set her glass down, visibly annoyed. Then, what do you want? I reached into my purse, pulled out my phone, and pressed play. Their laughter vanished the moment they heard my son's voice on the recording. They left me in the car. I was so cold, Grandma. The sound of my son's trembling voice filled the room, small, scared, echoing through the living room like a ghost they couldn't silence. Grandma said not to move. She said good kids wait quietly. But I got hungry. I was scared. My mother's hand froze midair, her glass trembling slightly. Dad's face turned pale. Lily's fake confidence slipped into panic. Clara, Mom started, forcing a brittle laugh. You're misunderstanding. No, I interrupted. For once in your life, listen. The video continued. My son's voice cracked as he whispered. I saw them dancing through the hotel window. Aunt Lily had cake. Grandpa laughed. I stopped the recording. The silence that followed was suffocating. Dad finally muttered, You shouldn't record private things like that. Private. That word hit me harder than a slap. You left an 8-year-old alone in a car while you partied. That's not private, Dad. That's criminal. Lily crossed her arms, trying to recover her smugness. You're overreacting. It was just a couple of hours. I took a step closer, my voice shaking, not with fear, but fury. You left him in December. 43 degrees. Windows closed. No food. That's not a couple of hours, Lily. That's neglect. Mom slammed her glass down. Don't talk to your sister that way. I'm not, I said quietly. I'm talking to the woman who raised us to think cruelty is normal. And then I pulled out my second phone. Their eyes darted to the second phone like it was a weapon, and in a way it was. I unlocked the screen, opened a folder labeled Proof, and let the first video play. The footage showed my parents walking out of the luxury hotel, laughing, champagne in hand. Behind them, through the glass doors, was Lily, snapping selfies, posing with guests, twirling under fairy lights. And right there, in the corner of the frame, sat my son, alone in the car, hugging his backpack for warmth. Mom's jaw clenched. Where did you get that? The hotel cameras, I said coldly. Apparently, money doesn't just buy drinks, it buys stupidity too. You forgot I handle their legal contracts.
Dad tried to stand.
You can't show this to anyone, Clara. This could ruin. Good, I said. Maybe ruin is what it takes for you to finally feel something. Lily scoffed, trying to regain control. You always loved playing the victim. What do you want, Clara? Pity? A show? I leaned closer.
No, Lily.
I want accountability. Then I opened the next file, a screenshot of the text messages Lily sent me earlier that week. Keep your son at home. Mom doesn't want him embarrassing us again. Mom's face drained of color. Dad whispered, Lily, you didn't. But Lily said nothing, just stared at the screen as her entire image of perfection cracked. The silence that followed was like a thunderstorm right before it breaks. No one moved. Even the chandelier seemed to hum with tension. Mom finally found her voice, sharp, defensive, trembling. Clara, you've always been dramatic. Why are family issues like this? We all make mistakes. Mistakes? I laughed bitterly. Leaving a child in a locked car while you sip champagne isn't a mistake. It's cruelty dressed as family tradition. Dad rubbed his temples. Enough. You've made your point. What are you trying to do? Destroy us? I looked at each of them, the same people who'd spent my entire life making me small, apologetic, quiet. And suddenly something inside me snapped. No, I said slowly. I'm not here to destroy you. I'm here to stop pretending you didn't already destroy me. Lily stood up, fury flashing in her eyes. You think you're so perfect? You're just jealous. You always were. I smiled, not out of joy, but clarity. Jealous of what? The ability to look in the mirror and feel nothing? The talent of stepping over anyone weaker and calling it family pride? She opened her mouth, but I raised my hand. Don't bother. You've already spoken enough in my son's tears. Then I tapped a final message on my phone and said, I wasn't recording this for me. The sound of sirens began faintly outside. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The sirens grew louder, a cold, rising wail slicing through their laughter, their champagne, their entire illusion of control. Lily turned pale first. Mom's glass slipped from her hand and shattered on the marble floor. What did you do, Clara? Dad barked, his voice trembling more than he wanted it to. I told the truth, I said quietly. To the police, to child protection, and to the people who actually care about children's lives more than appearances. Mom's voice broke into a whisper. You called the police on your own family? My son is my family, I said, stepping closer. You stopped being that the moment you made him wait outside while you laughed about how I'd never make it. The front door burst open. 2 officers entered, led by a woman from the Department of Child Welfare. Her tone was firm, professional. We received a report about child neglect. We'll need everyone who is present at the hotel to provide statements. Lily's husband stuttered. This is a misunderstanding. But the officer interrupted. There's video evidence. We've already reviewed it. Mom looked at me with disbelief, like she couldn't recognize the daughter she'd raised to be silent. You planned this, she whispered. Yes, I replied, my voice steady. All night, while you slept comfortably after hurting a child. And as the officers began escorting them outside, my son appeared from behind the hallway, clutching his toy car, eyes wide. He looked so small standing there, pajamas wrinkled, hair messy, eyes still swollen from crying the night before. Mom, are they in trouble? He asked softly. I knelt down and took his hands in mine. No, sweetheart, I said, voice steady but thick. They're just finally learning what trouble feels like. Behind me, Lily's husband tried to argue with the officers, but the woman from Child Welfare silenced him. Sir, we have security footage and timestamps. You can save your explanations for court. Mom tried to reach out toward my son as she passed, whispering, Baby, Grandma didn't mean. He hid behind me instantly. Her hand froze midair. That's when she realized the power she once had over me, over us, was gone. As they were let out the door, Lily turned her head one last time. You're going to regret this, Clara. Family doesn't betray family. I stood tall. No, Lily. Family protects family. You just never understood the difference. The door shut. The sirens faded. And for the first time in years, the house was quiet, not from fear, but peace. My son looked up at me. Mom, can we go home now? I smiled through the tears. We already are, honey. I turned off the lights, leaving behind the shards of broken glass, the echoes of old cruelty, and the ghosts of a family that once was. Because tonight, justice finally had a mother's voice. The next morning, sunlight spilled across my kitchen table. Warm, honest, nothing like the harsh chandeliers at my parents' house. My son sat beside me, munching on toast while humming to himself. That simple sound, joy without fear, was worth every storm I had walked through. My phone buzzed. It was a message from the child welfare officer. Ms. Clara, the investigation confirms neglect and emotional abuse. Your son is safe, and you did the right thing. I exhaled, slow, trembling, but free. Then another buzz. A local news link. Prominent family under investigation after child neglect report. Their names. Their faces. The same people who used to humiliate me now plastered across screens for what they truly were. Mom called that afternoon. Her voice was weak, stripped of its usual superiority. Clara, we lost everything. Why would you do this? I stared out the window, watching my son draw superheroes on the glass with his markers. Because you made me choose, I said softly, between silence and survival. There was a pause. You destroyed this family. No, I whispered. You did. The day you taught your grandson that love could wait in a car.
She didn't respond.
Just silence. When the call ended, I deleted her number. That night, I tucked my son into bed and whispered, You're safe now. and you'll never wait alone again. I turned off the light. Heart steady, peace earned.
What money? That's what my 14-year-old daughter said when I asked if the $2,000 I'd sent every month had been enough. The kitchen went silent. My parents froze mid-sip. My sister suddenly remembered to check the oven, though nothing was baking. I didn't yell, I didn't cry. I just watched their faces, the color draining like coffee down the sink. 9 months away, saving strangers and my own family had been bleeding my child dry. So I smiled, poured another cup, and said softly, "All right then." They thought the conversation ended there. It didn't. Not even close. When people imagine coming home from a humanitarian mission, they picture applause at the airport, flowers, maybe a quiet dinner with family. I imagined none of that, just the sound of my daughter's laughter again. 9 months in the field had stripped me of comfort but sharpened my instincts, and right now every instinct warned me something was off. The terminal at Madison felt almost surreal, filled with blinking Christmas lights and cinnamon air freshener. My mother waved, first bundled in a fur-lined coat she couldn't possibly afford on retirement savings. My father followed with a stiff smile, holding a "Welcome Home, Dr. Lisa" sign, as if it made up for a year of distance. Ava wasn't there. "She's home baking cookies," Mom said cheerfully. "She wanted to surprise you." The drive home was quiet, except for the hum of the SUV sleek new, and nothing like the old pickup they'd owned for years. A leather tag still hung from the gear shift. Mom talked about a kitchen renovation, Dad mentioned golf lessons, and my sister Brooke texted nonstop in the back seat. They asked about the mission, the surgeries, the children I'd treated overseas, but their questions sounded rehearsed, obligatory. When we pulled into their driveway, I noticed how polished the house looked. The old shutters replaced fairy lights wrapped perfectly around the porch railings. Even the front door was new dark walnut with a frosted glass panel. Dad refinished everything himself, Mom said proudly, but the faint chemical smell of fresh paint told me a contractor had done the work. Inside the house was glowing. A towering Christmas tree sparkled with gold ribbons. New furniture filled the living room, still smelling faintly of packaging foam. On the mantel sat a framed photo of Brooke and her husband at a vineyard in California. No photo of Ava, no photo of me. Then I saw her. Ava was in the kitchen, frosting cookies in her oversized sweatshirt, her hair in a messy bun. She dropped the piping bag the second she saw me and ran, nearly knocking me over. "Mom," she cried, her arms tight around my neck. I could feel how much taller she'd grown, how much thinner, too. "You're really here," she kept saying, touching my face like I might disappear. My throat tightened. "I missed you so much," I whispered. Dad cleared his throat. "Dinner's almost ready. We kept it simple, roast chicken." We sat down to eat. Ava talked nonstop about her school, her new friends, a science project she was proud of. My mother smiled too brightly. Brooke arrived halfway through a diamond bracelet glittering on her wrist. "It's early," she said, lifting her arm. "A Christmas gift." "That's beautiful," I said. "From your husband?" She hesitated. "Sort of." Her eyes darted to Mom. I tried not to notice Ava's jeans too short, frayed at the ankles, or the way her phone screen was cracked straight through the middle. Maybe she just liked her old things. When I asked about school fees, my mother waved her fork. "Everything's handled. You focus on resting, sweetheart." After dinner, Ava and I sat by the tree. She rested her head on my shoulder, and for the first time in months, the world felt steady. I didn't even care that I could still smell antiseptic from my suitcase. "Did Grandma and Grandpa take good care of you?" I asked softly. She nodded. "Yeah." They said money's been tight, but we managed. Money's been tight. The phrase echoed in my mind. I'd been sending $2,000 a month, enough to cover tuition, food, even savings. "Did you ever get the journal I mailed you?" I asked. Her face lit up. "Yes, I wrote in it every week." She pulled it from her nightstand, pages filled with her handwriting. The sight warmed me. Later, when she fell asleep beside me, I lay awake watching the blinking lights outside her window. Something gnawed at me. A new SUV, renovations, designer jewelry. Money's been tight. Maybe they used part of it for household bills, I told myself. Maybe they saved the rest. Still, unease lingered like a low-grade fever. I stepped into the hallway and caught my parents whispering in the living room. "She'll ask," my father said quietly. "Then stick to the story," my mother replied. "She's exhausted. She won't push." My pulse thudded. I'd spent 9 months holding lives together with little more than gauze and grit, and somehow it was here back home where the real wound waited. When I slipped back into bed beside Ava, I brushed a strand of hair from her face. She stirred, mumbling, "Don't leave again, okay?" My voice broke a little. "Not for a long time, sweetheart." Outside, the wind pushed against the windows, and somewhere downstairs a floorboard creaked under quiet footsteps. I told myself it was nothing, but deep down I knew. The next morning smelled like cinnamon and coffee. Ava was already in the kitchen, humming, wearing one of my old sweaters that swallowed her frame. The sight of her should have been pure joy. Instead, my attention snagged on the duct tape patch across her winter boots by the door. "Morning, sweetheart," I said, pouring coffee. Did the money I sent every month help? 2,000 should have been plenty, right? Ava froze mid-bite of toast. What money? The question hit harder than anything I'd faced overseas. I blinked, trying to process. "The money I transferred to Grandma and Grandpa for you." Her brows furrowed, confusion written all over her face. "They said you couldn't send money, that you were struggling with expenses where you were." The spoon in my cup clinked too loud. My parents had gone pale. My mother forced a smile. "Honey, maybe she misunderstood." Ava looked between us. "No, I didn't. You said we had to be careful with spending, that Mom was having trouble even feeding herself over there." My father cleared his throat. "Who wants hot chocolate?" The words hung in the air like smoke. Brooke appeared in the doorway, pretending to adjust her hair. "I'll make it," she said quickly, already moving toward the stove. I smiled faintly. That sounds nice. Inside, my pulse slowed, not with panic, but precision. Years in emergency medicine had taught me when the bleeding starts, stay calm and locate the source. I looked at my parents. Their faces told me everything. The rest of the morning passed in forced normalcy. My mother fussed with decorations. My father claimed he needed to shovel snow, though the driveway was clear. I helped Ava clean her room, folding shirts that were all at least a year old. "You've grown so much," I said softly. "Did Grandma ever take you shopping?" She shook her head. "They said things were tight, so I got a job at the cafe down the street. I stopped folding. A job." "You're 14. "I like working," she said quickly. "Mrs. Rivera lets me keep my tips. It helped pay for school supplies." I forced a smile. "That's responsible of you." My throat burned as I spoke. Later, while she showered, I opened my banking app. Every payment had cleared 9 transfers, 2,000 each, perfectly on schedule. $18,000 sent received and apparently erased. I scrolled through messages from my mother, short updates about Ava, always cheerful. "She's doing great. Don't worry about anything here. Not a single mention of money." Maybe it was a misunderstanding, I told myself. Maybe they saved it for college. But the voice in my head, the same one that had warned me before countless emergencies, said otherwise. That evening, as we decorated cookies, I watched my parents more closely. Mom's diamond earrings sparkled under the kitchen lights. Dad joked about his new toy, the SUV outside. Brooke's bracelet glinted every time she lifted her glass. Ava's cracked phone sat beside her screen, held together with tape. At one point, Ava laughed. "Grandpa's car is nicer than the ones at school drop-off." Dad coughed into his napkin. My mother's eyes darted to me. I just smiled. "You deserve nice things, Dad." He didn't meet my gaze. After everyone went to bed, I sat alone at the dining table. The house was too clean, too staged, like a showroom trying to hide something. My fingers brushed over a pile of mail among the envelopes. One caught my eye. "Travel agency. Final cruise payment confirmation." I stared at it for a long time. Footsteps creaked behind me. Brooke stood in the doorway, arms crossed. "You're still up." "I couldn't sleep," I said. "Too much on my mind." She leaned against the wall. "Don't overthink things. Mom and Dad did their best." I met her eyes. "You knew—" Her lips parted. I knew they were struggling. That's all. I said nothing. Silence stretched until she shifted uncomfortably. "Anyway, good night." She left before I could answer. I returned to my room where Ava slept peacefully, one arm draped over her pillow. Her face looked younger, vulnerable. 9 months away, saving strangers, and my own daughter had been working weekends, selling her things, believing her mother couldn't afford groceries. My chest tightened, not from rage yet, but from grief, the kind you feel when something precious is contaminated. I remembered the final night before deployment, Ava's small voice. "Will you be safe, Mom?" And my promise. "I'll think of you every day and I'll come home." I'd kept my promise. They hadn't kept theirs. I reached for my phone, opened my contacts, and scrolled to one name, Dr. Naomi Pierce, my supervisor from the mission. She told me once, "There's a difference between staying calm and staying silent." For the first time that night, I understood exactly what she meant. The next morning, I woke before sunrise. Ava was still asleep, one hand clutching her pillow, a faint smile on her lips. I brushed her hair back and whispered, "It's okay, sweetheart. I've got it from here." By 6 a.m., I was sitting in my car outside Harbor Bean Cafe. The windows were fogged, the street empty except for a snowplow rumbling past. Inside, through the frosted glass, I spotted Mrs. Rivera, short, warm-faced, already arranging muffins in the display. When I stepped in, the bell chimed softly. "Dr. Hart," she said, surprised. "You're back." "I am," I said, smiling. "I wanted to thank you for letting Ava work here." Her face softened. "She's wonderful. Always early, never complains. Sometimes I had to remind her to eat her own lunch." She hesitated, lowering her voice. We worried. She looked tired. I offered to drive her home a few times, but she said her grandparents were too busy. I swallowed hard. "Thank you for taking care of her." Mrs. Rivera nodded. "She mentioned you were helping kids overseas. She was so proud. Said you were saving lives." I smiled faintly, forcing warmth into my tone. She saved mine, too, in more ways than she'll ever know. When I left, snowflakes began to fall slow, deliberate, like the sky itself was pausing to think. My next stop was Madison High. The parking lot was half empty. Winter break had begun, but Ms. Patel, the guidance counselor, had agreed to meet me. Her office was filled with motivational posters and the faint scent of peppermint. "I'm glad you came," she said. "Ava's a bright girl. Her grades slipped a little this spring, but she's been improving." "Slipped?" I asked gently. Ms. Patel nodded, turning her monitor toward me. She started working weekends in March. She told her teachers she wanted to help with expenses at home. We recommended she cut back, but she said her grandparents needed her contribution. I stared at the screen. Tardy's missed assignments, fatigue comments. Did anyone report this without evidence of neglect? There wasn't much we could do, Ms. Patel said softly, but we were worried. "Thank you," I said. "You've done more than you realize." As I left the school, the sun broke through the clouds, a cold, distant light, but I felt something sharper than warmth, clarity. By noon, I was back at my parents' house. The living room smelled of pine and expensive candles. A new throw blanket still had a tag on it, made in Italy. I glanced toward the office door. It was ajar. Inside the room looked newly renovated, fresh paint, polished floors, a sleek new desk. I pulled open the drawers. Bills, receipts, travel brochures. One folder caught my eye, Caribbean Cruise, departure, February 12th. I opened it. Payment receipts, upgrade options, spa packages, all fully paid. Another folder held receipts for jewelry and furniture, each item totaling hundreds, sometimes thousands. My pulse stayed steady, but my jaw clenched. Then tucked beneath the papers, a small photo of Ava, her school picture bent at the corner. I picked it up, ran my thumb along the crease, and placed it carefully in my pocket. Behind me, the door creaked. My mother stood there, arms crossed, lips tight. "You shouldn't go through people's things." "I could say the same," I replied, turning. She blinked, playing innocent. "Excuse me." "The money," I said quietly. $18,000 meant for Ava. Where is it?" Her hand twitched. "We used some for household expenses, your father's medication repairs. You bought a new SUV I cut in, and a cruise." She stiffened. "We deserved something nice. We took her in, didn't we? You have no idea how hard it is raising a teenager again." "You're right," I said evenly. "I have no idea how hard it is to lie to one." Her face flushed. "Don't take that tone with me. You left. We did your job for you." I took a step closer, my voice calm but unyielding. No, you used my absence as cover. My father appeared behind her, looking smaller than I remembered. Lisa, we didn't mean… To steal, I asked, or to humiliate your granddaughter. His mouth opened, then closed. My mother turned away, muttering, "We'll pay it back." I smiled faintly. "Yes, you will." I walked past them out the front door, the cold slicing my face like truth itself. Sitting in the car, I called Dr. Naomi Pierce. She answered on the second ring. "Lisa," she said gently, "you sound steady." "That scares me." "I need advice," I said. "Family matter, financial exploitation, of a minor." Then document everything she said immediately. Receipts, statements, testimonies, and Lisa, don't confront them again until you're ready. Treat it like surgery, identify, isolate, and cut cleanly. I exhaled. I already started. Good. And remember, this isn't revenge, it's recovery. That night, I didn't join dinner. I spread papers across my bed, bank transfers, Ava's school notes, receipts, screenshots of texts. I made copies organized by month and labeled each file: payment, household luxury, deprivation evidence. When I was done, I placed the documents into 3 folders. One for me, one for them, one for my Aunt Helen, the only person in the family whose morality never bent. Before turning off the light, I opened Ava's journal. The December entry read, "Grandma says Mom's too busy saving the world to send money. I don't want to ask. I'll work more shifts." I stared at the words until they blurred. I thought of the countless patients I'd treated in makeshift tents, wounds cleaned, infections stopped, lives saved. And yet, my own family had been festering with rot I never saw. I closed the journal, slid it into my bag, and whispered, "Not anymore." The next morning, I transferred my savings into a new account with Ava as co-owner. Then I froze the old one, the one linked to my parents. I printed the statement of closure and tucked it into my folder like a scalpel into its sheath. As I zipped the bag, I caught my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were calm, calculating, not angry, focused. I didn't yell, I said under my breath. I did this. Christmas Eve arrived with the kind of stillness that comes before a storm. Snow draped over the neighborhood like silk, muffling every sound, every breath. Inside my parents' house, the smell of cinnamon and roasting turkey couldn't disguise the tension thick enough to slice through. I spent the morning helping Ava wrap presents. She hummed quietly, focused on folding the edges just right, as if precision could make up for everything she'd lost this year. I didn't tell her what I planned. She'd been hurt enough by their lies, but tonight she'd see the truth, and she wouldn't face it alone. By evening, the house was glowing with soft golden lights. Family filled every corner, my aunts, uncles, cousins, all dressed for celebration, unaware they were walking into a reckoning. Aunt Helen arrived last, her posture regal as ever, her eyes scanning the room with that quiet intuition that missed nothing. When she hugged me, she whispered, "You've got that look your father used to have before a courtroom battle." I smiled thinly. "It's not a battle, Aunt Helen. It's surgery." Dinner began like a performance. My mother moved through the kitchen with rehearsed grace, laughing too loudly, complimenting everyone's sweaters, her diamond earrings catching the light. My father poured wine, jovial, his hand only shaking slightly. Brooke sat beside him, scrolling through her phone, pretending not to notice my glances. Ava sat close to me, her hand occasionally brushing mine under the table, a small, silent tether keeping me grounded. Plates clinked, laughter filled the room, and for a fleeting moment I almost wished I could pretend. But the truth doesn't stay buried forever. It waits patient until you hand it a microphone. Halfway through dinner, my father raised his glass. To family, he said, his voice loud and confident, to sacrifice, to love that endures. I set my fork down. The room quieted almost imperceptibly. "That's a beautiful toast, Dad," I said softly. "But I think we should add one more word: accountability." My mother froze mid-sip. "Lisa, I just want to thank everyone for being here." I continued, my tone even polite. "It's been a long year for all of us. I've spent 9 months overseas, long shifts, no holidays, barely sleeping. But it kept me going, knowing Ava was home safe, cared for." I turned slightly toward my daughter. "I sent money every month to make sure of that. $2,000, 9 months, $18,000 total. The air thinned. Brooke's bracelet caught the candlelight as her hand twitched. My father shifted in his chair. My mother's smile cracked. Yesterday, I said quietly, I found out that Ava never saw a cent of it. Someone dropped their fork. The sound hit like a gunshot. I looked at my parents. You told her I couldn't afford to send anything, that I was struggling to feed myself. While she worked weekends at a cafe and sold her things to pay for school supplies. Lisa, this isn't appropriate, my mother hissed. No, I said. It's overdue. My voice stayed calm, almost too calm. While Ava was skipping meals to save for a graphing calculator, you bought a new SUV, you renovated the kitchen, you booked a cruise. My father's jaw clenched. You're exaggerating. I slid a folder from beneath my chair and placed it in the center of the table. These are the payment records, bank statements, receipts, proof. Gasps rippled around the table as pages fanned out, dates, amounts, signatures. Aunt Helen leaned forward, eyes narrowing. 18,000 every dollar, I said, transferred from my account to theirs. Ava's voice cracked the silence. They told me you couldn't send money, Mom. My mother's hand shot out. Ava, honey, that's enough. No, it's not. Ava said, tears trembling in her eyes. You said Mom was struggling. You made me feel guilty for needing anything. Brooke pushed her chair back slightly, mumbling, maybe this should wait till... Sit down, Aunt Helen said sharply. Brooke froze. My father exhaled heavily, rubbing his forehead. Fine. We took some of the money. We used it for the house for bills. You mean the spa packages and jewelry, I interrupted. He looked up, face reddening. We took care of your child, Lisa. That costs money. You can't put a price on time and effort. Actually, I said I did. $2,000 a month. You just spent it on yourselves. You don't understand, my mother began. I understand perfectly, I said. You wanted comfort. You wanted reward. And you thought I'd never come home early enough to find out. Aunt Helen turned toward my parents, disbelief in her tone. You let that child work weekends while you went shopping. My father tried to regain control. Helen, this is family business. Exactly, she said coldly. That's why I'm furious. The tension broke like a wire snapping. Voices rose. Chairs scraped. The Christmas lights flickered as if reacting to the chaos. Through it all, Ava sat rigid, tears streaking down her face, her small hands balled into fists. I reached over, resting my hand on hers. You did nothing wrong, sweetheart. Do you hear me? She nodded weakly. My mother's voice cracked. We'll pay it back. We just needed time. I reached into my bag and pulled out a second envelope, placing it beside the folder. You'll have time under agreement. She blinked. What is that? An official restitution document, I said. Prepared by my organization's legal advisor. You sign it tonight or I file formal charges for financial exploitation of a dependent minor on Monday. Gasp spread again. My father's voice thundered, You'd take your own parents to court. I looked him dead in the eye. If it protects my daughter? Yes. The house fell into silence so heavy you could hear the faint crackle of the fireplace. Then a knock at the door. Every head turned. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. My mother whispered, Who could that be? I didn't move for a moment. Then I rose, smoothed my jacket, and opened the door. On the porch stood a courier in a heavy coat, snow on his shoulders, holding a thick envelope stamped with the logo of Global Medical Relief. Delivery for Dr. Lisa Hart, he said. I took it, thanked him, and closed the door. My father's face drained of color when he saw the seal. This, I said, holding it up, contains copies of that restitution form. One for each of you and one for Aunt Helen. Helen stood, taking her copy before they could speak. I'll make sure this is handled properly, she said, her voice firm as steel. My mother collapsed into her chair, face pale. My father stared at the table, jaw tight. Ava wiped her tears, watching them, with a mix of hurt and quiet power. I trusted you, she whispered. No one answered. I gathered the folders, slid them back into my bag, and stood tall. You wanted to toast a family. Here's my version to honesty, to consequences, and to the day a 14-year-old girl learned what strength really looks like. No one lifted their glasses. Aunt Helen broke the silence. You should be ashamed, she said to my parents. You raised a daughter who saves lives, and you tried to steal from her child. My mother sobbed. My father said nothing. Ava stood and took my hand. Can we go home now? I looked down at her, her chin trembling but her back straight. Yes, baby, I whispered. We already are. As we turned toward the door, I glanced once more at the table, the half-eaten dinner, the untouched glasses, the perfect holiday facade now cracking apart. The golden light still glowed, but the warmth was gone. Behind me, Aunt Helen's voice cut through the silence. Richard? Margaret. You can fix this or lose them forever. When we stepped outside, the snow was falling harder. Ava tucked her hand into mine, and I squeezed it gently. Are they going to jail? She asked quietly. Not if they do the right thing, I said. This isn't about punishment, Ava. It's about boundaries. She nodded, her breath misting in the air. I like that word. Boundaries. I smiled. You'll need them your whole life. From inside, muffled voices rose, then fell again. The sound of paper rustling, maybe signatures, maybe denial. Either way, the truth had already landed. As we walked toward the car, the porch light flickered once like an old heartbeat. I started the engine, the headlights cutting through the falling snow. They thought silence meant surrender, I murmured. Ava looked at me. What does it mean? It means we were just getting started. The morning after Christmas was brutally quiet. No laughter, no clinking dishes, just the wind moving through the empty streets of Madison. I woke in a hotel room downtown, sunlight cutting across the floor, Ava still asleep in the next bed. She looked peaceful, finally, her body uncurled for the first time in days. I sat by the window, watching the city slowly wake. For years, I'd associated home with my parents' house, that big, carefully curated museum of appearances. But now it felt like a place that no longer existed. What I had left was Ava. And the truth. That would have to be enough. By noon, we met Aunt Helen and Mr. Carter, the lawyer from my humanitarian organization, in a quiet conference room at a small local firm. My parents arrived last. Mom wore sunglasses despite the overcast sky. Dad clutched his coat like a shield. Neither spoke. Carter began formally but gently. We're here to finalize restitution for the funds misused while Dr. Hart was abroad. He slid documents across the table, the same ones I'd shown on Christmas Eve. The room was tense, sterile, filled with the hum of fluorescent lights and the faint scratch of pens. Mom's voice broke first. We never meant to hurt anyone. Aunt Helen cut in sharply. You meant to benefit yourselves. That's not the same thing. Dad signed first. His hands trembled, his signature shaky but legible. Mom followed, tears streaking her makeup. The terms were simple, $18,000 repaid over 18 months, $1,000 each month beginning immediately. Cruise canceled. Jewelry and luxury items to be sold. A written apology to Ava. Carter would supervise all payments. When it was done, I stood collecting the papers. This isn't revenge, I said quietly. It's accountability. Mom reached across the table, her voice cracking. Lisa, I don't know how we got here. I met her eyes steady. You stopped seeing people as family, Mom. You started seeing them as resources. For a moment, she looked like she might argue. Then she deflated, shoulders shaking as she whispered, I'm sorry. It wasn't enough, but it was something. Ava had been waiting outside in the lobby with a cup of cocoa. When I walked out, she looked up, searching my face. Is it over? Yes, I said softly. They'll make it right. Can we still see them? She asked. I thought about that for a long moment. Someday, I said, when we're ready. But for now, we need peace. She nodded, satisfied with that answer. In the weeks that followed, life started to rebuild itself piece by piece. Ava returned to school, her spark slowly coming back. She joined the science club again, laughed more easily, even baked cookies for Mrs. Rivera's birthday. Every month, a payment arrived right on time, proof that guilt could at least temporarily imitate redemption. I focused on my work again, but differently this time. I stopped saying yes to every mission, stopped running from the quiet. I learned that saving lives didn't always mean going halfway around the world. Sometimes it meant walking back into the mess at home and refusing to look away. Nearly a year later, Thanksgiving came around again. Aunt Helen hosted. The air smelled of roasted turkey and pine. When my parents arrived, their steps were hesitant, cautious. We greeted each other like people trying to remember a language they used to speak. Halfway through dinner, Dad raised his glass. To lessons learned, he said. I nodded. To boundaries kept. Ava smiled between us, not naive, not bitter, just wiser. And for the first time in a long time, I felt something close to peace. I used to believe forgiveness meant pretending nothing happened, that peace required silence. But standing here now, watching Ava laugh beside Aunt Helen, hearing my father's awkward jokes, seeing my mother quietly refill water glasses instead of controlling the room, I know better. Forgiveness isn't erasure. It's choosing not to carry the wreckage any further. I never raised my voice, never broke a dish, never begged for understanding. I simply drew a line and stood behind it. That line saved my daughter, and maybe in a strange way, saved them too. 18 months later, every payment was complete. Ava's college fund was healthy again. The house that once symbolized betrayal now only existed as a reminder of where love ends and self-respect begins. If you've ever trusted someone who turned your kindness into currency, remember this. You don't need to shout to reclaim your worth. Sometimes the quietest voice in the room is the one that ends the cycle. Tell me, have you ever had to draw that line with your own family? Share your story in the comments and hit subscribe if you believe truth always finds its way home.
You can take the couch. Your sister gets the guest house, Mom said, without even looking at me. I just landed after a red-eye flight. My luggage was still in the trunk. My back still sore from paying their mortgage. But sure, the couch. That was 6 months ago. Tonight, the lights were low. The chandeliers glowed like they knew a secret. And the mayor, tux pressed, voice booming, stepped up to the podium. Please welcome, he said, adjusting the mic. Our youngest multimillionaire tycoon, the woman behind the skyline's newest legacy. The crowd turned as one. Mom lifted her wine, then dropped it. The glass shattered. My sister froze. Mouth parted. Still. Pale. Because the woman walking toward the stage, wearing the emerald gown they said I couldn't afford, was me, standing in the ballroom of a house I owned. My name is Rain. And if you think you know how this ends, stay tuned. What happens when the girl they left on the couch buys the whole damn living room? I didn't want revenge. I wanted respect. But when they made it clear I didn't belong, I stopped asking. Mom always called my startup that little internet thing. Dad never asked what I did, just what I could send. And my sister? She wore entitlement like perfume. But I learned early. Being underestimated is a weapon. And I sharpened it every time they looked through me. So when the city awarded me Young Visionary of the Year, I made sure the gala was held in the estate I bought 2 months ago. Quietly. In cash. The same estate where my parents had once banned me from hosting parties. Now, my name echoed through the marble halls. The guests stood for me. And my family? They were seated, in silence. But that was just the opening act. Because they hadn't seen the tribute video yet. And they had no idea whose names I'd removed from the foundation's donor wall. The tribute video began. Soft piano. Drone footage. My old college. The first coffee shop where I coded. The narrator's voice. She started with $3.12 and a library card. The audience leaned in. Cameras hovered. Every screen showed my name, Rain Delacroix. Meanwhile, my sister, Ava, sank lower in her seat. She used to mock my spreadsheets. Now her LinkedIn said freelance lifestyle advisor. Mom clutched her pearls like prayer beads. Dad sat frozen. The last time I saw that look was when he lost a poker game in Cabo. Then came the next slide. Property redevelopment partner, Delacroix Estates. The address flashed. The same estate we were standing in. Their estate. Until I bought it. Until I gave them a 30-day grace period to vacate, and they ignored it. They thought I was bluffing. But I wasn't bluffing. I was building. A new elevator had been installed. The wine cellar was restocked with French imports. Their portraits were taken down. My art hung in their place. The mayor raised his glass. To vision. To resilience. To rain. The crowd toasted. I stayed still. Ava's voice reached me from 2 tables away. She didn't tell us she was the buyer. Wrong. I had. Through an anonymous LLC. 3 times. They ignored the letters. Said it was scam mail. So I waited. Waited until the papers were signed. Until the cameras were rolling. Until the whole city saw the new plaque by the main gates. Delacroix Estate, reimagined. Now, Mom couldn't even find the guest bathroom. I stood at the top of the grand staircase, looking down at the people who told me I wasn't built for greatness. And suddenly, the couch didn't feel so far away. Only this time, I wasn't lying on it. They were. The night ended in flashbulbs and polite applause. But behind the velvet curtains, the tension snapped like a wire under strain. Mom cornered me near the valet booth. Her tone was a mix of wounded pride and Chardonnay. Why didn't you tell us that this was you? I looked her in the eye. I did. She blinked. No, I mean really tell us. You mean warn you, I said. So you could lie, spin it, or make me feel guilty for growing. Ava stomped up behind her, heels clicking too fast. Okay, Rain, congrats on your little show. But this isn't your story to hijack. That made me pause. Because for years, they made me feel like I didn't belong in their story. I was the afterthought. The backup sibling. The one who ate last, slept on floors, and paid full rent when they called it family contribution. So I stepped closer. I didn't hijack the story, I said quietly. I just started writing my own chapter. And unfortunately for you, it sold out. They stood frozen. Just like they had in that ballroom. Only this time, there was no audience. I turned and got in my car. The same one they used to tease me about when it rattled and coughed down their driveway. Now it purred, blacked out, polished, leased under my holding company. I pulled away without another word. But I wasn't done. The next morning, I scheduled a delivery to their apartment. A modest 2-bedroom I'd rented for them 6 weeks ago, once the eviction was legally finalized. Inside the package, a couch, a printed copy of my gala speech, and a key, with a note. This time, the couch is yours. Enjoy the view, it's all you're getting. They didn't respond. But I saw Mom repost an old baby photo of me later that week. Caption, so proud of our Rain. Always knew she'd shine. History rewritten in real time. But I kept screenshots. Of the texts. The exclusions. The rent receipts. The birthdays they missed because Ava had a thing. And now? Now I had a platform. And I wasn't done using it. The podcast invite came a week later. Women Who Build Empires, 2.3 million subscribers. They wanted to feature me. I agreed. Not because I needed more exposure, but because stories matter and mine had always been buried under theirs. The host leaned in mid-interview, her voice velvet smooth. So, Rain, what fueled your rise? I paused, then said, rejection, humiliation, being the backup plan or not even part of the plan. She smiled like she knew. And then I told the couch story. Verbatim. Her eyes widened. The team behind the glass lost it, gasps, laughter, someone whispered, damn. That clip? 3.2 million views by morning. Comments rolled in like thunder. The audacity of giving her the couch? She turned pain into power. Respect. Tag someone who underestimated you, and thank them. A week later, I launched the Couch Fund. A startup grant for women founders who were always given less. Couches. Closets. Corners. But who were building anyway? We got over 8,000 applicants in 3 days. The press jumped on it. And when Forbes called me the architect of the rebuild era, I smiled. Because I'd rebuilt everything. From the dust they left me in. Then came the phone call. Blocked number. But I knew the voice. Rain, it's Dad. Silence. Then, I saw the podcast. Look, we were wrong. I was wrong. But you can't just erase us. I said nothing. You're still our daughter. I waited. Then replied. You only say that when I'm winning. Click. No anger. No tears. Just closure. Delivered like a signature at the end of a lease. That night, Ava posted an Instagram story. A mirror selfie with the caption. Some of us take the high road. I reshared it. Added just 2 words. Some of us build it. And the internet? Ate it up. Ava tried damage control. She called a few PR friends, spun up a blog post titled, Why My Sister's Success Inspires Me. She used words like legacy and empowerment, as if she hadn't once said, "Rain's good with laptops, but she's not really a leader." Nice try. But people don't forget viral humiliation, especially not when the receipts live online forever. I didn't clap back, didn't post a reply. I let the silence eat at her louder than any statement could. Instead, I focused on the couch fund. The finalists were announced in a live ceremony. We gave out $500,000 in seed money. The final recipient? A 21-year-old Black woman from Chicago who built an app from a laundromat Wi-Fi connection. She cried as I handed her the check. That night, Forbes ran the headline. From couch to queenmaker, Rain Delacroix is building an army. Mom sent a group text. "Mom, proud of you, honey. Can we talk?" Ava, same. "Dinner." I ignored it. But I wasn't cruel. I just wasn't their daughter anymore, not the one they'd boxed into background noise. Instead, I sent them each a framed photo. Me, standing on the gala stage. The mayor behind me. Their faces in the front row stunned, small, and blurred by the lights. The plaque underneath read, "Respect isn't owed. It's earned." No card. No return address. Just impact. A few days later, I heard from my lawyer. Apparently, Ava had tried trademarking her name for a motivational brand. Unfortunately, it sounded too close to Delacroix Ventures, which I'd already protected in every class. The application? Rejected. She posted about it, crying on Instagram. Some people just want to gatekeep growth. But no, I wasn't gatekeeping. I was gay building. And I had the keys now. The real twist? I didn't build Delacroix Ventures alone. The silent co-founder was someone no one expected. Not a tech bro. Not a college friend. Not a VC in a blazer. It was my godmother, Aunt Jules. The one they'd all dismissed as eccentric. The woman who gave me my first computer at 9. The only person who called on my birthdays, even when my family forgot. She'd quietly invested $20,000 into my beta Model 5 years ago. Never asked for a dime back. Now, she owned 22% of the company. And I made sure her name was added to the gala's donor wall in gold. Right below mine. Mom saw it on a follow-up post. Her comment. "Didn't realize Jules was so involved. We should catch up." Translation. We smell money. But Jules wasn't interested in reunions. She had a wine garden and 2 bulldogs named Tesla and Oprah. And she never forgot. "She called you dead weight, Rain," Jules reminded me. "Don't let nostalgia kill your clarity." She was right. So I stayed the course. Focused forward. We broke ground on our new headquarters, a glass-paneled monument downtown. Inside the lobby, a custom art installation. A leather couch. Split clean down the center. Welded with steel. Underneath, a plaque. For the ones they tried to seat in silence. The photo went viral before construction even finished. And suddenly, I wasn't just a founder. I was a symbol. Interviews flooded in. Speaking requests. Partnerships. One headline read, "Rain doesn't just break ceilings. She builds the next floor." That week, Ava posted a subtweet. "Some people think success means isolation. But family matters most." Funny. Family didn't matter when they gave me the couch. Now that I own the damn building, they wanted keys. Too late. Because I wasn't building a reunion. I was building an empire. And the foundation? Was every insult they whispered when they thought I couldn't hear. The award was called the Phoenix Grant. A $1 million honor given once a year to someone who'd risen from public dismissal to national impact. This year, they chose me. The ceremony was broadcast live. Red carpet. White gowns. My acceptance speech, carefully memorized. But what I said, that wasn't on the teleprompter. I was raised in a house where silence was louder than support, I began. Where success was something borrowed, never believed in. I paused. And then I looked straight into the camera. Tonight, I want to thank the people who gave me the couch. Because it taught me to stand on my own. The audience froze. Some clapped. Others just sat there, absorbing it like a slow burn. The shot panned briefly to Ava in the third row. Tight smile. Red eyes. She wasn't nominated. She never had been. After the show, I slipped into the back hallway. No press. No entourage. That's when I heard heels fast, frustrated. It was Mom. You didn't have to humiliate us on live TV, Rain. I turned slowly. Funny. I don't remember you worrying about my humiliation. She blinked. But I kept going. You gave her the guest house. I paid the mortgage. You handed me a couch, then acted like that was love. No, that was convenience. She started to cry. Tried to reach for my hand. But I didn't flinch. Because grief isn't always about death. Sometimes, it's about the family you finally admit will never love you the right way. I walked away. Got into my car. Told the driver. Home. Not the couch. Not their guest house. Not even the estate. My home. A glass-walled penthouse overlooking the city I once watched from the shadows. Inside, on my bookshelf, sat a framed quote. When they seat you low, stand taller. Below it? The couch key they gave me encased in gold. Not to honor them, but to remind me. The best stories don't start at the top. They start on the floor. It happened on a Sunday. Quiet, like most power shifts. I was walking through Delacroix HQ, barefoot, coffee in hand, reviewing a new proposal from a startup I'd backed. That's when the front desk called. There's a woman here asking for you. Says she's your sister. Ava. I told them to send her up. She walked into my office, not dressed for Instagram, no filters, no front. Just Ava. Raw. Small. I lost the apartment, she said softly. Her voice cracked. I tried to start my own thing. No one believed in me. I looked at her. The same girl who once snatched my blouse before a college interview. The one who used my car, my card, my ideas, and gave me crumbs. Now, she needed me. But I didn't say yes. Didn't say no. I said, what do you have to offer? She blinked. What? You want help? That's fine. But we don't do handouts here. We do work. Real work. Her face hardened. But I'm your sister. And I was your backup plan, I said. She didn't reply. She left quietly. And I let her go, not out of cruelty, but clarity. Because healing doesn't mean reopening doors. It means locking the ones that nearly destroyed you. Later that week, I gave a TED Talk. The final slide behind me? A single image. A couch. Tattered. Empty. Then my voice, echoing through the silence. You don't have to start with a throne. Just start. Sit in the smallest space and build from there. Standing ovation. Afterward, someone asked if I regretted how public it all became. I smiled. Not at all, I said. They made my pain public. I made my power louder. That night, I went home, pulled off my heels, watched the skyline from my balcony, and poured a glass of wine to toast the girl they tried to forget. Because she remembered everything, and she turned it into gold.
The first thing I heard wasn't the wind or the lake, it was laughter. Loud, careless laughter echoing from inside my lake house. My house. I froze on the porch. Grocery bags, still in hand as someone turned up the music. Through the window, I saw faces strangers dancing under my lights, and right in the center stood my brother's wife, drink in hand, smirking like she owned the place. When she spotted me, her smile twisted. "Why is this stupid leech here? Get out!" she yelled. I didn't argue. I just smiled, said, "Okay." But what happened after that, she never saw coming. My name's Anna Monroe. I'm 36, a dentist in Denver, and for the last 10 years I've worked myself numb, keeping other people's smiles perfect while forgetting what peace feels like. My coworkers joke that I'm the backup generator. I keep things running when everything else shuts down. When my boss's wife got sick 2 months ago, I took over his entire schedule. I handled patients all day and spreadsheets all night until my back screamed and my eyes blurred. By Friday, I was running on caffeine and stubbornness, dreaming of one thing, my lake house in Evergreen. That cabin isn't big or fancy, but it's mine. I bought it 3 years ago, the first thing I ever owned outright. It smells like cedar and old coffee. Mornings there are cold and blue. You can see mist sliding over the lake. It's the only place I can hear my thoughts without someone asking for something. That someone is usually my family. My parents live an hour away, retired, cheerful, and perpetually worried about my brother, Liam. He's 31, charming, inconsistent, and forever between jobs. When he got married 2 years ago, Mom called me crying, saying he didn't have enough money to give his new wife, Vanessa, the wedding she deserved. She's a lovely girl, Anna. She wants things nice, Mom had said. So I wrote a check for $18,000. No one even blinked. After that, it never stopped. Liam's rent when his job fell through, Vanessa's car payments because she couldn't drive something that old, even groceries once when they wanted to host Thanksgiving but didn't have the budget. I kept saying yes because that's what good sisters do. Or so I told myself. Vanessa was beautiful in the glossy way of someone who believes beauty is currency. Long lashes, perfect manicure, that polished laugh that feels rehearsed. From the first dinner after their honeymoon, she treated me like staff smiling when she needed something, rolling her eyes when she didn't. "You work too much, Anna," she'd say, sipping wine at my table. "You should try having a life instead of fixing teeth." I'd smile back, pretending it didn't sting. The worst part wasn't her words, it was my parents' silence. They'd look at their plates, pretending not to hear. If I ever mentioned how Vanessa talked to me, Mom would sigh. "She's young, honey. Don't take it to heart. Be patient with her." Dad would nod. "You know your brother's fragile. Try not to make waves." So I learned to swallow it all, to play the calm, capable one, the reliable one, the invisible one. But in the last few months, the exhaustion had sharpened into something else. I started noticing how often my phone buzzed only when someone needed money, how every favor I gave was followed by another, how the only time my name came up at family dinners was when a bill needed paying. That's why that Friday mattered so much. It was supposed to be mine, my weekend. No calls, no emergencies, no one's problems but my own. I left work late, picked up pasta, wine, and chocolate from the grocery store, humming to the radio like it was a victory song. The drive to Evergreen felt like escaping gravity. I remember thinking, if I can just get to the lake, everything will feel normal again. I didn't know that by the time I parked outside my cabin, normal would be gone. When people talk about favoritism in families, they always make it sound small, like an eye roll at dinner or a forgotten birthday. But it's bigger than that. It's the quiet way your parents' tone softens when they speak to one child and hardens when they turn to you. It's the way your success becomes invisible and someone else's mediocrity becomes potential. For me, that's how it's always been with Liam. I bought my own house. "Well, you never had kids, Anna. You can afford it. He missed 3 months of rent. He's trying, sweetie. I work 10-hour days. Don't overdo it. You'll make us worry. He slept till noon. He needs rest. He's under pressure." At first, I thought maybe I was imagining it, but the pattern repeated so many times, it became the rhythm of our family. Last Thanksgiving, when I brought a pumpkin pie, Vanessa announced she'd made a real one from scratch. Everyone praised her for hours. When I mentioned the wine I'd brought, Mom smiled politely and changed the subject. I remember standing there holding my own contribution, like it didn't exist. Still, I told myself that's family, you love them anyway. You forgive things they don't even realize they're doing. Then Liam started calling every month. "Hey sis, rent's late again, can you help?" I'd transfer the money and promise myself it would be the last time. It never was. Vanessa didn't work, said she was manifesting her next opportunity. I tried to give her credit for confidence, but it wasn't confidence, it was entitlement. The lake house was supposed to be the line I drew for myself, the one thing untouched by obligation. I'd even given my parents a set of keys, told them to use it whenever they needed a quiet weekend. When Liam asked for one too, I hesitated, but Mom said, "It's his sister's house, not a stranger's. He won't break anything." I handed him a spare key. Maybe that was my first mistake, thinking family meant access. It started small, a missing bottle of wine, a throw blanket that vanished, muddy footprints on the porch when I hadn't been there. I told myself I was imagining things, until one weekend in August I arrived to find a damp towel in the bathroom and 2 toothbrushes in the cup by the sink. I texted Liam. "Were you at the house this week?" He replied, "Yeah, just for a night. Hope that's okay." It wasn't, but I said it was. And that's the problem with people like me, we say okay. When it's not hoping, silence keeps the peace. So when I pulled up that October evening, saw those strange cars outside, and heard music pounding through my windows, I already knew. I just didn't want to believe it. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. My pulse climbed. I'd given everything to keep this family together, and somehow I was the outsider, the one intruding. I stepped out of the car, cold air biting at my face, and whispered to myself, "Not this time." The front door was unlocked. That alone made my stomach twist. I pushed it open and a wave of noise hit me. Music chatter, the crackle of laughter bouncing off the walls I painted myself. The smell of cheap perfume and beer hung heavy in the air. My lake house looked like a rental after spring break. 10 people were inside Vanessa's parents on the couch, a few cousins I'd never met. Someone stirring a pot in my kitchen. My kitchen. And in the middle of it all stood Vanessa, a glass of rosé in one hand, my linen shirt hanging off her shoulder like a trophy. When she saw me, her expression froze, then melted into a smirk. "Well, look who showed up," she said, voice syrupy with wine. I looked around, waiting for Liam. He was there by the window, holding a beer, eyes glued to the floor. Not one person moved to greet me. "I didn't know anyone was here," I said quietly. "This is my weekend." Vanessa tilted her head. "We have a key," she said loud enough for everyone to hear. "We just thought we'd use the place for a little family getaway. You don't mind, do you?" Something about the way she said we made my skin crawl. I set my grocery bag on the counter. "I do, actually. You're all leaving tonight. This isn't a rental." A hush spread through the room. Someone turned down the music. Vanessa blinked, then laughed, a high, brittle sound that sliced the silence. "Are you serious?" "We just got here." I felt everyone's eyes on me like I was the intruder. Vanessa's voice rose sharper now. "You always have to ruin things, don't you?" "God, Liam, your sister is impossible." He said nothing. That's when she turned to her family, waving her drink like a conductor. "Why is this stupid leech here? Get out!" For a second, I couldn't breathe. My ears rang. The word leech echoed through me like something physical, a slap I couldn't block. I looked at her, her perfect hair, her glossy smile, and saw what she really meant. I was never family. I was a wallet with a heartbeat. The room waited for me to explode. I didn't. Instead, I smiled. It wasn't forced or shaky. It was calm, too calm. I picked up my car keys from the counter, met her gaze, and said, "Okay." Her grin widened, victorious. "Good, I'll leave." I finished voice steady. I walked past her, past my brother who still couldn't look at me, past the couch where her parents pretended to check their phones. Each step felt lighter than the last. Outside, the cold hit me full in the face. My hands shook as I unlocked my car, but not from sadness, not even rage, just clarity. As I backed down the drive, the house glowed behind me, full of noise and people who'd mistaken kindness for weakness. By the time I reached the highway, the music was gone, replaced by the hum of tires and the faint buzz in my chest that felt like awakening. At home, I unpacked the groceries, wine, pasta, chocolate, set them on the counter, and stared at them for a long time. Then I made tea, sat down, and opened my banking app. Line after line, rent payments, car payments, transfers, gifts. More than $50,000 over 2 years. The next sip of tea was bitter, but it steadied me. That night, I didn't cry. I didn't call anyone. I just made a decision. The next morning, I woke before sunrise. The city outside my window was still gray and quiet, but something inside me had shifted, like a switch flipped overnight. I wasn't the exhausted, accommodating sister anymore. I was done. By 7, I was standing in line at the bank, coffee cooling in my hand. When it was my turn, I smiled at the teller. "I'd like to remove someone from my emergency account." My voice was steady, almost cheerful. She typed, confirmed my name, and asked, "Who would you like to remove my brother Liam Monroe?" Click. 5 minutes later, he no longer had access to my money. From there, it was simple. I went home, logged into my accounts, and canceled every automatic payment linked to Liam or Vanessa. Their rent, their car loan, even the extra card I'd forgotten existed. Each click felt cleaner than the last, like cutting threads I hadn't realized were choking me. When I was done, I sat back in silence. No guilt, no shaking hands, just a quiet kind of peace. The following Friday, my phone rang. I let it buzz twice before answering. Anna. What the hell happened? Liam's voice cracked through the speaker. The landlord said the rent didn't go through. It didn't, I said. Why not? Because I stopped paying it. Silence. I could hear him breathing, waiting for me to laugh and say I was joking. I didn't. I also canceled your access to my emergency account, I added. And the car payments. Vanessa's right. He swore under his breath. You can't just... I can't... I interrupted. And I did. You should thank your wife for this. The line went dead. 10 seconds later, Vanessa's name flashed across my screen. I ignored it. She called again, then again. After the 5th call, the texts began paragraphs of venom one after another. You're selfish. You're bitter. You're pathetic. You think you're better than everyone because you have money. I scrolled through them, one eyebrow raised. The last message stopped me. Family doesn't abandon family. I typed one line back. You did that when you told me to get out of my own house. Then I blocked her. The quiet that followed was glorious. A week later, my mom called. Honey, what's going on? Liam's very upset. He said you're cutting him off. Can't you just let it go? Vanessa was drunk. You know how she is. She wasn't just drunk, I said. She was honest. Please, Mom whispered. Let's not make this a war. I'm not making it anything, I replied. I'm ending it. For the first time in years, I hung up on her. That weekend, I drove back to Evergreen. The air was cold and sharp, the lake frozen around the edges. A locksmith met me in the driveway. While he changed the locks, I stood by the water, watching the faint sunlight scatter across the ice. When he handed me the new keys, I turned one over in my palm. It was lighter than I expected. No one else would ever use this place again. Not my parents, not Liam, and definitely not Vanessa. That night, I lit a fire in the fireplace and sat in my chair, the one by the window overlooking the dock. For the first time, the silence wasn't lonely. It was earned. By the following week, the calls stopped, but I knew the fallout had begun. I heard from a neighbor that Liam and Vanessa had been evicted. A small part of me wanted to feel sorry for them. I didn't, because revenge doesn't always look like fireworks. Sometimes it's just the sound of doors locking quiet final, and yours. 2 weeks passed before the first crack in their perfect image appeared. My mother called voice tight, whispering like she was confessing a sin. They've been evicted, she said. Your brother and Vanessa. The landlord kicked them out. I stirred my coffee slowly. I see. They're staying with us for now, she added. It's just temporary. Of course, I said. Though I knew temporary in my family usually meant indefinitely. By the next week, the updates started coming whether I asked for them or not. Mom sounded more and more tired each time. She doesn't help around the house, complains about the food, won't even do her own laundry. I said nothing. She made your father move the furniture yesterday, Mom continued, voice shaking with exhaustion. He hurt his back again. And when I asked her to stop, she told me I should be grateful to have her there. I exhaled into the phone. You chose to open the door, Mom. Now you're living with what you let in. Anna, please don't be cruel. I'm not, I said quietly. Just honest. The calls slowed after that. 4 months went by. Work was steady, calm. My patients smiled again. I did too. I'd saved more money in that short time than I had in the last 2 years. My weekends belonged to me. Sometimes I'd drive to the lake house, sit by the water with a book and a blanket, listening to the birds and the wind. The same house that once felt tainted by their noise now breathed again. Then one chilly afternoon, my parents asked to meet for coffee. I walked into the cafe expecting another guilt trip. Instead, they both looked older, smaller somehow. Liam and Vanessa are getting divorced, Mom said flatly. She's been awful to him, said things you wouldn't believe. Dad nodded. She called him useless, wrote online that she wasted her life on him. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. I dreamed of this kind of justice, but standing in front of it, it didn't feel triumphant. It felt heavy, inevitable. I'm sorry, I said softly. For him. Mom looked at me with wet eyes. You were right, Anna, about everything. We should have listened. I didn't gloat. I didn't have to. Weeks later, I heard the rest through her updates. The divorce finalized. Vanessa moved back with her parents. Liam found a new job, one that finally paid well. It turned out that once he lost his cushion, he learned to swim. When he called me for the first time since it all happened, his voice was hesitant. I just wanted to say thanks, he said, for Stopping what you were doing. I didn't get it before, but I do now. I felt my throat tighten. I'm glad, Liam. I'm sorry, he added, for not standing up for you that night. For all of it. I smiled, tears stinging, but not falling. We're okay. And we were. Slowly, the fractures in our family began to mend, not perfectly, but honestly. The lake thawed with spring. The trees budded again, soft green against the blue water. One Sunday, I invited my parents and Liam to dinner. No outsiders this time. We ate, laughed awkwardly, and when they left, my mom hugged me longer than she had in years. Later, I stood on the porch watching the sun dip below the lake. For the first time, I didn't see loss in what had happened. I saw balance. The noise was gone, replaced by stillness, and I realized I finally had peace. Spring melted fully into summer, and the lake turned to glass again. The air smelled of pine and new beginnings. I drove up to the cabin one evening after work, no traffic, no phone calls waiting, just the sound of gravel under my tires. Inside, everything was clean and quiet. The same couch where strangers once sat was now covered with a soft blanket and a half-read novel. I lit a single candle on the counter and opened the windows. The air moved through the house like forgiveness. I walked down to the dock with a glass of wine, the same spot where months ago I'd stood trembling with anger. The water reflected the sky, pink fading to gold, and I thought about how strange peace feels when you've lived too long in chaos. Liam was doing well now. My parents had stopped apologizing in words and started showing it in actions. Sunday dinners, gentle questions, no more guilt. Even Vanessa had disappeared from our story, her name no longer sharp in my mind. For a long time, I believed silence meant weakness, that letting people walk away or walking away myself was surrender. But I've learned silence can also be strength. It can be the sound of boundaries locking into place. The house they once invaded isn't a reminder of humiliation anymore. It's proof that I took my life back without screaming, without revenge, headlines, just quiet decisions one after another until everything cruel collapsed on its own. I watched the first stars flicker over the water and smiled. Sometimes the best revenge is peace. Have you ever had to walk away from someone you love to protect your peace? Tell me in the comments. I'd love to hear your story.
For my anniversary, a package arrived from my mom. My husband touched the box and whispered, "Don't move." I laughed until I looked where he was staring. I backed away. 30 minutes later, police were outside. My name is Riley Knox, and if your heart can take it, keep watching. How do you love someone who might be trying to kill you? The box was wrapped in plain brown paper, the handwriting weirdly neat. He said it smelled like chemicals. I thought he was joking until I saw his face. His eyes locked on a thin wire poking from the corner like a vein. The moment he yelled, I dropped the knife I was holding, the one I'd just used to cut our anniversary cake. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. My husband, Evan, had already backed halfway into the hallway, hand outstretched like I was a hostage. He told me to get out of the house. I ran. He didn't. Instead, he called someone, not 911, and started whispering. I heard only a few words. She opened it. Not yet. Looks real. The word she stopped me cold.
She, not we.
Sirens came fast. The street was full of lights. I sat on the neighbor's lawn with shaking hands while the bomb squad stormed in. The package was evacuated and detonated off-site. Inside, a real explosive. Homemade. Trigger-rigged to open. But that wasn't the only thing the police found. Inside our house, hidden in the back of Evan's closet, was another package. Same wrapping. Same handwriting. But this one was addressed to me. From me. Only I never wrote it. Never mailed it. I didn't even know it existed. And when they opened it, what was inside was so twisted, one of the officers vomited on our front steps. But what wrecked me most wasn't the content. It was the photo tucked inside. Of me. Sleeping. Timestamped 2 nights ago. Someone was inside our home. Watching me. And Evan wasn't nearly as surprised as he should have been. They questioned me for hours like I was the one who planted it. And Evan? He played the panicked husband perfectly. Hands shaking. Voice breaking. Said he barely held it together when he saw the wires. Even asked for a glass of water mid-interview, the kind of theatrics you see in courtroom dramas. But me? I couldn't cry, couldn't fake fear. I was numb, suspicious, because in my gut, something already felt wrong. The second package, the one hidden in our closet, had old photos. Printed. Grainy. All of me. Me brushing my teeth. Me changing. Me in the shower. Someone had been watching me for weeks. And Evan's first reaction wasn't rage or terror. It was recognition. They found the photo memory cards tucked in a shoebox behind his boots. His explanation? Oh, God, those aren't mine. I swear, maybe someone planted them to frame me. Classic. But he didn't even ask me if I was okay. He didn't touch me once that night.
Didn't hold me.
Didn't say, "You're safe now." He just kept asking, "Did you tell them anything weird? Did you mention the inheritance? Did they take my laptop?" That last one sent a jolt through me, because I never said anything about his laptop. And suddenly, I remembered a moment 2 weeks earlier. He'd told me not to go in his office because he was working on a surprise for our anniversary. He even locked the door. Now I wondered if the surprise was a bomb, or maybe something worse. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay in bed beside a man who was either a target or a predator. At 2:03 a.m., while he snored beside me, I tiptoed to his office. The door was still locked, but I knew where he kept the spare key, taped under the fire extinguisher. Inside, the room smelled like cold sweat and printer ink. On his desk, two things that made my blood stop moving. A printed blueprint of our living room, marked with optimal placement, and a receipt for $14,200 in cash, handed to someone named Jace Morgan. I didn't know who Jace was, but I was about to find out. By morning, Evan had already called out of work, said we needed time to process. I told him I had a headache. Truth was, I was processing all right, processing the blueprint of my own death. The name on the receipt haunted me. Jace Morgan. It wasn't a name I recognized. Not a coworker. Not a friend. Not family. So I did what every woman does when she's on the edge of panic and truth. I searched, found his name in my husband's emails, buried deep in the trash folder, months old. Subject line: "We're square." No loose ends. The body of the email? A photo of me at the gym. And a Venmo handle. I clicked. Jace had a public profile. His bio read, "Private security, surveillance, discreet work. No questions." And under his transactions? April 3rd, $3, 500, Blueprint Recon. May 16th, $2,000, install. June 28th, $8, 700, final payment collision. The last one? The emoji wasn't a mistake. I felt the scream rise in my throat but swallowed it like glass. I screenshotted everything. Every message, every transaction, every photo.
Evan was planning something.
Maybe still is. I needed help. Someone outside of all this. So I drove to the only person I knew would listen. Callie, my best friend since freshman year of college. She's the type who can spot a lie in a hurricane. She opened the door in her pajamas, took one look at me, and said, "Tell me everything." I did. Start to finish. Callie went quiet. Then she said something that twisted everything sideways. "Riley, I know that name. Jace Morgan dated my cousin and nearly beat her to death." I swear the floor shifted beneath me. She pulled out her phone, searched her cousin's messages. There he was. Same man. Same name. Same emoji. Collision. But here's what broke me most. Callie swiped again, scrolling through old screenshots her cousin had sent her, and stopped. She turned the screen toward me. My husband, Evan, sitting beside Jace at a bar, laughing, arms around two women. The photo was from 2019, for years before I ever met him. He knew Jace long before any of this started. He knew exactly what he was doing when that package arrived. And now, so did I. I didn't drive home. I couldn't. Not after seeing that photo. Not after realizing the man I married, The man I shared a bed, a name, and a future with had been orchestrating my slow, silent erasure. I sat in Callie's guest room with the lights off, knees pulled to my chest, scrolling through every memory with him like they were evidence in a trial. And the verdict?
Guilty.
The locked office. The late-night work trips. The password changes on our shared accounts. The time I got sick and he insisted on making my tea. The same day I passed out in the shower and woke up with a bruise the shape of a doorknob. Back then, he said I slipped. Now I wonder if he watched. I pulled out my laptop and logged into the home security app. He didn't know I had it synced to my cloud. I downloaded the last 90 days of footage. Camera angle, hallway. Date, June 28th, the night of the final Venmo payment. At exactly 3:14 a.m., Evan walked down the hall holding a box. Not a gift. Not a surprise. A device. Wires.
Tape.
Small and lethal. He opened the closet, placed it on the top shelf,
Paused.
then looked straight into the camera. He knew. He stared for 5 full seconds and smiled. I dropped the laptop. I couldn't breathe, couldn't blink, couldn't move. That look wasn't panic. It wasn't hesitation. It was a countdown. And suddenly, I realized what today was. July 7th, the day after our anniversary, which meant the first bomb was never meant to kill me. It was a rehearsal, a test to see what I'd do, how I'd react, who I'd run to. And if he knew I'd found Jace's name, then he was already planning the real one. That's when my phone buzzed. A text from Evan. Come home. We need to talk. Don't make me come find you. I stared at the screen, my fingers trembling, my mouth dry. And for the first time in this whole nightmare, I whispered out loud, "He's going to kill me." Callie heard, and she didn't hesitate. She grabbed her car keys and said, "We're going to the cops. Now." But we didn't make it, because when we opened the front door, Evan was standing on the porch. He stood there like he owned the night, clean-shaven,
Calm.
holding flowers, roses, the same kind he gave me the night we got engaged. But this time, there was a shadow in his eyes, something coiled and waiting. Callie stepped in front of me, blocking his view. "What the hell are you doing here, Evan?" she said, arms crossed, voice steel. He smiled. Not nervous. Not apologetic.
Charming.
Calculated. "I just want to talk to my wife," he said, eyes flicking to me. "That's not a crime, is it?" Callie didn't move. "She's not going anywhere with you." He laughed, soft, patronizing. "Riley, you're really gonna hide behind your little friend like this?" I stepped forward, shaking but firm. "You lied to me," I said. "I saw the footage. I saw you plant it." His face didn't even twitch. No shock. No fear. Just that damn smile. "Footage can be faked," he said. "Memories can be twisted. But marriage? That's real." He took a slow step toward me. And that's when Callie pulled out her phone and hit record. "Say that again," she snapped. "I want it on video." Evan froze. A flicker, the first crack in his mask. Then, fast as a switch, his voice changed. Lower. Tighter. Controlled. "You think this is smart, Callie? You think recording me's going to save her?" He looked at me again, eyes cold now. "You're making this worse than it has to be, Riley. You don't know what's coming." I stepped back. He stepped forward. Then Callie did something I'll never forget. She raised her voice and screamed, "I'm live streaming this. Say hi to the cops, Evan." She wasn't. But he didn't know that. He backed off like she'd pulled a gun. "You'll regret this," he said, backing down the steps. "Both of you." Then he walked away. Just walked. Callie locked the door behind him, heart pounding loud enough for both of us. "He's escalating," she whispered. That wasn't goodbye. That was a warning. I nodded. Then I looked at her and said the words that sealed everything. "I'm not running anymore." Because if Evan wanted a war, he just found out who he married. The next morning, the house felt suffocating, like walls closing in, shadows stretching longer than they should. I barely slept. Every creak, every distant sound spun my nerves tighter. Callie helped me pack a small bag. Essentials. Phone charger. A change of clothes. We're going to a safe house, she said, voice steady. Friends of mine, off the grid. I nodded, but my mind raced. Who else knew? How deep was this web? I wasn't just a target. I was a chess piece in a game I never agreed to play. Later, as we drove away from the neighborhood, I called the one person I hoped could help. My mom's best friend, Linda. Linda had been a quiet presence after my mom died, always sending postcards, checking in, like she was guarding some secret I wasn't ready to hear. Her voice was calm, but firm. You're in danger, Riley. Not just from Evan. I swallowed hard. Who else?
She paused.
There's someone else watching. The line went dead. I sat in silence for minutes. And then my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Stop digging, or you'll lose more than you love. I showed Callie. Her eyes darkened. That's not just a threat. It's a promise. We spent the next hours piecing things together. The package, the photos, the bomb. It all pointed to someone who wanted me out of the picture entirely.
But why?
And what did my mom have to do with it? The answer hit me like a freight train. My mom hadn't just disappeared 2 years ago. She had been involved in something dangerous. Something that Evan was now tied to. I realized I was standing on the edge of a legacy of lies and violence. Callie looked at me and said, "This isn't just about survival anymore. It's about uncovering the truth." I clenched my fists. And for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt something fierce burning inside. I was done being afraid. Callie and I spent days tracing my mom's past, digging through old letters, photos, and emails she'd left behind. What we found shattered everything I thought I knew. Mom wasn't just some quiet, loving woman. She'd been a whistleblower, exposing a massive underground cartel, the kind that used people like me as pawns. People she trusted, people like Evan. I stared at a photo of Mom standing next to a man I'd never met. Tall, cold eyes, the same name popping up everywhere. Jace Morgan. It was his game all along. The bombs. The photos. The threats. Jace wasn't just some hired gun. He was the kingpin behind everything, the invisible thread pulling at our lives. And Evan? He wasn't a victim or a hero. He was Jace's pawn. That night, after Callie left, I sat alone in the dark and let the silence swallow me. I thought about the woman I was before all this, trusting, hopeful, blindly in love. Now, I was a storm. I wasn't just fighting for my life. I was fighting to finish what my mom started, to take down Jace, to make Evan pay for the lies, and most of all, to survive. Because sometimes the hardest battles are the ones you fight inside. I set the trap. I called Evan, told him I wanted to meet, alone, no games. He showed up, calm but guarded. The last place he expected was the old warehouse by the docks. Lights flickered, shadows danced. I wasn't afraid anymore. I had the police watching from a distance, Callie with me, and a plan sharp enough to cut through years of deception. He tried to bluff, charm, threaten. But I held up a folder filled with evidence, emails, photos, payment records linking him directly to Jace. His mask cracked. He lunged. But the cops were faster. Handcuffs clicked. Justice was loud and clear. As they led him away, I looked at the setting sun, the horizon bleeding orange and red, like the closing of a brutal chapter. I whispered to the wind, "Thank you, Mom." I finished it. I wasn't just a victim. I was a warrior. And this story? It ends with the truth standing tall.